I had in Australia, it's usually dry around now, and then like it slowly starts to start raining. But I was just unlucky with all my timing because the day I had planned to do the curvature test, I was going to do it on a dry salt lake. And then there was like this huge 2-day downpour, just like making the salt lake wetter and wetter and wetter. And so unfortunately I was unlucky, but it was really cool to just like go there and like just the lead up to going to the making the curvature test, just knowing I have everything ready. I've got a good test set up. Everything's like I've cleaned up like the whole process of what I'm going to do, how I'm going to do it. So in that way, it was an achievement. And it also means I have an excuse to go back to the lake and actually do the curvature test probably around December. So that's a bit about my progress on curvature tests at the moment. Not that I'm convinced I'll find any, but it's good to be thorough for the sake of people who find it a bit harder to believe.
You know, the amount of Globers that have been in here that have been challenged to go out and do something practical that have returned with any results by percentage is like, let's see, -1%. Like -1%. So you're already so far ahead of the game just by even making plans.
Yeah. I mean, it takes work. It's not something you can just click your fingers and voila, you have a curvature test. It does take time, effort. And I guess some people aren't so devoted to putting so much effort into finding the truth, or at least giving good evidence for the truth. But hey, I took along one of my Glober friends, so that says something about his character. He's happy to entertain a curvature test.
I'm glad you said that, because I was about to mention this long-standing resident Glober we have here. He's very nice guy.
Matt?
Is that
his name?
Yeah.
Yeah, Matthew.
Matthew Lawrence. Yeah. So let's say, we had a new girl come in, and she was just talking about things she did and looked at and stuff, and he was telling her, giving her the globe side critique a little bit. And he was telling her, look, before you get into this, this new idea, I think you should test it to see if it's valid. Like, go out, and really do some tests and see. Now, that's very ironic, because he himself said he believes it's a globe based on all certain things. And then we say, well, why don't you go out and test it? And he goes, no, I don't think I need to. I'm pretty convinced it's a globe. So he wants to tell this girl, you can't change your paradigm until you test it. Right? You must test it. And then he himself just sits there and says, nah, I'm not going to do any tests.
Yeah, well, at least he's giving good advice. But yeah, I can see, like, obviously the motive is to try and deter her from probably entertaining the thought. But no, always test things for yourself.
He's currently banned because he pissed somebody off, but he'll be back.
Yeah, I find it funny because with my Glober friend who actually went to the test with me, we just go round and round in circles, and it's interesting just like observing like where the two minds start to clash and where it's just nothing I say is going to get through. And I've sort of identified that it's mainly like, even on the car drive on the road trip, I was really infusing about how there's a difference between primary and secondary evidence. And by that, I meant like direct versus indirect evidence. So if you want to test the curvature of the Earth, firstly, you go to the ground, the terrain where the curvature is actually physically there. You can physically measure it empirically without having to assume distances to stars and all that. And then my brother was also in the car. He's also a globe earther, but he's like into different stuff. So he'd be more likely to entertain the idea of a flat Earth. And so he and my Glober friend, they were just like saying, oh yeah, secondary evidence. Like, I don't see why you'd need primary evidence if you have heaps of secondary evidence. You shouldn't dismiss the secondary evidence. And I'm like, well, yeah, but the secondary evidence has to like submit to the primary evidence, because ultimately the primary evidence is the true evidence. So if the the secondary evidence conflicts with that of the primary evidence, then the secondary evidence does not stand on a firm foundation. And so it's just like so frustrating, but you know, in a good way, just like to observe and notice. This is why we don't get anywhere. This is why he's still a glober and I'm still a flat earther, and somehow we're still friends. And if you hear any chickens in the background, I'm just sitting with them. They're bucking away.
They sound happy.
Yeah, nice cool morning for them.
We have chickens too. We just got some little baby peepers like not too long ago, which they grow so fast. They're already getting big.
Yeah, I got them like I think 18 weeks, so they were already a bit big, but they were from one of those places where they kind of just mass breed the chickens, so they don't really have that the intelligence as one would if they actually like grew up and were taught by a mother or something. So they're a bit dumb, not to be mean to them, but just like in terms of having to figure everything out for themselves.
Like the chicken on Moana.
Oh, I haven't watched it, but sure.
Good. It's just a reference. Somebody else laughed at that. It's a retarded chicken on a Disney movie.
Okay, Disney.
I have children, and
yeah.
So most of the movies coming out now ain't worth even watching. Nothing good about it. I finished packing my stuff up. Yeah, I need to stop procrastinating. I may as well go to the hospital. I've been like waiting to get better.
Dude, just identify as a woman for a few minutes and then you'll be in the hospital in no time.
Well, I mean, I am bleeding, so.
Well, that's not what I meant. I just meant like that old running thing there, like where men procrastinate and never go to the hospital, what women do.
Oh, God, don't make me laugh. It fucking hurts.
Laughter is the best medicine.
Yeah, unless you're passing a kidney stone or your appendix is bursting.
Then you just need an apple.
Yeah, keep the doctors away from you so they can't save you. Oh no, an apple, my only weakness.
Doctors are allergic to apples.
Why didn't Austin Powers just use an apple to stop Dr. Evil? I mean, he keeps doctors away. Dude.
You're fired.
Yeah, I know. I should be ashamed of myself. I'm not, but I should be.
Yeah, but apparently Australia's got a lot of flat territory.
Yeah.
Top 10 reasons why Australia should be colonized.
Didn't they already try that?
Because it's got a lot of flat territory? That's one of the reasons?
It's so cool, just like going in a car, driving like a really long, like bush sort of track, and just seeing how straight it is, that like the vanishing points all there, and the roads reflecting on the sky, and you see like those Fata Morgana mirages. It's just super cool, especially when you're not driving, because then you get to see it all. But yeah, sometimes you have to go a bit out of your way to actually really experience that. But yeah, I've been looking for the curvature and I haven't found it yet.
Dude, it's like all the outside of Australia is just full of highways and cities, and then the inside is just barren. Like nobody lives there.
Interesting.
What if there was like dinosaur bones or something, and then there was a whole different species, but we never found them because nobody went to the middle of Australia?
What are you talking about, mate?
No, I'm not talking about anything. I didn't say anything.
You said that the outside
No,
of
no, no, no,
Australia
no,
is
no,
full
no,
of...
no, 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 no. Because if you use your ears, you will listen. I'm sorry. If you use your ears, you will listen.
Yeah, and I'm refuting what you said. You claimed that the outside of Australia has highways and cities. I'm saying it doesn't.
What? Got to at least on some parts, right?
Yeah, but he said the whole way around.
There's a whole highway going around the outside of Australia, buddy. Have
No,
you
there
not
isn't.
seen? Have you not
No,
seen
there
Mad
isn't.
Max? Have you not seen Mad Max?
You're a weird cunt, mate.
Oh, that's what they all say.
Have you been here to confirm that?
I don't always get my informed opinions on reality from movies, but when I do, they're correct.
So, southeast, yeah, you have towns along the coast. Highways are inland, but there are roads. When you head north, they get less and less. When you head west and northwest, there's nothing there. So there is not a road that goes around Australia. And there are not towns, there are not cities all the way around. So wherever you're getting your information, mate, you're very wrong.
Have you not seen Mad Max, dude?
Anyway, there's more important matters at hand here. For example, there's tons of territory in Australia where nobody lives that's flat that we could build awesome racetracks and race as much as we want.
Dude, there is a whole highway that goes around Australia. What are you talking about?
What?
It's called the Big Lap. What are you talking about?
I don't know. We got two contradictory assertions on the table.
Obviously, it's a Mandela effect.
Yeah.
Two
I can't even
men.
confirm. I can't
Maybe
confirm
show
even
you.
though I'm Australian.
There you go.
All right. In glorious Mad Max fashion, two men enter, one man leaves. Who's it gonna be?
One enter, one man
First
leave.
one to give me proof of their assertion doesn't get banned.
Okay, if you go to Google and search up highway around Australia, it's there. That's my evidence.
Oh, dude, no, I said give me proof, not
Yeah, you're
tell
gonna
me
have
to go
to
get
prove that, mate. You're gonna have to post that proof.
Proof is testable.
Don't make me get Master Blaster on your Aster. They'll turn that into plaster. That's a Mad Max reference, in case you didn't know.
Well, here's a fun fact about the highways in Australia. Obviously, it may not be for all of them, but a lot of the highways are actually based on the native Australians, what they called the song lines, which were basically their roads where they would walk. And then our government were like, hey, they have some good walking paths, let's just like steal them and put highways on them.
Dude, all I know is that Mad Max is telling the truth.
The amount of times my brother talks about Mad Max, I just roll my eyes. Oh no, not a Mad Max film. All these blokey Australian films. Ew. Not into them.
Two man enter, one man leave. Bro, what are you talking about? There is a whole highway. This guy talking about.
Yeah, I can visualize the map, and I've seen that map on like road maps before, but I've never driven through it because I've never driven around Australia. But yeah, I don't know. I would think it's there. I wouldn't see why they'd put a roadmap in unless he's being a bit more like, oh, technically it's not quite around it. There's like a few. I don't know. I guess he'll have to speak for himself about it.
There's a road. It's not a highway.
Wait, from memory, isn't it like National Route 1?
Yes,
is that what it's
correct.
called? Yeah, so I guess that's technically not a highway.
So then it's literally the same thing, though, because there are roads going around Australia.
There's a road. It's called Route 1.
Oh, my dear.
It's not a highway, though.
You know what? Roads, highway. Okay, what is the highway made out of? What is the highway made out of? Tell me.
Well, a highway is a road with no stops.
Tell me what a highway is made out of.
What's the definition of a highway?
What is the highway made out of?
What's the definition of a highway?
What is the highway made out of? 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. What is the highway made after?
What? Things that real, therefore they are that thing that doesn't follow.
Yo, the Terminator just talked. There's no way. You know what I hate about getting in this VC? Like, every time nobody says nothing, like, after I say something.
Something. Oh, right. I was supposed to say nothing. Damn it.
Hey, you're always saying things that are like contentious, so it's like, I don't know.
AI, you're coming across super robot-y on my end, at least.
Because he's the Terminator.
That's the Australian Refraction
I'll be back.
from Skynet.
Main Force Patrol. Yeah, dude, it's the transcontinental highways. It's Highway 1, not Route 1. Dude. Timbo. It's Highway 1, which is the transcontinental highway. Going all
Fair
around.
enough. You got me there.
Exactly. It says 1, but it says National 1, therefore National as in Highway 1. You not understand.
Technically, it doesn't go all the way around, but
It does go all the way around because I'm literally looking at the map.
does it cut off
Now
any land?
You must renounce your Australian citizen.
All
Does
right.
Does it cut off any land?
Like near there's like 1% of land like cut off, but it's like
No.
yeah, it is.
What about the north?
What do you mean by north?
What does north mean?
Okay, I see your point there, but it's going all around Australia. It doesn't have to be on the tips, dude. It says here, Australia's Highway 1 is a network of highways that circumnavigates, I don't know what that says, the country, joining all mainland capital cities except the national capital of Cabiria, I don't know what that says, Cabiria, at a total length of approximately 14,500 kilometers. It is the longest.
Area.
All right. It is the longest national highway in the world, surpassing the Trans-Siberian highways over 11,000 kilometers or 6,800 miles. And the Trans-Canada Highway, 8,000 something kilometers. Over 1 million people travel over these highways. Feel feel like Australia should definitely be colonized. Most definitely.
What?
Nothing.
Colonized by who? It's already colonized.
Japan. The land
They
of the
tried that.
rising sun.
They tried that and they failed.
Well, they didn't get to it though, but they pretty much got all of the Philippines and things like that, but they didn't get to Australia.
Yeah, we stopped them in Papua New
No,
Guinea.
you didn't stop them. It was your ally, the United States and Britain.
You haven't heard of the
Atlantic fleet
You haven't
was
heard of
good
the
enough.
Kokoda Trail? You haven't heard
Dude,
of the
let's be
Kokoda
real.
Trail?
If Japan was to make it to Australia,
You
they
haven't
would
heard of the
not
Kokoda Trail? You haven't heard of the Kokoda Trail?
No.
Interesting.
Is your favorite food what do you call it? Ground beef. Do you like ground beef? Can you eat kangaroos? Is that a thing? Is there such thing as kangaroo meat?
Yeah, of course.
There is. How does it taste?
Like venison?
Like what?
Venison.
Venison. Okay. So I heard that kangaroos have a lot of protein. Is that true?
Yep.
So is there any laws in Australia banning the hunting of kangaroos? Bro has a 99-second response rate.
Well, today I'm going to like this place. Some guy knows this old lady who used to be like a biochemistry sort of professor lady or something, and apparently she has like a huge stack of old books like to do with science and stuff. So I'll be interested to seeing. Oh, I wonder if I can get some like old astronomy or just like geographic sort of gems. See what contradicting remarks some old prints.
Science. Science.
Yeah.
Just thinking. Science. All right.
Yes. Mainly to do with biochemistry. So if anyone has a
Bro, you have a frame rate of 100.
like have a by 100, do you mean like I'm really crackly?
No, like you talk for 3 seconds and then everything else stops, and then you talk again for 3 seconds.
Oh, okay. So just bad Wi-Fi, or I just like stop talking and then talk again?
I think it's bad Wi-Fi.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a bit in the country, so that would be.
Oh, that makes sense because Australia doesn't have good Wi-Fi. So, what do Australians think about New Zealand?
I haven't surveyed every Australian to ask, but I think it's a bit foreign to me. Like, it's so far away. I'm from Western Australia, where it's just like, forget everything else. All you know is Western Australia and maybe some Eastern States stuff. But I know they have snow and a lot of sheep and the Maoris tradition. That's pretty cool. But that's about all I would be able to say, besides their Kiwi accent.
I feel like Australia would be the place to go during a zombie apocalypse. Australia and Alaska. Because zombies can't survive in the snow, and then...
Oh no, we have a bunch
Australia
of
is
zombies
basically
here.
their... What?
We have a bunch of zombies here.
Really?
You know, the kind who don't think for themselves.
Oh, okay. So is Australia, like, in the middle of Australia, is it like the picture in, like, your profile picture, or is it like desert?
That's a salt lake. There's heaps of salt lakes in Australia. I'm mainly talk for Western Australia because that's where I'm around. But I've never gone into the middle of Australia, but like about 300 kilometers inland. Or actually, it would probably be about 200 kilometers inland. It's pretty dry, but I don't know. I just go in there on day trips, so I don't really have like much context to how it actually is.
Is it daytime in Australia right now?
Yeah, it is 7:30 for me a.m. But Western Australia is like the earliest, so in the eastern states it's probably about 10:30 a.m.
I hear animals in the background, so my question.
Yeah, they're my chickens. They want me to feed them.
Chickens. That's one thing I don't like is turkeys.
One thing you don't like is what?
Turkeys.
All right. Haven't come
just-
across a wild turkey here.
Yeah, where I live, there's a bunch of turkeys on the street, and then, it's hard to get them. Look who joined. Wow. What are you munching on over there?
It reminds me of Refraction.
What are you munching on over there?
Just Glover souls.
Why?
Just Glover souls.
Okay.
What?
All right.
That's what I munch on every day, man. Globy souls.
What is that? Explain to me what that is, please.
So the Glover comes in here, right? And then I eat their soul. That's how it works. Nothing more, much more to it than that.
Glover soul. How is that even possible?
It's just a metaphor.
All right, so if I was to come in here, oh no. Dave Hindle joined. Dave Hinkle.
Oh, we had Jedi. See, we had Jedi in here for a second. Then he got bored.
Hello, everybody talking?
Yeah.
Everybody
Dave Hinkle.
Sad news.
Dave Hinkle, can you explain to me how the Earth is flat?
Can I share my sad news first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Bob Nodell passed away. If anybody didn't know that, I don't know any details. I just saw a video on the Morgoth channel. So, R.I.P.
No,
Bob.
I feel like half of you guys live in Australia because your Wi-Fi is like horrible. Like your mics are cutting in and out.
Did that not come in
It's
at
either
all?
you live in Ohio or Australia. It's either one of those two.
My mic not working at all?
It's coming on and off. Like when Ardian speaks, Ardian say something.
Bologna sandwich.
He's trying to say something.
Anybody get the gist of what I said? Bob Nodell died
Yep.
from Globebust. R.I.P. I'll shut up now.
Top 10 reasons why the FBI needs to be abolished. So how come Wavemaker's always in here, and how come always what's his name? Mike Powerstar is in here. Almost got me with that name. Mike Powerswan and Wavemaker always in here.
Why are you always in here? Not talking about that Earth be flat. How about that?
That's because I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay, fair enough.
Like if I was to think, like if
you're not confident, or you don't know the arguments.
I don't really know anything, sir. I mean, you'd have to talk to my lawyer, Saul Goodman, but yeah. Andy, hold my beer. Just joined the call.
Andy, rescue us. We need some flat Earth content right now, right here, right quick.
Yeah, I'll provide. Beam yesterday told me that there's no such thing as atmospheric refraction. Discuss.
Grayson Bear, this is my 5th day trying to get you to take off my space herpes. Your cream is not working. Nothing you say it's working. So this is the 5th day of me trying to get you to take off my space herpes.
Yeah, do we have some sort type of something stronger than the cream for this?
Nothing gets rid of space herpes.
AI, what say you?
Well, atmospheric refraction is a model of refraction, which is used to, quote unquote, answer the dilemma of why do I see things that I shouldn't see if the Earth is supposed to be blocking it.
Right.
And it's a mathematical formula, essentially. And so the formula, what it does, ultimately, it's really not much of a formula. It's basically just inflate the radius of the Earth. So they just imagine that light follows the curve of the Earth, in parallel increased circles, right? But instead of expressing it like that, they express it by increasing the radius of the Earth in their curve calculators, which lowers the hump of water between point A and point B effectively, and then gives you a plausible excuse of why you're allowed to see an object that normally would be considered a defeater of the globe model.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I remember hearing McToon talking about if raising it elevation, because this got me thinking about Alberuni, right? If you up his mountain, And then he wouldn't have to deal with the refraction because there's no, it's a denser medium at the bottom. That's what I was thinking anyway. So, but now I'm told, no, there's no such thing. But we definitely get a lensing effect, don't we, for sure. I know that they're two different things. I realise that.
Who's saying it's no such thing?
Atmospheric magnification, you mean?
No. Meme said to me yesterday that there's no such thing as atmospheric refraction. It's just something to reify the globe. To explain the distance observations and whatnot.
I thought it was terrestrial refraction that was that.
Well, why would they call it terrestrial refraction rather than atmospheric refraction? Because think about it. The Terra, right, is the Earth, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So have you ever seen a solid piece of dirt refract anything? Piece of dirt? Heck no. Right? So it's just a renaming of the idea of atmospheric refraction, because what they claim is that the atmosphere refracts the light, not that the Earth refracts the light.
But isn't it that...
However...
Sorry, go ahead. The 7/6 they're inflating the radius, so that would be the Terra that's being inflated, correct?
Right. Sure, you could think of it that way, which is, it's actually, you know what a Freudian slip is? It's kind of like where you give away your inner desire in your language, right? So it's kind of like that, where they call it terrestrial refraction because atmospheric refraction doesn't really function in the way that they apply the math. So they call it terrestrial refraction. And they want you to think that they're making light calculations, when all they're doing, instead of breaking the path of light, which is what refraction means, it just means broken over or over the back. That's what it means literally. So you take those words, terrestrial, broken over.
Louis.
So when you apply their math, you're breaking the Terra. You're breaking the Earth model. It's a self-evident concession that their model is broken, which, by the way, is what happens, why they need the model in the first place. Because I clearly see a mountain I shouldn't see. I clearly see a building I shouldn't see. So what do they do about it? Well, they just break the Earth in their model and change the size of it. How convenient.
Super
That's
convenient.
good. I like that.
Because I thought refraction was our thing from the get-go. But it's just like one of those things that's been rebranded, like level. They've rebranded that to mean something else. So now refraction is definitely one of those things that's been rebranded like 2 or 3 times, it seems like. And so I've heard... I'll have to ask Nemus about that. I feel like I've heard that before, though.
We just use it for to show that there's no physical horizon, yeah? Like it's always in a different place. So...
Yeah,
that's why we use it. Yeah.
The gift that I have for that on the bottom, it literally says atmospheric refraction. I'll post it.
But I understand what Andy's asking as well. Like, as it goes through the air, does it slow down and slow down and slow down and slow down? But Mimas was saying no, because it's the same air. So it's only when it goes from one medium to the other that it refracts. So it's a changing the angle of incident, yeah?
Yeah, I was just thinking of that, the thing we've all seen with the fishing. You know, you see the fish at a higher point than it actually is in the water. And yeah, Meme was right to say that's different mediums, so...
Yeah.
Well, even so...
I understand. Sorry. Yeah.
Even so, there's like we have a guy come in here, not Jesse Kozlowski, I forget his name, whatever.
Jesse Gordon,
right? And he has a lot of these fish tank demonstrations. The problem with his fish tank demonstrations is he's setting up a horizontal tank with a horizontal density gradient and then getting disparate optical effects that he's trying to use to prove a curved density gradient. So when you present a horizontal density gradient in a horizontal tank, and then you demonstrate phenomenon that you say occurs in the real world, wouldn't the analogous situation be that the world is horizontal? It's like, thanks. I'm like, thanks, bro. I love your demonstration. It proves that the world is horizontal with a horizontal gradient. Genius. By the way, we've experienced that with a lot of dudes, even Andrew Thomas Young, right, who's quoted a lot, and some of the other guys involved. Like, their quote is, "We do all the math as if the Earth was flat, but we know the Earth isn't flat, so then we curve it around the expected radius."
And then we adjust the maths.
Yeah, it's like, dude, what did you just say? What did you just say?
What the hell did you just say?
Exactly.
I used to use that. I used to use the screenshot out of his paper that it's all the math is done in straight lines.
It's like we said your name 3 times and he came.
Oh, did you?
I have come. We were just talking about that refraction conversation yesterday with Andy.
Andy!
All right, dude.
You went all full conspiratard on refraction, bro. What happened?
Who, me?
I don't know. Andy, fill us in.
Creation here. I'm gonna have to call Saul Goodman about this issue we're having here.
Well, he's here. Emus just popped in.
If anybody's got the military data from the 3 lasers, the 3 different coloured lasers over 25 miles, I'd like to see that.
Mimius, you there?
Hey, I gave it to me. I'll send it to you, Andy. I've got it on storage now.
Cheers, Timbo.
It's 120 kilometers.
Yes, and it's not Mimius.
Thinker.
It's not Mimius.
Mimois.
It's Mimus.
Oh my god.
Mimus. Yes.
Can you please represent me in the court?
He came down with a heavy case of space aids, and
sure,
not feeling too good about it. But I gave him some cream.
Okay,
and, bro, how many times I have to tell you the creed doesn't work?
Okay.
All right.
Well, hey, listen.
So on the back it says if the cream does not work, then please replace after 5 uses. Right? I replaced it, right, and then it didn't work.
We noticed through the last couple of years you got to wear. Have you been wearing your diaper?
All right. Mio is Mio. I don't know how to say his name. Mimius. Please represent me in the courts.
Okay. What am I representing?
These people, they've given me false medicines, and I think because he gave me the space herpes medicine, I got space AIDS from it.
I tell you, it spreads. There are variants. Okay, so if you don't wear the diaper, then it'll spread.
Guys,
now he wants me to wear a diaper. This is outrageous.
Hold on, friend. Hold on. I've analyzed the situation and I understand the problem. You're not supposed to use the applicator that the last guy used. Okay.
Did you get?
And it's not. It's supposed to go on the skin. It's not supposed to be rectally inserted.
You said I inserted it.
Well,
I didn't insert anything.
If you applied it correctly, it would work.
Mimius, listen, man. I want to sue these guys for giving me false medicine and for giving me some more things I have to deal with, and possibly even some more space herpes or something like that. I don't know. I want to sue these guys.
What is the basis?
The basis is that the creams they are giving me are not working, and the treatments are false.
Okay.
I'll tell him. I'll tell you what really happened. All right.
Sure.
Brother was looking to step up to the plate, get himself a flare at the roll. He wrote a couple pitches, and he struck out.
Swing and a miss.
So the space aid started developing, and it's grown into some herpes. And
so
look, I would say, Thinker, if you're ready to get a little bit more sincere than last time, we got a few more pitches to see if you can Maybe get on first base.
Playing baseball.
Yeah, for example, instead of derailing the conversation about refraction, how about listen and participate?
Right, exactly.
How about not giving me more space viruses would be better for my well-being?
Well, that's dependent on you, brother.
So I'm curious, what did refraction have to do with the situation here?
Nothing.
That's just what we were talking about before with someone else.
No, it has everything to do with the situation.
I think he's got refracted herpes.
Yes. So let's go down the list. Refraction means broken over the back. Refraction allows you to see mountains that you shouldn't see. The applicator is not supposed to be inserted rectally. Broke back mountain. Need I say more?
Broken over the back, correct.
But no, apparently you said atmospheric refraction isn't a thing?
Atmospheric refraction is not a real thing.
But
it is a mathematical
refraction.
That is not a real thing.
So which one is it?
Neither of those. They don't. Refraction. What do you mean? Which one is it? It's neither. There's no fantasy. There is no. Which one is ours? We don't.
One.
We don't have a refraction.
Yeah,
that's happening in the atmosphere. No, we don't.
I thought we did.
We do not. Those are mathematical formulas. They are not optical.
I'm a little bit confused too, CB, because the horizon moves.
All right, yeah. Let's supposed to get.
It looks to.
That's just visibility.
Visibility.
It's literally just visible. Once you get rid of the entire paradigm of terrestrial and atmospheric refraction, it's just visibility. That's it.
Okay.
Now, if there's a distortion going on in the as you're looking through the atmosphere because of changing temperatures and stuff, it's not what they are saying it is. It's not because the light is bending at a downward rate. Yeah. The light is scattering in every direction.
I think we need to take this time to teach people about how words work. So, just because something uses the same tokens doesn't mean it's the same concept. So, for example, atmosphere, refraction. Their atmospheric refraction isn't just a general statement that, of course, light refracts in the atmosphere. No, it's a specific thing with specific equations that are based on a reification of the globe model. So it's circular, right? The Earth is a globe, first order premise. The Earth is a globe. So you start from that reasoning. This is what light does. The only way I could be able to see this object if his light is curving. Therefore, it is curving. Right? And then they say, what rate would it need to curve, right, for me to get this result? And then they call that rate, which they call the lapse rate, atmospheric refraction. So it's a title, right? It's just like you could call yourself Duke of Earl, right? Tomorrow. That doesn't mean you're an actual Duke of Earl.
Right.
All right.
Proceed, my lord.
So I'm not going to say but.
See, I want to slap the flat earther who wrote atmospheric refraction on that
me too.
Thing. I want to slap the shit out of him.
See that we actually had a meeting. Our last meeting was about that, guys. We got to be careful about this stuff. Sometimes you don't even need to put any label on there at all. Like just, sometimes.
Right.
But
so sometimes we look out and we see that it looks like it is curving. Yeah, over the horizon. Like things seem to be disappearing. No, hear me out. Things seem to look like they're dipping. And then you go back the next day and they're totally different. Now, what's actually happening there, which I assumed was refraction?
Right. See, what they're trying to do with atmospheric refraction is not explain specifically that. Right? They're trying to explain the apparent looming of objects from around the curve. And they'll call that looming, right? What we would call that is looming. We don't need refraction. It's not looming from around anything. So, what's it called? Where we AI? You might know this better than me. You're on the deck, which is horizontal, and there's an object perpendicular to it. And where the two images meet, the image of the perpendicular object and the horizon meet, you cannot distinguish between the two of them because there's distortion because the angle of incidence or the angle of resolution is too shallow. And so the two images kind of melt together. So you're not just losing the bottom of the boat, you're actually losing the top of the water too.
Yeah, I think he said it in that sentence, though, didn't you? It's angular
Creation Bear
resolution.
just posted exactly what I was about to post.
Okay.
That, like, there's no horizon line at all because, like, it's just reflecting the sky. Because once the water, yeah, go ahead, AI.
That's the key. Once things get to a certain low angle, to where so things have all things have a certain reflection to them, right? Except, I believe, amorphous carbon, I think, is the only one that's claimed to have zero reflective capability or something like that. But it all has to do with angles. So there's this thing called, if you guys don't know this, you need to look up this guy and learn all about him. He's going to up your game, DJ, on 10th level. His name is Fresnel, but his name is pronounced Fresnel, but it's spelled Fresnel because it's French.
Yeah.
So in art, all these terms are borrowed from art, by the way. So
yes, they are.
And it's coincident with optics. So when you're going to create a piece of art, you have your vanishing point, you have your horizon, you put your horizon at different points in the frame to
breaking
create
up AI.
The illusion of looking
You're breaking up AI. You're breaking up too much AI.
You have.
Is he breaking up for y'all?
Earth AI, can you
perspective?
Yeah.
You also have atmosphere.
Is AI breaking up for y'all too?
Yeah, me is.
Okay, AI, you're breaking up. AI, you're breaking up.
Perspective.
Okay, yeah.
He's doing a helio.
He's doing a helio. AI, you're breaking up. You're breaking up really super bad.
It'll be a
AI, yeah, it's impossible.
I wonder what it'll come through like for him.
I'm not even talking.
Oh no! Well, we were hearing that. Like all the stuff you said about like angles and perspective. After you said Fresnel, it started breaking up.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, you're still breaking up a little bit.
It'll be fixed.
Yeah, you'll get to a good spot. I want to ask the guys a question. How do y'all, if y'all had to describe the cone of vision, how would you describe it? Timbo, how would you describe it?
You mean our atmospheric dome that we see?
No. From in your eyes, do you have a cone of vision in your eyes? Think like you're playing Metal Gear Solid or something, and you see the guard's vision, right?
It just goes to a point.
Right. So it doesn't spread out. It actually starts wide at the periphery and goes down to a point, right? That's actually how your cone of vision works, okay? So if you do a cross section of that, it's just a triangle, isn't it? It's a flat line and a descending angle, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's say you're looking out to sea and there's a ship and you have this line, this angle that starts over your head and goes out to a point in a parallax to where it meets that horizontal line of your vision, right? Are you following me?
Yep.
Okay. Out at the horizon point, what's flat becomes a reflector of the sky. But what's vertical, that's above that angle, you can still see, but what is inside that angle disappears because the angle is too sharp. And so the bottom of the boat, right? The bottom, right? So the bottom of the boat is what disappears because how we see is straight out in a flat line with an angle above us that descends. So everything disappears out like that, and that is exactly.
So we're really looking at an optical illusion and not light being refracted.
All of it only happens in our eyes and in our cameras because we design the camera based on the principle of the lens of the eye.
That was my next question, because all these things where you see this stuff is in a camera. And if you're doing a zoom in on a camera, what you see in the foreground is always going to be larger and then exponentially more than your eye out further when you zoom in. And then you compress it so it looks like it's curved. I get it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
so
I always thought of it as maybe the light kind of refracts in the air because it's getting thicker and thicker as it gets towards you, but it's not, is it?
Nope. Yep. It's just the angle and the parallax of the anger that's like going down on the cross section, because obviously we're looking at this we're thinking of this orthographically, right? Like from a cross section side view. Where you're standing, there's a straight line coming out from your eyes to the horizon, and then there's an angle that starts above you that dips down. That just is on a gradient down to that same endpoint where the perspective ends. And this is something, if you're like me and you're an artist and you're heavily into art and training yourself and you read through all these books and stuff, like all of this stuff is completely explained.
Yeah. Yeah,
but
so
there it is.
Now,
that's why.
right?
Yeah, for now. And when I was younger, I called him Fresnel.
Yeah,
because I at the time I didn't know it was Descartes, and I was still saying Descartes because I was raised on books in the 80s, and so I didn't know how things sounded.
Yeah.
But yes, that's the solution to the problem. Is that there is no atmospheric refraction. This is trying to explain why that gap between the relics of the eye in our perspective and how we see, and why the math doesn't work. And so all they do is create an index that you can adjust mathematically as an ad hoc solution to fill in the gaps for the missing curvature.
Okay. So when they say you guys don't believe in refraction, we're talking about a totally different thing.
We are not talking about Snell's law, right?
Yeah, they're talking about refraction from one medium to another, and then we say, of course we believe in refraction. Correct. It's just the type of refraction that you're invoking is not what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think the immediately thing is when they say it's refraction, just say to them, what is refraction? Make them explain.
And then they have to give the definition of going from one medium to another, because that's the only refraction that exists.
And if you hear me, that's always been my tactic. It's a solid tactic. If you just ask them what is refraction, and they will answer. Let me give that answer.
Yeah.
Let me give you an answer that often comes up in the past. What is refraction? Light curves around a ball. Right? Light curves around the earth. That's what they think.
Right.
Yeah. At a perfect rate to make it look flat.
At all times, yes, because the earth is a trickster deity. The earth is
I think where I got confused. I think where I got confused is because I thought about the change in densities, the change in air, the more moisture down further down near the water. That's what I was thinking.
All that'll
the same problem, Andy. Yeah.
All that really does is increase the difficulty to discern the actual horizon, because like let's say you're looking out to sea and you see the horizon, right? You see the horizon, but are you sure? Are you sure that what you see is the horizon? Because what if the end of that water is the Fata Morgana and it's just reflecting the sky and you just can't see the actual horizon until a boat goes out there and you're like, oh, where the boat is floating, that's where the horizon is, and it's beyond the boat.
Right. So when they say atmospheric refraction, right? When they say atmosphere, they don't mean the ambient air. What they mean is striated delineations of densities that are curved.
Right.
Curved gradient. That's what they mean. So you notice how they're begging the question in the statement.
So they're saying each layer is curved because it has to wrap around a ball.
Which is, by the way,
trying to picture everything.
Which, by the way, is an oxymoron because gradient is a grade. Right, gradient is a straight line. Right, so a gradient is an angle.
Right, and we have to let our friend who was trying to butt in go, but after I say this, now you see why I said to Jesse, when you try to demonstrate this, you're giving me a horizontal gradient and getting the same effects that we see in real life. Right. Thank you for proving that the Earth is horizontal and flat.
Yeah, I get it.
All right, let's let our lady who was trying to get in go.
Yeah, I was just wanting to add to the Fata Morgana thing, is like, you might see, say, a boat, and you'll see it's Fata Morgana, but then a boat further into the distance, you might also see that boat's Fata Morgana, but because it's further into the distance, the horizon line's going to appear higher, or at least where like the reflection meets the initial image, it's going to appear higher. So like if you don't have any reference to like a boat or something in the horizon, it's going to appear like the ocean has like a horizontal dip, but that's just because you don't have an optical reference to
frame of reference.
Frame of reference. Yeah. And also one other thing to add, when I did go to the curvature test, which didn't end up being a curvature test, but just like optically analyzing the lake, seeing like 14 kilometers, which is about 5.5 miles into the distance, I had my telescope, I converted it to IR, and then I looked through it, and I was thinking, because it's IR, it might be able to like show like, say, 14 kilometers a lot clearer without having to have a Fata Morgana. That was what I was thinking, but it actually just showed the Fata Morgana, and I was just a bit surprised, like, wow, the IR still captures the Fata Morgana reflection thing going on.
Because it can't resolve the detail.
Yes, so that's a perfect segue to Fresnel. So back to the art class. When you have art class and you make your painting, right, you get your horizon, you get your vanishing point. You then, develop the painting with atmospheric perspective, which is increasing the amount of blues as things recede in the distance, et cetera, et cetera. But another technique that you do, especially for indoor art, is called Fresnel lighting. So what Fresnel lighting is objects that are in a room take on some attributes of the wall color and the ambient light color, right? Well, if you put on a red light in a room, everything's red, right? But if you have red walls and a blue book, the blue book isn't going to be pure blue. The majority of the color that reaches your eyes will be blue based on the angles of propagation to the angles of reception. However, some of the red will still come through. Now, if you take that same book and you keep that same red at a certain distance and a certain angle, the angles of reception and propagation will change to where the only light that can come through is the red. And that blue book will look 100% red because there's no more blue that can get to your eye. It's essentially become a reflector for the red. And this happens in real life with everything. So water is no exception. So water, once it gets far enough away from you and it's at such a shallow angle, the light of the reflection takes over the light of the water. And what do you see? You see it like a mirror, and you see the sky reflected down onto the water, and it gives the illusion that the horizon is lower than it actually is.
Right. There's another thing, too, is in that super sharp angle, if the boat fully disappears in that super sharp angle, you will sometimes see the upside down reflection of that boat in the mirror water above it, because it's reflecting that boat perpendicularly. And that's your mirage going up, because a mirage can go down or up. So it can reflect it, or it can reflect it and you have no idea where it is. But what's happened is the boat has completely entered the angle of invisibility, where you can no longer resolve it, but its reflection, it's still there, and so its reflection is poking out onto the water.
Okay, and just to clarify, you guys would say that for like the initial image, like a boat in the distance, the reflections will always be below, and it will never have like a superior reflection because it wouldn't have anything to reflect above it. right?
Right. I think most when they talk about there's a good image, Sasha. That's the upside down one. That's actually the horizon above it, and it's just reflecting in the mirror, the water's mirror surface, right?
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. So I mean, you'll get inferior and superior mirages. A superior mirage, that's just the image floating above the horizon, right?
Yeah, but wait, you'll never get like say the actual location of the image. The reflection will never be above it, right?
Right. Well, I mean, like in this case, see the ship that's by the hill, and how it's reflecting. Now it's reflecting upside down. That's
what's
the
going
important
on there?
thing. That's where it's it's reflecting off of the surface. You know how when you stand, like let's say you stand behind a mirror and you move the camera around, and you can see yourself, even though you're not in the mirror. The light from that camera is reflecting off of you, and you can see yourself standing in the non-mirrored area, right?
Yep.
That's all that's happening. Is you're looking at the boat, and it's at the right angle where the angle of the horizon comes straight back to your eye, and so it can reflect that much of the boat. That's all that's happening. It's the same principle of standing at an angle to the mirror in your bathroom and seeing like the whole hallway.
Yeah, I'll say this is quite interesting to listen to because I've been at the point where I've always been observing reflections, but I never really thought about the angle sort of thing. So it's something I'll definitely look into.
But in all these examples, doesn't change the distance to the horizon.
Well, the distance to the horizon is false anyway.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
In the sense of the globe, yeah.
There is no distance to the horizon. Here, I'll post my I'll give myself some street cred here. I'm just going to post one piece of art I did. That way everyone can know, yes, he is an actual artist.
Damn.
There.
Well, that's good.
Thank you. So, yeah, AI and I both do artwork. So,
was that you drew a portrait of somebody?
Yeah.
And I imagine you just did this just from your mind. She was sitting in front of you, right?
No, she sent me pictures.
Oh, okay.
There's a fuller image of that.
Ah. Bounce go wow.
Yeah.
It's Mimas and his dangerous women again.
Yes, and that was a very dangerous one.
She's pretty.
Yep. But anyway, yeah, it's all just, they basically just hijacked the principles of art and perspective and, tried to explain it as a curve. And it's like, well, you can't do that. So
it does seem like it's all backwards engineered.
It is.
Yeah.
That's
how you get a horizon.
You get all this confidence.
Yeah. You can't get a horizon distance if it's always, you can never pinpoint the horizon.
Right. Like, Sasha says there is no geometrical horizon. That is because there is no geometry.
Right. Yeah. So one day they go out and they say, oh, okay, the horizon's at 3 miles. And then the next day they go out and they go, horizon's at 10 miles. So what are they doing?
They're increasing. They're using the refraction formula to increase the radius of the Earth, sometimes up to 690%.
And this came, but that formula can only come up with one result if you have a radius, correct?
Right. It essentially it's a formula that makes their assertion unfalsifiable. You can't fight it because the formula always explains why you're seeing what you see. It's completely.
So they give you a range.
They give you an
from
index
this to that. Yeah.
Right.
Holy crap, dude! Holy shit!
What?
The refraction slider on Bislands goes up to 60 billion miles.
What?
Literally unfalsifiable, dude. Literally unfalsifiable.
Does he know something we don't know? We know how big the Earth actually is.
Giant Earth.
Yep.
Wait, say that number
60
again.
billion.
60 billion?
Yeah, now me and my buddy Kiwi found that out. So I was teaching him how to use the calculator and all about the Sagittal and how they break the circumference and the radius and all this nonsense. And I thought it was 60 million, but that's because we were using a condensed screen. But when you blow it up to the whole screen, then you see the other digits. And he was like, no, it's 60 billion. I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah. Man.
Where is Kiwi?
It's Pluto.
I haven't seen him for yonks.
That's why you cannot see the curvature.
Right. So what we found, so check this out. We were going through the Canigoo, right? And there's certain things. And when you can pick the refractions that you're going to use. So you can pick some standard ones that are just called standard refraction, which is just 7/6R retardation, right?
Right.
Or you could pick like something called extreme refraction, right? Now, if you take the Canigoo shot, right, and the math, in order for you to be able to see it, you would need a certain type of refraction, right? Now, lo and behold, if you do the slider versus pick the extreme refraction category, they are off by 1/10 of a decimal. So a tenth, what's that, 100th? Anyway, whatever. No, yeah, 3 decimal places or something like that. So
1,000. A tenth of a decimal is 1,000th, isn't it?
Yes, but what does that mean, though? Think about it. It means he called extreme refraction the exact amount of refraction needed to defeat the Canigoo shot. So think about that.
Yeah.
You just call something extreme refraction, and then people say, oh, it was extreme refraction present that day. But it's a tab that you can click. But it's the exact same thing as just moving the slider to exactly where the Canigoo shot math is able to be seen if the Earth was a globe.
Right.
Isn't that coincidental?
Yes, it's fill in the blank. We don't know what the index of refraction was that day. We're going to use this to figure out what the index was because we already know it's a globe.
But what do they say? What's their answer to when it's in an IR shot, though, which is supposed to get rid of the refractive rate?
They don't care.
They just use the same thing? So they
they whistle past it. They whistle past it. That's it.
Dude,
does the IR, like, what does the IR do? It just gets rid of glare and haze, doesn't it?
Visible light.
Man, I heard the guy was claiming that with infrared you have more refraction.
That's stupid because how does invisible light refract? Like how does he know how it refracts? Right?
Like how level it's curved in the same way.
I mean this is the entire problem is that I wish more flat earthers would like get the balls to just ask us and say, okay, I don't understand it, just explain it to us. Because I think we explain it fairly well that it's just not real. It's part of atmospheric refraction is like them getting you to argue about their globe model with them. If you're arguing refraction with them, you're arguing their model with them. And they can change it and do whatever. So what you do is you just defeat the model and say, that's just a model, it's not real. That is the answer to atmospheric refraction, because it's not real.
Well, the only problem is that kind of distortion, it's making you that you can see more. That's somehow ridiculous.
Right.
Yep. Can we talk about atmospheric magnification? Does that also make it look like it's going over? Because, like, I know we spoke about it's angular view, angular perspective that makes things at the bottom disappear. Now, when you have atmospheric magnification on the horizon, does that emphasize the bottom disappearing as well?
Yes, usually. Well, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Because with magnification, it actually makes it look like something is round. You know what I mean? Like your whole vision looks round.
When you magnify something, sometimes the object that you're magnifying, as it gets bigger, it disappears below a false horizon because you've magnified it. You've made it bigger.
Yeah, and the
there's something only optically in front of it, but it's not physically in front of it.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. All right.
And like in Hollywood, there's a type of zoom, there's this dramatic zoom where they can zoom in on an object, and like the foreground shrinks, but the object gets bigger. And and that's kind of what's happening in the atmosphere. Sometimes you'll zoom in on a boat, and the boat will, out of scale, enlarge as you zoom in.
Yeah. That's what I was talking about with the camera lenses. Yeah.
Right, but it doesn't magnify in just one direction. It magnifies in all four directions, up, down, left, and right.
It picks up everything in the foreground gets bigger and bigger from what you actually see, and then it focuses in on this small part, so it actually looks like it's hard to explain, but you just explained it perfectly for me. Yeah, something just clicked this morning. It's good.
There you go. But yeah, that refraction used to be everybody's scariest subject.
Yeah, I just got to go. Nice talking to everyone.
See you, Stroll.
Yeah, good to see you again.
Later.
Yeah, bye.
Wow.
Sasha, we don't use that picture anymore. Delete it from all your stuff. We got a new one. We got a new one without that stupid phrase at the bottom of it.
No. Oh, okay.
There we go.
The thing is, they always claim refraction, but they can never give you any of the conditions or the refractive index or any of that stuff. The refraction is just an answer by the globies for basically everything they can't explain, because it seems to explain away everything. I don't think it's scary.
It's ad hoc. It's completely ad hoc.
But look at that now, Gif. Do you see that houses and buildings?
Yes.
They are not changing the distance. They're there. They're only changing the shape.
Yeah. Well, look how much distortion there is.
There's magnification there as well. Look at that last bit where the house gets really long.
Yeah, but they're there. You do understand? Yeah. They're there. They are not moving. They will be there always.
Yeah.
Right, but
not going anywhere, mate.
Listen. To speak about distances when you're talking about an image that's two-dimensional, you have to understand that the real world is three-dimensional. So the real world has three axes. All images only have two axes. So the depth axis is in a plane with the vertical or horizontal axes. So the information isn't like representing itself how it's going to appear in spatial reality. We obviously know this. We all know what perspective is. You never see things where they actually are. Never. There's never been a time in your life where you saw something exactly where it is. At best, you might say, well, when things are really close to me, like my hand in front of my face or something, that's the closest you can ever get to an object being where it should be in spatial relationship. But with cameras, it's a little different, because with your eyes, you're experiencing a three-dimensional world that's rendered for you in your mind, right? You're not just seeing exactly what the light is showing you. You're doing some three-dimensional effects in your mind. You're getting that depth perception. You're experiencing yourself in the three-dimensional world. And part of that is why you make such erroneous assumptions about photographs. Because in the three-dimensional world, objects are constant. My cup is where it is. If I put this cup behind this, I can't see the bottom. So it's not irrational to look out at the world, not understanding optics, and assume physical locations. So it's almost like no harm, no foul. They were doing the best that they could with what they had, but it got out of hand, right?
Right.
Wanderer's back. He was the one that I was asking for that 120K laser test for. We'll see if did you end up reading it, Wanderer?
Yes.
Yeah. So have you got anything to?
It was like 50 pages. I Didn't read all.
Yeah, but you can go to
be honest.
you can go and look at the data and stuff like that, and the measurements and things like that. So,
Yeah. What is? I am disappointed there was no like video for the experiment.
Well, it's better than a video. It's data.
Yeah, but I prefer to see visual evidence.
Okay.
Look, man.
But you did see the video with the 40 kilometer laser test as well, though, didn't you?
It was 20 kilometers.
No, you didn't watch the end of the video then. The last test is 40 kilometers.
It's 40.
Yeah, the last one. I sent the data with it as well for that FE core laser test.
Yeah.
40 kilometers.
I might watch it later.
Yeah. So, do you see what we were talking about yesterday? So, even if they're doing a 10 or a 20 or a 30 or a 40, they're not detecting any elevation in the laser, which would be drop in angle. Yeah, like it's staying at the same rate.
Yeah.
And you were saying, oh, okay, well that's just refraction.
Yeah.
So,
I see your point.
and then we go up to 120 kilometers, and then are you still saying that the lasers are refracting? So they just perfectly match the drop rate to end up at the same height as they left off from, or is it just flat? It's just a flat surface. Hmm?
Well, it says it's a flat surface.
It seems to be a flat surface, doesn't it? Yeah. That's what we were getting at yesterday. So, and then you started going to satellites and things like that. But if we're not detecting any curvature, when we're here on the Earth, then all this stuff about that comes with the globe is not relevant because we haven't detected any curvature to make a globe. So all that stuff after is irrelevant.
Yeah, about the satellites yesterday, there were many people talking, especially Elijah. I didn't.
Yeah, it was hard to hear.
I felt like no one understood my point about satellites. But it is what it is.
Yeah, but you understand what we're saying about satellites, yeah? Jedi said, yeah, you can have them on balloons, but we actually don't need to explain satellites, because if you've got no globe, then what are you flying satellites around?
If what?
If we don't have a globe, then what are your satellites that are going around this globe? What are they doing? Because you don't have a globe in the first place.
They're flying back and forth, I guess.
They're flying back and forth. Well, there are winds that circle, but that's what we were saying about balloons. But we don't really you went from gravity, you went from curvature to gravity to satellites to all over the place, and we're still stuck on this premise that we live on a ball when we can't detect curvature, and the antecedent for a sphere is curvature. If you don't have curvature, you don't have a sphere. So there's no more arguments.
When I was talking about satellites, I was talking about whether gravity exists or not. Like,
we went to I remember buoyancy and density. Yeah, up and down. Yeah. But gravity only needs to exist because your gravity is everything is attracted to the center of a mass. So for that, you need a ball. We don't have one.
Yeah. Like satellites are obviously very dense. Like if that means that it should fall to the ground, right?
Well, I don't know. It depends what your version of a satellite is.
Yeah, literally
Can a satellite fly around on a balloon? Because NASA do admit that they have balloon programs. So do the military.
Yeah, but the thing is, the pictures of satellites look like you can't fit a balloon in it.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, man. Did you see a picture of a satellite?
What, a real one? Can you show me one?
Like, I see where you're going. Like, I can't 100% guarantee you that the picture is real, though.
Yeah, and what size it is.
It's from NASA.
And that it can't be carried by a helium balloon. You know how big some of these helium balloons are?
How big?
Well, NASA says some of them are as big as a football field.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
Yeah, it's big. And what they've admitted that they do is that they actually have a device which can change the altitude of the balloon to get it into positions where they want it to go. So you have these currents that go around, air currents. Some of them go in different directions. So if you raise altitude, you catch another wind, go in a different direction. Lower it, come back in a different direction. So it's not like this is not a made-up thing. This is, NASA admitting that they've had this technology since, I think it's the 50s or the 40s. I'll have to check that one out.
Yeah, man, I am here.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's definitely something worth looking into, because you did come up with the regular kind of arguments about why it is a globe, and I'd love to hear if you've thought about it and what actual proof you've got of you living on a globe that's spinning in a vacuum of space. Do you still have anything, that's definitive for you?
Well, so far I just have faith that it is spherical.
Yeah.
But evidence-wise, I don't really have something definitive to prove it.
Yeah.
And from your evidence, it seems like its surface is flat. That's me being completely honest.
Well, yeah. So just don't take my word for it or anyone's word for it on here. Just keep on looking and doing your own research. That's the only way you're going to prove it to yourself.
Yeah, I will do it later. I have other things to do.
Yeah. Oh, good man. All right. Yeah. I got to
Thanks. How are you all doing, by the way?
What's that?
How are you all doing?
Yeah, good. Good. And got a little bit fiery yesterday, but we're all adults, so we can get past that.
How's your morning, Tim?
Yeah, good, mate. How'd you go? Did you end up doing that that podcast, or?
Nah, I still haven't heard anything from him.
He never called you?
Yeah. No, I got nothing, man.
Maybe he went to look about flat Earth and he debunked himself.
Maybe. I'm having another discussion at the moment. They're trying to tell me that you would only see curvature from the front of the plane because of the horizon, and that you would never expect to see curvature or the horizon from the side window of a plane.
McDonald's Earth, I call it.
Yeah, they gave me a little calculator to work it all out, apparently.
So you can only see it from the front of the plane, but you can't see it from the sides
the exact
of the plane.
Quote is that...
So it curves at the front and then goes flat at the sides, and then curves back up at the other side?
No idea. So someone put on Facebook, no pilot has ever seen the Earth's curvature, who's obviously a flat earther. And then the answer is no, not the left to right curve. No, there is no expectation to see a left to right curve. They do see curvature of the horizon. and they
In
do
front of
see
them.
in front of them.
Through 3 layers of perspex out of a curved window?
Yeah, but apparently you don't see it. So my answer was, well, if you're at that height and you're seeing curvature from the front, you should be seeing curvature in all directions. But apparently that's incorrect.
No, we live on toilet paper roll Earth.
Yeah, it's very strange that you never see
we
this.
live on cylinder Earth.
Yeah. It's very amazing that we, even on the beach, we never seem to see this left to right curvature.
But if you turn the aeroplane, then left and right will be in different position.
Yes, but you should be seeing curvature from that height in all directions.
Well, you should measure also on the ground if it's there.
I'll find a link.
Ration Beer, why am I in detention?
Did you swear?
No.
Are you sure? Even I use the word like pussy, even words like that get you in detention in text.
Yeah, even polite Australian words like pussy put him in detention. Can't believe it.
No, you
because I reacted to gay flag on his messages.
No,
gay flag on mine.
But you can't just spam it on the whole chat.
I just did what's considered a very brave.
You literally put a gay flag on my message. It's retaliation.
Well, look at what you said.
What did he say? Where is it?
Did you say level is curved?
Here, I mean,
Space says I'm gonna. There, now you've got 2. Now you've got 2 rainbow flags.
Bro, what?
But just chill out, bro. You can't be spamming stuff in the chat.
Oh yeah.
You guys don't even respect me, dude. You give me space aids, whatever this
I don't get no
other
respect.
is, and then you react to gay flag on my message, and then you put me in detention, bro. You know how bad this feels.
I just went away to Sydney for a few days last weekend, and I've never seen anything like it. Talking about the rainbow flag, they've painted all their crosswalks and crossings in the rainbow colours. There's stickers on every car, every window, even the hotels, the crossings in the hotel, instead of them being the white, they're all painted in the flags.
They just had the Mardi Gras, didn't they?
They did.
$3.6 trillion a year. That is the LGBT profit margin for corporations. That's just in the United States. It is not, yes, it is not organic. It is not real.
And what's the percentage of the population?
Yeah, it is 1% of the population identifies as exclusively being gay. Yes, 1%.
It was everywhere I went and everywhere I looked. Like I said, every window, every car had a sticker on them. Every shop had a sticker on it. Every crosswalk was painted. Every building had flags, lights.
Purely manufactured corporate.
So I get it now. It's the sausage fest.
No. The people who are promoting it are mostly not gay.
Oh,
sorry guys, I got a call coming in.
Okay. American liberals.
Hold on.
They don't want to be cancelled and their business shut down. That's all.
All right, we're not going to talk about this. I think this is this is part of the new terms and services.
Creation Bear, can you at least get me out of detention?
You're not allowed to speak disparagingly about a group. I'm just talking about corporations.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Creation Bear, can you let me out of detention, please? You've already given me space AIDS and herpes. Come on, it's enough, man.
Here, if y'all are interested, read that little blurb I posted.
Creation Bear, come on, dude. You put me in detention. Take me out, dude. Come on.
Bro, you didn't even realize I already fixed all that. So
Yeah, you're not in detention.
Come on, dog.
In 2015, the LGB market was over $900 billion. It's very hard to create any new markets out of sexual identity when you are a sexually dimorphic species. Gender identity changes all that into the normalization of body dissociation via T plus and the big corporate propaganda running 24/7, 365 days a year for about 7 years straight. And you have now generated a market. They are inventing a market. That is all this is. And it's a tiny, tiny portion of the population. This is going to go away. It is not going to stick around, and it is not going to change everybody. So nobody needs to worry about this stuff.
I mean, thing is, servers are dropping like flies at the minute, so I think you should take that down, personally.
It's all good.
I've got Wolfgang in the chill text posting some gnarly shit, and then you're posting that. You give me anxiety, yo. This is not good. This is not good for me.
It's not good, is it?
I care about the server, and I don't want it to disappear.
Right. I think it'll be... As long as you don't talk... the terms of service are clear that you can't disparage a group. And right now what we're talking about is we're talking about corporate profits.
Yeah, I always think whatever the current psyop is, don't
don't discuss it. Well, there's some things they want that, believe it or not, they want this talked about. This is one of the things they want talked about. They want the debate going on. They want the fight to go on, because all that does is advertise more and more and more. The last thing they want is people not being mad and talking about it.
Hey, I've got to go, guys. Thanks for the chat this morning. I learned a fair bit. Thanks, Mimus. Thanks, AI.
All right. See you, Timbo.
Do they get profit from that, or is it just to distract people?
It's for profit, because like it says, there was a $900 billion profit in 2015. That was kind of the upper limits of what that was ever going to give them, right? And so they bombarded everyone with these corporate propaganda to actually create a market for multiple genders, since it's hard to market to a sexually dimorphic species, as she said. And now the market's at $3.6 trillion.
Man, just leave them. Just leave them there, man. Don't worry about the market. Just leave it there, man.
I was gonna say the best thing you can do with all this current year crap is just ignore it. Just ignore it. Don't even care about it, and that's the best thing to do.
Yeah.
I am gonna go down to chill chat and check it out.
Anyways, I'm having some struggles with creation beer because his cream is not working, and then it's just space herpes and space AIDS, and I don't know what's coming next. Yeah.
Well, we've been working to flatten the curve, so luckily we fought back. I think we got rid of the space crabs. So, hopefully you're just not like a breeding source where it'll start evolving again, cause more variance. So, just make sure you wear that diaper supplied with the cream.
All right. So can I apply for the flat Earth role now?
You wanna have another swing?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm just gonna ask you the same few questions from last time. See if you took some notes. Do you remember what the radius of the Earth is?
24,000 something.
Yeah, that's the circumference. But I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. What about the distance to the sun or the moon?
I think it was 23,000.
What?
Well,
wait. It was no. I remember now. It was in miles. It was 93 miles. In miles, it was like 93. I remember it in miles. I don't know. Like,
Are you answering like a flat earther now?
Yeah, but you had it. It's 93 million miles for the sun.
Oh,
Why do you want the flat Earth roll? That'll be my next question.
To show that I'm a flat earther.
Okay, well, this is your chance to shine. So go ahead and show us why. What makes you a flat earther? What kind of evidence brought you to this?
I'm a flat earther because I believe in what I see, and I see that the Earth is flat, and I don't see no curves.
Because Earth is big. Earth is big.
Yeah, but it's too big to see the curve. So how do you know it doesn't curve?
Because when you get on the plane and then you keep going, you just see flat surfaces.
Yeah, but that's not high enough to see the curve. So how do you know it's still not curved? How do you know it's still not curving?
I guess you could use like the black swan.
Oh, okay. So you've heard of the black swan?
Yeah, like with the oil rig.
Is it about the horizon or is it about something else?
This is about oil rig.
Are you still with us?
Yeah, sorry about that. The space herpes were kicking in.
No worries. Is the black swan about something, the horizon or something else?
It was about the horizon.
Okay. Do you think you could just kind of give me a nutshell, in a nutshell, what the argument is, the black swan? If you're going to explain it to a 5-year-old, go ahead and give us.
So the black swan is like, yeah, I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, but you brought it up though.
There were two oil rigs, and then one was fake, and then one was real, because the other one was like reflecting.
They are
like,
both real.
One was fake.
They are both real. Do you know? And they are not only both. You have more of them. Oh my God. Tinker. There is more of them than two, but we were looking, that's two. But you failed.
You want to learn what the black swan is? Maybe you could come back and try again next time. Might help the space aids go away.
One thinker, you need to think.
Because neither of those are fake. Let's just put it that way. If you're a flat earther, what you see is there.
Can you play
Nathan
Oakley?
I was. We're thinking the same thing. Yeah, let me pull that up.
Lighthouse.
I'll post it in the live stream and then I'll play it through the bottom. It's only 1 minute long.
Yeah.
And actually take notes as well. This is a message for myself, but notice how in the back of he's finishing his message and it does get rumpus just a little bit by people kind of chiming in and giggling and stuff. So I'm a guilty of this. Sometimes I'll be just like chuckling and laughing. But pay attention to that. Just pay attention at the end of this clip here.
It's a picture of a clock tower at about 20 miles at Barrow-in-Furness, and it's just a picture of a clock. Now, as a flat earther, I look at this picture and say, clock at 20 miles. That's the end of my explanation. As a flat earther, I can make that statement. I'll say it again. Clock at 20 miles. Now, if you're a fundamentalist religious zealot, then that's not a clock at 20 miles. That would be a slightly looming, non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection of a clock from behind the reified edge of a sphere based on an R value and a begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking curve calculator to turn a clock which seems to be there into a clock which is not actually there. That's what you have to assert if you're a globehead. So it's not a clock, it's a holographic projection of a clock from behind the reified edge of an Earth curve based on a begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking curve calculator. As opposed to me, that's a globehead explanation. I say clock, 20 miles.
I'm a man, Nate.
It's so funny.
I guess I can't blame him because it is pretty funny. But yeah, Thinker's gone. Guess he do. I don't know what his deal is.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He's really trolly though.
ED 2.0. I don't know what
I will go with second one because first one saying only clock, doesn't say anything. But second one is more scientific.
It's just so boring. Yeah, let's just go with the second one. More fun.
Second one, it's telling you, it's more clever. It's telling you something.
I mean, hyenas are cool.
Sounds more scientifically. I don't know.
I think there's been times when I've been able to remember it verbatim. Non-standard, slightly looming non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection of a clock from behind the now debunked reified sphere edge, formerly known as Earth curve. Bam. That's a lot of words to debunk their BS. Yeah, for a clock, exactly.
But the funniest thing is what he's saying is actually what they're saying.
Right. It's not like we're making that up. That's what they're saying. Slightly looming, non-standard refraction, hyena holographic projection of a clock. I think I had to ask him one time what the hyena reference was.
Yeah, what's
I don't remember. We'll have to go. Like we should go hang out with him on his panel more often. But we'll have to ask him.
It's a weird time for me.
I bet. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, it's been. I usually wake up a little bit in the middle of the show.
Always there.
But I'll have to ask him again what the hyena thing is because I thought that was really funny. He
also has Sasha's name in the replays.
Yeah, Sasha's throwing the donations and stuff too. I like his show; it's great. What was I going to say?
Fuck, I could say that I'm PayPal, Nathan PayPal in these last 3 years.
Yeah, I mean, I would support him too if I had extra cash. Why not? But he'd have to help me out. But I'm gonna say he also has that donkey dick horizon thing, and that's really funny too. I've been trying to adopt.
That?
Let's see. Well, it's the tangent. They talk about drawing a tangent. When there's refraction, whatever. He's like, "Oh, you've got your donkey dick tangent line or whatever," because it's all curved. So I've heard him say that before a bunch of times. I thought that was really funny.
But that was the best time, CB. I learned a lot from Globers, not from Nathan.
When they used to come in and kind of just say crazy stuff.
Because their claims was like, for me, like, oh, my God, these people are saying this. I cannot believe. That was like, I want to, because that was like a Nathan. That name was years ago. Let's say 5 years ago. If you want to prove the globe, go to Nathan. Who the fuck is Nathan? And then I started to watch every day, and every day I was like, it must be one guy to kill this fucking Nathan. No, nobody, nothing, only attacking bullshit, ad hocs, all the fucking time. And he's all the time an argument. And yes, and he's swearing, and he's not. And I'm like, okay, swear fucking, because they are all the time. They started like that. they made the shows like before any flat earther, like a fucking retarded flat earther, dipshit. That came from them, not from us in the beginning. But people doesn't know that everything it's deleted like from internet.
I miss those days. I used to sit in the back of the class. You know, I fell into the Oakley camp early, and I would just sit in the back and take notes and listen. I appreciate the work you did.
My God, how many? I can say thank you, Rumpus, and thank you, Zanik. You are my best proof for the art.
Well, that's how we get our practice here too. It's like when people come in and chat with us, that's how you work on your skills. You know,
I must make that gravity survey. I must ask people when Glover comes, whoever, even that famous one, what is gravity? And they will say, and all of them they will say, and then you can put all of them together, and then you will hear. Then you will hear that will be the best clip. You know, you will have so many different answers.
Well, I used to watch.
Yeah.
I used to watch Nathan for almost a solid year before I came to 24/7 about 3.5 years ago, and I just got to where I just really loved when Nathan would abuse them so badly. I thought it was so funny that he just abused them, and they deserved every bit of it. You know, that's what I came to understand was that, you know, Nathan Oakley's an asshole for sure to those people, but they deserve it. I've just come to believe that they deserve every bit of it.
Yeah, you're correct. Totally deserve it.
Just the fact that they've all got different answers for gravity, and then the main people say we don't understand it, but people come in and try and explain it.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, Sasha, how you can just line up a bunch of people. I talk about this all the time. If you just scoop up a random sample of 10 people, they'll all have a bunch of different answers about stuff, gravity and all kinds of stuff. But I wanted to play a song, if you guys don't mind. Shout out, just a little tribute to Nathan. And it's not too long, I think. It actually was it's on McToon's channel. And I feel like they try to make it as like a diss, but it turned out to be kind of a fire track. If you guys don't mind, I'm just going to play a quick song for him. A little tribute to Nathan Oakley.
Suck on my nuts. That's my balls in his mouth.
Not safe for work.
Yeah, you can suck my balls. 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 In your mouth. Mouth. Balls. Balls. In your mouth. Mouth. That is my balls in your mouth. Yeah, enjoy the taste of my nuts. Bro? Maybe my balls in your mouth for a few more minutes. Enjoy the taste of my nuts. Gamma. Balls. Balls. In your mouth. Mouth. With my nuts on your face. To suck my nuts. You suck on my nuts. Then tell me how my nuts taste. Now I'd like to know how my balls taste. You fucktard. You are a spastic, and you're getting teabagged by a flat earther. Now enjoy the taste of my nuts, you stupid spastic. Yeah, chuckle for me, fundy fuck. You're being teabagged by me. Balls. Balls. In your mouth. Mouth. Balls. Balls. In your mouth. Mouth. As a result, you're being asked how my nuts taste, you fucking weirdo. You suck on my nuts. You suck on my nuts.
Jeez.
That's really, yes, that's really. I stuck my balls in your mouth afterwards. To suck my nuts. Bleat how unfair it is while you gag on my bollocks. Balls. Balls. In your mouth. Balls. Balls. In your mouth. Come on and suck on my nuts. Come on and suck on my nuts. To suck my nuts. Yeah, you're getting fucking teabagged. Don't insult me or ad hom me as I teabag you. Yeah, I'll just gag you with my nuts. That's what I'll do. Enjoy my balls in your mouth, do you?
Well, folks, that's when Globers try to make a song that's trying to. Supposedly, that's insulting. I thought
Hilarious.
it was hilarious. I thought it was hilarious. The beat's fire, so I got to give him that. The beat's fire. Indigo's in the chat, mad. But
yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Yeah.
Indigo, look, I was gonna say I've got some music on my SoundCloud. I'm not claiming to be freaking rap god over here, but it's not it's not balls in your mouth. That's just them trying to make like a diss track, I guess. I actually have a real diss track to the Globers on my SoundCloud, so it goes hard. All right, so check that out. I'll drop a link. I don't think the Globers have any other good. Do they have any good music? Like, I think we have all the best music in terms of this debate. I mean, we got to give it to them. Maybe they have some mainstream stuff, but some pretty famous songs that talk about like the world turning and stuff like that. But that's about all they got.
Yeah, but that's not Globers. That's just indoctrination that everyone thinks that that's what's happening.
Right. What was I say? That's all they can brag about, though. But yeah, we actually have some creative type stuff. Let me get a link here. Sorry, I probably made a few people's ears bleed there. That was pretty vulgar.
It was funny.
I thought it was funny. The beat goes hard too. I'm always bobbing in the background, like to the beat like that. All right, here's a link to the SoundCloud. The diss track is called Space Ghost. If you want to hear that one. One of these days, I'll do like a little lyric review. I'll talk about some of the bars I got missed, type of thing. Might do that sooner than later. Been thinking about that more and more. Freestyles, a little bit. Every once in a while, there's a guy who does like. In the past, we've had a couple people try to do little musical jam band type stuff, like drums and guitar and singing, but everyone's lagging and it never works. But it is kind of funny. I'm doing a little freestyling though. My latest song, I dubbed a freestyle, so you check that out too if you want. Shit, if you want, I'll just play it. All right, yeah. I'll just throw a freestyle in the chat in the bot. My most recent project is called Globalists. Check it out. Had to make a song for the Globers. They ain't even know what they told us. He got flight smacked in October. It didn't go as smooth as he hoped for. Earth don't move, didn't notice. Heart gone cold, get a frozes. Need somewhere to cry, we got shoulders. Refraction can't move mountains. Flat earth move boulders. Kick 3 points, we got holders. Midwest when it be snowing. Better wake up, need the Folgers. Got the win in hand, no folding. Earth don't move, I told him. Global stay mad, head exploding. Hold up. Now flat earth got exposure. All we doing is exposing globers. Get him, Sasha. Listen this. Andy and Crypto got fish and chips. Netflix and chillin' out with your chick. I told her the earth is as flat as it gets. Once you go flat, you don't go back again. Bodie saw curve on me, left, right, it hit. Flash met the Glover, got Mac right and quit. Globe is all over by the sounds of it. It's a limp dick, just like Sally's bridge. Got them cold cuts, just to need a fridge. Flat earth jab, get them needles quit. Platform, hill house, you can clearly see it. Swallows gonna need to concede and quit. Evidence, but no, we ain't seen it. Dirty globe, we cleaned them. Flat earth laser, we beamed them. Shout out to Dave, this is not a fakes. Yeah, globers be slaves. Stay in them caves, homies got played. Yeah, space is all gay. Yeah, globers getting paid. Stop the globe and press play. It's flat up in this place. Take my facts and I spray. He fell to his knees to the globe he prayed. CJ, Indio, globers be acting silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy, some makes a million. Central, Martov. Globers be acting silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy, some makes a million. Flatty, Kiwi. Globers be acting silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy, some makes a million. T-Watt, Timbo. Globers be acting silly though. Probably flex make it a million. Goofy, some makes a million. You know what I do at the end of the song? Shout out to all of my dogs, yeah. Yeah. And a special shout out to Lobby Squad, yeah. CB. Yeah. Guess I could do a little mini lyric review for practice since I haven't done it before. So. Indigo still hating in the chat. No, but yeah, the beat's fire. That's actually why I made this song. I just heard that somewhere and I really liked it. So all right, I gotta put some lyrics on this. But let me pull those lyrics up. And we can talk about it. Song is your favorite. Nice. Didn't like.
Maybe we should get Indigo in to talk about flat Earth.
Yeah, Indigo, I don't think we spoke, so if you're welcome to chime in and kind of give us your thoughts on the topic of the Earth and stuff. You were asking some good questions in the panel. Maybe that's what I'll do instead of talking about the lyrics. That's what I'll do. So I'll just kind of ask. We can talk about some of the stuff you were asking. Maybe some of the other people on the panel can input. You got a question I didn't address at the end anyway. You said at the end, it's almost as if apart from the Earth, there's an entire solar system, entire galaxies that are completely non-existent according to you. Yeah, we definitely don't think that the Earth belongs in a galaxy or a solar system. I actually have a little drawing that I made for that. Let me post that. All right. All right, sorry that took forever, but I drew this a while back. So the thing in the little swirly in the top is supposed to represent a galaxy, and the ground, the little line at the bottom, would represent the Earth. And so people say that the Earth is in something that you see in the sky, a galaxy. They say we're in the Milky Way galaxy. Anyone want to make that make sense? I have another one for eclipses, because people are always like, oh, well, eclipses debunks the Earth. It's basically the same idea. How is the ground? Ooh, let me get just a screenshot. Yeah, it's basically the same thing. How is the ground blocking your view of things in the sky? Or how is the ground in something that you see in the sky? So you were asking like, oh, well, you guys don't think that, the solar system exists? No. Well, no. At least the Earth isn't in things that you see in the sky. Flat Earth is not compatible with outer space.
Oh, I can get you, CB, but look at that flat, that land, he doesn't get what that means.
Well, all right, I'll explain it a little bit. There's no such thing as you having the ability to zoom out and see the whole Earth. People will say, well, show me what the Earth looks like, blah, blah, blah. Some people made this meme, show me flat. And so it's always going to be this horizon, this flat horizon. There's no such thing as you being able to see the whole thing, zoom out with your eyeballs. You can't do that. So that's why I drew the line, because, well, what else would I draw? That's insane, actually. But yeah, there's no way to see with the globe. People want to be able to look at the Earth like you can look at a puppet on your hand. This outside view. That's a God's perspective. You don't get that perspective. And so as you learn more about the flat Earth and some of the arguments, you'll come to realize that there is no, in my view, there is no outside. So you can't leave, turn around, and take a selfie, and see the Earth in its entirety because you got so far away. I think we talked about that a little bit earlier. I think that maybe we were in the chat with someone else. Someone was asking like, "Oh, maybe we'll get the technology to do it," and I was saying that I don't think even if we had infinite technology, I don't think you'll get the ability to quote unquote see the whole Earth. I mean, the best that I can think of that we already have things like panorama photos on your phone, right? You can stand in the middle of your room and do a spin around while taking this panoramic photo and get a photo of the whole room. But you can't do that with the entirety of the Earth and then see the whole thing. It's just not something that your fellow man will be able to provide for you. This layout of the whole Earth. And so we get often asked, well, show me a model. Give me a little toy of the Earth. How would I do that when I don't know what the whole layout of the Earth looks like? How would I? I just say, like, you'll have to ask whoever you think made the Earth. You said, or John Doe, who created the Earth. So someone had sent an image that speculates what the Earth looks like from an exterior eye. Yeah, that would be just pure speculation. Someone just imagining something. And so you can just there's lots of concepts out there because there's new people coming into the topic all the time. Think of a child. Let me post something else. Think of a little child, right? When they're born into a crib. Above the crib, you might put a mobile. And so, let me. So bad at multitasking. Here it is. So, you might put this above the mobile. Now, is that what it all looks like? No. But it's a concept for new minds to sort of get a better understanding of the idea. So you will come, if you hang around the flat earth, especially on the fringes where the the anti-flat earthers are and the YouTube videos trying to debunk it, they'll give you lots of different ideas, little concepts about what a flat earth might look like. There's tons of them. But earlier someone in the chat said they were kind of listening to our points, and they got to a point where they're like, wow, man, that's crazy. Like, I just still have a hard time imagining a flat earth. And two people chimed in, myself and one of the admins was like, don't imagine it. Because then you're just speculating, like that person who sent you that image. But
Maybe
like
I
I
ready
said,
for my.
Yeah, go ahead.
I ready for my picture now.
Sure.
Okay. Look at this.
Yeah, we'll see. That helps prove my point. That there's lots of ideas that will help a new mind understand.
But look at this now. Do you see that land? It's in the middle of the circle. That first circle.
Yeah.
That's 60. Imagine that it's 60 degrees, and all that out. It's that's 30 missing. Now my question is: look at that. I pointed out that space around that ring. That ring, maybe it's bigger than all that space inside. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Do you understand how much space we doesn't know regularly what they are saying, because we cannot go 60 degrees south. If it's that map, let's say, that means that we don't know maybe even more space than what we have inside.
Correct.
That means that in between there could be also land, and we don't know even that because we cannot go even there.
Yeah, basically what he's saying is they've set up a playpen, and who's to say what's outside of that? At least not me or anyone in this panel is going to be able to say that. So, but I wouldn't imagine. Yeah, I'm glad you drew that, Sasha. At first, I thought that was like your idea of the Earth. But you're saying that there's unknowns. All that, those lines, those hashes, that's unknown.
With that given map, if it's that 60 degrees, you're missing 30 degrees now south. That's 30 degrees. That ring, look how big it is. That is more, how to say, space than that ring, that circle inside.
Yeah.
That means that it could be that it's only this is drawing. If it's circular, it could be, I could draw
I was
whatever.
gonna say the only way I would improve this is by just removing the farthest outer ring. What you have drawn there is perfect, and then you have the hashes where all the hashes are. That's like all the unknown area. But to capsulate that with a ring, I think that would be the error, to say, oh well, it's circular. But if you just remove that, it leaves the unknown, and that's basically our position.
But for example, now another example. Look at yourself. If you have a ship and you are from left down, left bottom, and you need to go to the let's say on the right side. Look at that. You inside of the circle also have a lot of sea. Let's say, Look at the land and look at the sea, and that space also. You can lose yourself there. Like even if you know that's inside of 60 degrees, not outside. That's also big, That ocean, it's so big that you don't know where it's finishing, how it's going, where it's going, and what is going on.
Yeah, people have some weird ideas about roaming the Earth. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have a lot of water, that for sure. That I believe in that. And land, it's not so big. At least that's what we know, because behind, I don't know, it could be everything land again. But people must look into that to have that picture also, that all that domes with like they are different of them, separated. Only to have that in mind. Okay, this is somebody put it like that, but that's an idea. It's nothing. Imagination. But when people,
Which just goes back to the original point.
When you show that plate, how to say horizontal, they how to say, they want entire Earth, like a flat. They want model. They want to shape. They want to know where are the borders, everything, Then and put that everything in space again.
Anyone hyped about tomorrow's? I guess it's today. Today's observation at the Old Bedford River.
Right.
It's gonna be an optical observation over 6 miles. Like how often someone sees something like that? Will there be a curve? Maybe not. Who knows? I'm bringing it up because earlier, I tried to bring it up, but I don't know. I think I left the server, or I don't know what happened by accident or something. Maybe I was kicked. I don't know.
Maybe just keep changing your name.
Yeah, so these guys, the OTL crew, they'll point two auto levels at each other and observe over a distance of 6 miles. See what can be seen, right? And they'll do it on Discord live, so people can go in, do a recording by themselves, right? And not claim someone has doctored the footage. I guess that's cool. Anybody with me on that? No, I guess not, but it's gonna be cool. Who does stuff like that? Like I see in other servers, people all day talk, right? But these people are gonna do something in reality. 6 miles, baby. Everybody can join. That's the fun part. Like if you join, you can ask them move the camera like this, so you can see what happens with the reticle. Isn't that cool? They like setting the standard for this type of stuff. So, anyone here? What do you guys think? Will we see a curvature, or will we see reality, or something else?
Server.
What channel?
Anyways, I put the Discord link in my profile if anybody wants to check it, because I don't think I'm allowed in the live stream for some reason, but I don't know why. Maybe they didn't do enough PR, the OTL guys. People don't know about this. Some servers even refuse to even mention it. They don't want to talk about it. It's like they don't want people to know. And somebody told me that, and I told them, come on, it can't be like that. Like I'm gonna go on a server and tell people and prove you wrong. It's not like a mod will come in and ban me or kick me. So I think the people who say that are wrong. This is not the place where stuff like that happens. So, any predictions? Over 6 miles? Is there a curve there? I don't think so. Or maybe it is. Sasha says curvature in August, not in April. You're damn right. I'm with you on that. We'll have to wait for August, I guess, to verify.
Hang on, Mishu. Timbo, are you there?
Yeah, 1 sec, mate.
Okay.
I'll have to change.
I think they're gonna start pretty early, but around fuck. I don't know how to tell hours, but in about 6 hours and 30 minutes, everything should be set up. The Discord streams from each sides of the canal, which is 6 miles, 9.5 something kilometers, so it's a huge distance, relatively speaking. So in about 6 hours, everything should be available to anyone who wants to go see stuff done in reality.
Cool. Yeah, I'm back, mate.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're a bit low, but I hear you.
How about now?
Yeah, that's better.
2 nights ago, you were asleep in here, man. You were snoring. I was gonna let you know. Yeah, you were snoring on the stream.
Oh, no way. What?
Because I was talking.
Someone to mute me.
Yeah, I did. I muted you. Actually, I disconnected you.
Yeah. That's funny. But my mic was open.
Yeah.
Ah, no way, man.
Yeah, we got you, man.
Funny.
But I know I disconnected you right away. So I was like, I was talking and I heard somebody going, and I was like, somebody say something? Then I kept talking and then it got louder. It was like, and then I was like, uh-oh, I think somebody's snoring. And I looked down and you were lighting up, so.
Yeah. Well, no wonder my missus hates it, mate.
Yeah. I can see why, man. Like,
yeah, it's loud.
Pretty loud.
No problem. I went to like a sleep place and everything like that. I went, got this fancy mouth guard, and it was supposed to open up my airways. Didn't fucking work. And then they wanted to put me on oxygen bottles, and I said, "Well, I'm not lacking of oxygen. Like that. That's not the problem. It's the roof of my mouth is collapsing when the muscles relax, and then it just vibrates. So, like, I get, like they tested my sleep and everything, and my sleep's perfect. Like I get into REM and everything, so it's not sleep paralysis. Not sleep paralysis. It's the other one. Like I sleep perfect, breathe perfectly, but it's just everyone else around me suffers. And he goes, "Oh, you can get on oxygen bottles." I went, "No, well, it's not. If that's not the problem, then why am I going to get on oxygen bottles? Is it going to stop me snoring?" They said, "No, it's your oxygen." I said, "Well, you just told me my oxygen was fine." Yeah, just trying to sell a.
They're trying to get a buck out of you, man.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I paid $3,000 for this mouth guard. So, and that didn't work. So I found this other person who does mouth and throat exercises to strengthen the muscles in your throat, like your throat and the top of your mouth. So I'm going to give that a go and see how that works. Apparently, it's pretty good results.
Isn't that just like a height adjustment on your bed?
No. It's oh yeah, that could work too. What's sitting up?
Yeah, like those beds that kind of let you sleep in an incline.
I didn't even think about that. No, see, no one tells you anything. They just kind of get you into a place where they want to sell a product that they're selling. They don't give you all these other options. They just he gave me 2 options. That was it. It was either the mouth guard or oxygen, and then
this is better than that because you sleep at an incline, so any way you turn, you're still going to be inclined.
Yeah, I might look into that as well.
You might have to jump onto the. You might have to jump on the TV ads that are selling those flash beds that raise up and down, Timbo.
Does that mean I have to plug the TV back in? Do I?
Yeah, Denos Direct, mate. Then there's still more. You'll buy a bed and get a fryer with it. Hey, you'll get a bed and you'll get a kitchen fryer.
And if you act now,
you'll get 50% off. Well, maybe you were selling it for 50% off in the first place.
Well, that usually does it for anyone that's having that issue. Because like you said, it's like some people have the roof of their mouth or the throat, like they have that collapse that causes that.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
But if you sleep in incline, that's not usually an issue any longer.
I'm going to have a look at it because I need to do something. Otherwise, my missus is going to fucking walk out the door. She won't, but, I don't want, we don't want to start sleeping in separate rooms. Like, that's a relationship killer,
Oh, yeah. My wife's the one that snores. I don't snore at all, but my wife, my gosh, if you woke up and heard her, the house rattles. Yeah, but I sleep like a log, man. I don't hear a thing.
I was going to say, it wouldn't matter for me. I'd just sleep through anything.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me at all. I can sleep through a bloody cyclone. It's crazy. But, yeah. When I wake up, I record her sometimes because I go, you are snoring pretty bad. And she goes, I don't snore. So I record it for her.
Hey, Miggy, have you got your messages turned off?
Why?
Nah. Because yeah, like personal messages
I don't
or.
think so.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. You have to be my friend in order to message me.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll send you a friend request. I wanted to talk to you about something as well. So.
Okay. Yeah, just add me and I'll accept it.
Yeah, sweet.
Yeah, I did that because I get like spam, DMs and whatnot.
Yeah, of course.
Because people like me.
Love you or love to hate you?
Well, I've been called many names.
So I've sent you. So it should be in your list.
Let me see.
Professor Phil sent me a direct message.
He's at you, is he? I get him.
I don't know.
There you go.
I've never spoke to him, ever.
Oh, beautiful.
Never
It's
spoke
because
to
you're
him, ever.
Australian, mate.
Phil
Tug at
messages
your
everybody.
heartstrings.
All right, I sent you whatever that is.
Yeah, got it. All right. I'll shoot you sometime today. I just got to. I want to speak to you about a couple of things, but not on air.
Yeah, man. I'm all ears.
Beautiful, mate. Yeah, Professor Phil, he'll start sending you all these messages. And did he send you the one about the ship? How it looks like it's going over the horizon? Please explain this. Is that what he says? No.
This one's about the atmosphere needing containment and how it wouldn't need containment.
With gravity. Yeah.
Yeah, never gets past 30 kilometres because it's bloody cold and the gas particles can't move fast enough to get any higher.
So how did he get his satellite up there then?
Should ask him that.
I don't know. I don't even want to interact with him because I never sent him a message anyway. I don't know why he's private messaging me. Bullshit that I never spoke about.
Because you're Australian, mate.
He's just a piker flying high.
God, blimey, this bloody piker.
This bloody piker shows up and it's good night, Irene.
Hey, you said you're working today, Mayhem. You didn't get Good Friday off?
No, I got Sunday. Well, yeah, Sunday and Monday
off.
Yeah.
I was trying to find something. I was trying to find some shops. Yeah, we've got a 4-day weekend, but I was trying to find some shops to go to yesterday, and everything was shut. And I thought, just 2 days a year where everything's shut. It's Christmas.
Oh, you didn't stock up? Stock up?
No, I thought everything was going to open at like 1 o'clock because that's what they normally do, but it was shut all day. So it's like, all right, we got stuff in the freezer anyway. We'll use all this stuff up because I like getting all my veggies fresh. So when we're cooking, I buy meat in bulk and freeze it, but all the veggies and salad I buy on that day.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Like I go to a market and get them nice and fresh.
I got a whole beast in the freezer at the moment. I did a farm kill not too long ago.
Awesome, man. What do you got?
Just beef.
Everything
I got to
people
do a
what you're
lamb.
listening, everything what you're listening now, it will happen tomorrow.
Oh yeah, because they're from Australia. I get you, man.
Yeah.
Nobody understands you, Sasha. I do, bro. I get what you're
It closes again tomorrow. We're open today, and I think it closes again tomorrow.
Yeah, it's closed again tomorrow, but only half a day. So
That's
You
all right.
should have heard the interaction I had today with Exonaut this morning. I was ranting about the Matthew Learns clip with Nathan Oakley.
Oh yeah.
And he popped in here. And, he wanted to have a go at the live stream, so he wanted to slip the gloves on. But in the end, he didn't have. What's that? Yeah, it was.
I heard Matthew last time. Matthew said that he's making response video.
Yeah, not Matthew.
But
the
where
clip
is Matthew?
of the clip of Matthew and Nathan was playing, and then after that clip, I was commenting, and during my rant, somebody popped into the live stream, and it was Exonaut. He was a Glober.
You have to go back and have a listen. How long did it go for?
Not even an hour, I don't think.
Okay,
so
that's a good one then.
Yeah, it was. You know the way I get, man. So it's it's me
Not
doing what I do.
Get past the point. Yeah, I like that.
No. Nope. Just working my magic. But yeah, Meme came in and Meme doesn't often get the good ones, so he came in here and got a little pound of flesh out of him. It's all right. Still waiting on whoever else wants to come in here. Must be tough being a Glober in this server.
Why they don't come in?
What up, Liquid? What else we got in there? Mishu? Mike? Morvis, what up, dude? Making big sales, making big moves, making big money? You're probably right now listening to us from your lemonade stand. Over air in Texas. Over air. I wish I would have had more days off. That way I can fix up because I'm on Rumble now too. I just got to fix the account so that I'm full-fledged on it. Might as well start on Rumble and YouTube, so in case they get at me at YouTube, I also have Rumble. Go to me. Yeah, I'm just reading what you're putting in live stream. I didn't see it was there. He said, "Hey man, had a good night at the art walk. Averaged about 125 an hour. Nice, dude. Real good."
Is that San Antonio?
Yeah. Thanks.
I was just I was just talking to somebody about that at the hospital. Love to go see that sometime. Well, it's good to be back from the dead here. Good to see you're all still on here.
Feeling a little bit better, Sonny?
Comparatively.
Okay. Well, that's always good.
Yeah, if I had gone another 2 weeks, I'd probably be dead. So I'm lucky I got help when I did.
Was there some sort of physical issue, or like, I don't know, you don't have to get into it or anything, just...
Yeah, I have some medical issues. I'm 64 years old. I usually don't have any problems, but I let myself get run down to the point where I was so fatigued. I don't know. I'm surprised I didn't fall down and hit my head. So I'm really grateful. It's like a brand new day, man. When you think you're going to die, when you come back home, the world seems like a different place now. So a brand new start here.
That's good. Maybe you need to reset. You know? As long as you're doing better, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I'm doing better. I plan on doing better and better. I have some plans for myself, and yeah, I don't plan on giving up anytime soon, man. I'm a fighter. I'll fight till the end. So I think most of us are that way. So excuse me if I get a little emotional sometimes here.
Well, you know, what is that? There's that saying, "Don't go quiet into the night."
Don't go quiet into the night. Fight the darkness.
Fight it. Rage against the machine, bro.
Fight against the darkness with all your might. Sometimes some things need to crash and burn, like the globe, and then to be rebuilt again. This is a Flat Earth Consciousness channel. I'm Sonny. I'll be your host. We're going to raise the consciousness of Flat Earth, one mind at a time.
That's too bad for Matthew. We can't raise him anymore. We might as well just kick him to the curb.
I know. I heard that last exchange. I don't know if you had more exchanges with him after that.
No,
that one night, that was scathing.
Yeah, he had to walk the plank, dude, because, yeah, there was no way. I feel bad enough that he's in here, much less he's meeting up with, like, you guys. Like,
yeah.
I don't know, man. It's just a slap in the face. Like, he might be a nice guy in real life or whatever, but for him to be doing that, like, to everybody's face and drinking beer with them and just acting like it's all good, there's just something about that bugs me, you know?
Yeah, it does me too.
I'm like, you could even say it nicely. It's like, you know, I know you show up here and everything, but, you know, these people are the ones that really know that the earth isn't what they've been told, and you're in the deceiving part of it. Like you're actually making people believe this, like young people. Like no, you don't have no scruples at all to even show your face here. Like I don't know, man. I would. He doesn't. I mean, on top of all of that, he's teaching church school. You know the way I feel about that. So anyway.
Yeah, they all forgot about the first. They all forget about the fourth day, don't they?
Yeah, but they talk about it being poetic language, so he makes
First
excuses.
chapter. What happened to the first chapter, bro?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go on mute. I'm gonna have to go on mute here because I'm going back to work. But I'm gonna listen in, kind of just be listening for a while.
Well, we'll try to keep it. We'll try to keep it on point here.
All right, I'll see. I'll see you guys after.
I gotta. Later, ma'am. Later, Miggy. Yeah, I have a whole new stance on things now, so I'll be handling myself a little bit different here. If I fall back into previous, maybe not so good behavior in my tone of voice, people think I'm an asshole, a jerk. Well, I'm just going to stay calm, man. We really need to be kicking our feet up. That's what we're doing here. This is our living room. So they're the ones that have the burden of proof. They need to bring it.
The only proof they have is sophistry.
I appreciate you, Jedi. That night I was at Wits End and you said go get a meal. I went and I got a meal and I think I got food poisoning. That ended me in the hospital. So everything happens for a reason. If I hadn't gone to the hospital, who knows where I'd be right now. All the doctors are probably out there. Find out what hospital he went to. We know where he lives. Dox him. All the doxers will be doxing. Doxing like dachshunds. Sonny still got it. Shit. It's gonna. That's gonna take a lot to take me out, man. Damn. They don't know what they're dealing with. You know what they say about people that are defending their homes in battle? Fight a much better fight than those coming in from some foreign land. Well, this is our home. They're coming in from the foreign land of the globe. So, who do you think's going to fight with more conviction, more determination, more wherewithal? Like all those words, huh? Sonny, how'd you get such a great vocabulary? No ladies on tonight? It is Friday, isn't it? I don't know. Freaking barely know what day it is. What are the rest of you guys doing up to? What's been going on? Anything? Any news?
Nothing too exciting. I was supposed to do a podcast, but that was last Thursday, and old mate hasn't gotten back to me. That's about it in my world.
Chris, how come I don't see you on the list here? Maybe it's my phone. Oh, I know. I gotta go back. Where are we at? I see. Here. The mobile's kind of weird. Oh. So, are you flying high now?
I am, actually.
Oh, shoot, I guessed. There's only a few of us on here. CB's deaf muted. Flat Lloyd writes deaf muted. We got Flying High. Chris Jedi. Hey, that rhymes. Liquid. Who's Liquid? A new flat earther.
There was another dude just in here that was a Glober, but he just... I think he was a Glober. He was new.
Just jettisoned. So, what is like 666,000 of something that is nothing? Still nothing, right?
Yeah.
What kind of globe have you got? You should be curved, but you're not.
I got the AI program to write me a poem last week about heliosexuals that love balls, but it won't do it again for me now.
Oh, you can still make it work. I'm sure. I'm thinking of all kinds of good songs that can be flat Earth songs. Victim of globe, I see a broken heart. I could be wrong, but I'm not. Down, 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 down. Victim of globe, it's not so far above. You should be curved, but you're not. Yeah. The sun and the stars are not so far above. What kind of globe have you got? Ooh.
I'm out. Have a good one.
Later. Cheerio.
Cheerio.
Catch you on the other side. See, when I get sick, my British accent gets better. Shit. Maybe that's the shaking that's helping. I don't know. All right, why is everybody so freaking quiet on here? Come on. You waiting for me to start the whole show? This is FE Radio 24/7 on a Friday night, Easter weekend, where everybody starts playing with freaking bunny rabbits and eggs, egg hunts. Like, what is that about? Some kind of satanic rituals. Okay. Alrighty.
Well, that would be Ishtar, the goddess of sex and fertility from the Babylonians. So her symbol
Ishtar,
is her symbol is the egg. The egg is her symbol. So Ishtar.
Wow, when you start connecting these dots like that, I was listening to something about yoga and the Vedas, the Vedic text of the Hindus is actually yoga means you're yoked to, basically. So you're not yoked to Jesus though, or Yeshua, or the Creator. You're yoked to Brahma, which is one of the demons.
Interesting.
I agree.
I learned it's a demonic practice. Like, I didn't know that. I used to practice yoga, and it's pretty weird. I don't think there's anything wrong with stretching and doing that, but I think this the mindset, I think, is what is important. Especially you have these yoga instructors that are leading you to Brahma.
Well, it kind of does fit in with kind of New Age. We'll call it New Age religion, where everyone is a god. You can be God. We're all linked as one, you know. So it kind of, when you say that, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? That it could be.
Yeah. And I used to believe a lot of those things. That's what I thought. I thought that was enlightenment. You know, I thought I could reach enlightenment through those meditations, through those practices. But I think it's I don't know. I think it'd be deceiving.
Okay, so Sun has just jumped in with only VC verified. You've got your mic open, mate, so tell us about where we live. You there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
So, do we live on a flat plane or a spherical water ball flying through the infinite vacuum of space?
Couldn't say. I haven't been to space myself.
It's a good answer. What do you think, though?
I think the Earth can be whatever shape you want it to be. It's all a matter of personal opinion.
Is it though?
Is it though? Is geometry a matter of personal opinion?
It can be. You can make your own axioms of your geometrical system.
Your own axiom, but that's going from the real to the unreal, isn't it?
What is real?
Well, there is an objective reality. Do you believe there's an objective reality? Or no?
Depends on what we think objective means. You can only have that up to a standard.
Oh, gee. So you don't know really anything if you're even sitting in your chair right now, or if you're talking on Discord. Is that correct?
Well, I can only go by my personal experiences. But is that objective? Is that our standard?
So you don't know.
Personal experience that the Earth is flat and stationary? Is that your personal experience, that the Earth is flat and stationary? Is that what you experience every day?
Well, have you ever seen a hill? That's not flat.
Well,
a hill doesn't equal spherical.
You just proved the globe to me.
A hill doesn't equal sphere, does it?
No, and it doesn't apply to what we're talking about either. So you're throwing in apples with oranges, and we're talking about the Earth. You're talking about topography.
Well, I didn't say a hill was a sphere. I just said it wasn't flat.
That's the point.
But a sphere is the thing in question.
Oh, I thought it was.
No, hills are not in question, okay? Everybody's good with hills. Nobody's denying hills. The sphere is what's in question, okay?
I didn't deny hills either.
Yeah, nobody here did either, so we don't need you to tell us that there are hills. We're trying to find the sphere that people think they live on.
So, do you experience curvature and motion of the Earth?
Well, if the Earth was spinning and I jumped up, I'd fly off at 1,000 miles an hour. So I don't think so.
So you don't experience the curve?
No, I mean, my shoes are flat, not curved. But they would have to be curved to walk on a sphere.
Here you go.
Silly, man.
Here you go with more apples and oranges. Like we're talking about sphere, the earth you stand on, and you start talking about the shape of your shoe. Do you see how that's not logical? Do you think of yourself as a logical person, son?
What is logic?
Okay, so you can't answer the question? Or what's
up? I would say the problem is implicit in the fact that logic is contingent on objective reality. We still can't define that. So we have to go to first principles.
Yeah, first principles are your axiom is where you stand. You're living on a stationary plane of existence. That's all of our experiences. So if you're going to go outside of that and say it's something else, then you provide the proof of that, or else you just sound like a dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
You're not original. We have people in here all the time that talk around in circles. It's not, it's just a silly way to talk. You never get anywhere. You just end up answering questions with asking questions. It's fucking stupid and ridiculous.
What even is a question?
Yeah, see, there you go again. You sound like a clown.
Yeah, really. So you're just like a dog chasing his tail around. Like, what are we going to do with that? That's not conducive to an adult, rational, concourse or a conversation.
Yeah, it's just a troll. Just a way to troll.
Yep, just a way to troll. So
you don't have conversations like that in real life, do you? With other people. Yeah, you walk around going. If someone says, "Oh, do you want a coffee?" and you answer them by saying, "Well, what is a coffee?"
That depends on what a coffee is. Yeah. A coffee could be something else. A coffee could be a shoe.
A flat shoe with a curved surface.
A coffee could be a curved. Yeah, a coffee could be a curved shoe that you walk on an imaginary spherical earth with.
Well, a coffee cup is curved. You can agree on that, right?
Shit, there he goes again.
And a coffee cup has water in it. Must mean the earth is round, huh?
Fair enough. If you want to. Depends what is round.
That's true.
What is true?
What is true?
It could be not true. How would you know the difference?
How would I?
Depends what not means. Does not mean not, or does not mean is?
No, because actually in your line of thinking, son, true could actually be glue. Instead, so in your line of thinking, absolutely, glue could be the same thing as true.
Well, I don't know anything. It could be.
That depends on what a thing is.
Indeed.
Let's see how these these ways of talking don't get you anywhere. If you came up to me and spoke to me like that in real life, I'd just turn around and walk away. I go, what's this guy's problem? He can't even make a decision. You're one of those people that can't make decisions. You'd be so fucking annoying.
Kind of amusing for about 15 seconds, but
I can't decide what I want to eat, so I haven't eaten in a month. I'm very hungry.
Decide. Have you thought about what the parts of these words you're using mean? No.
Anyway, I'm going to shut my mic. This guy's a fuckwit.
I know. I should just mute his ass. You going to say something intelligent about Earth, or are you just going to run around in circles there, son?
Well, it was nice.
You mind
expanding
responding
my mind?
to that? Can you
we're not
say
here to
something?
change people's minds, mate.
He did. Not very good at whatever liberal freaking sociopathic sociology freaking majors little whatever they got going on, some kind of a sweat room where they all just chit chat how they think they're going to like outwit flat earthers, how they think they're going to come in here and just like run around in circles like a little doofus, and that's going to do anything. Can you bring someone better? Can you bring a better glober? You in the office over there. Hello? You in the office over there? All of you? Yeah. Can I get your attention for one moment? Okay, good. I'm glad I got your attention. Now listen, you're going to have to step it up a little bit. Look, if I was your supervisor, here's what I'd be trying to explain to you, something differently. You're going to have to bring on some meat. You got to have depth and weight. This little bullshit playing games isn't getting you anywhere. Earth is still flat. And if you think you're on a globe and you really believe this, just admit that it's a religion, because you have no proof at all. And all of reality, perspective itself of how we see, denies every single bit of the Earth being a globe. There's no sphere in Earth, on Earth, anywhere near Earth. That spheres don't, so listen to this. Spheres don't exist in nature, in the natural world. Perfect spheres don't exist, especially spinning ones in a vacuum. Yeah, you guys would have been better off if they would have kept me in the hospital, because like I'm on I'm not holding back anymore. This is like, you want to talk about real. So why don't you grow up and be big boys, and put your big boy pants on and bring on something that, like, you got some better moves than that, because this is kind of boring. Thanks for letting me speak to you here, to your office here. I appreciate your time. See, this whole conversation is making me feel better. It's reviving me. Sorry about the noise. I should plug it in. Where is that printer? I don't know, it's how it sounds on the mobile. Might have to go to my good mic. But we'll see. I'll keep it down. Keep it down now. What? Little Friday night music, eh? For a few minutes. I won't take up too much of your bandwidth. How's the volume? Okay, someone say something.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the flat Earth.
Did you watch the CMT, the Country Music Tranny Awards?
The Country Music Tranny. That's funny, Sonny. That's funny, Sonny. Oh, that rhymes. Hold on, Sonny, let me ask you something. I mean, there's not very many people in here talking tonight. I was just wondering. I mean, do you feel comfortable, like, with the live stream, just hearing you play guitar all night?
No, I'm not.
I just uploaded a couple of new videos. Would you?
I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop right quick here. I just thought I'd give a few minutes.
No, I'm not saying stop. I just wanted to come in and say, if there's nobody else talking besides you and me.
Okay, so give me some.
And these videos are from the original channel, so there's no copyright involved. Hey, this is our original content. This is our content. So
what if we do flat Earth parodies? Just like, let's pull some songs out of our ass.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that, Sonny. Because I might end up going into death metal voice, going, "Fuck your flat Earth, fuck your club." What do you know? No spice. Stupid club. We don't know. Happy Friday fucking night, y'all, with my death metal voice.
See, Flat Earth's got the best musicians, yo.
I can even do the backwards thing where they do like the guttural, like.
Hey man, listen, Helio. Yes, that style. Listen to your style of voice right there. Like, it goes with my style. Listen.
Show me your glow. I can't find that motherfucker anywhere. Oh, show me your glow. Just give me a glow. I can't find it anywhere. Your mouth is so wrong. 'Cause you can't physically prove that shit. Oh, no. And if we begin, let's do the bridge now. And if we begin, we might not ever find it again. Now, what the hell we talking about? We talking about this goddamn curvature. Everybody trying to look for it. It's everywhere, supposedly. It's like it's supposed to be the curvature of the goddamn Earth, right? That's the horizon. They describe it as the horizon. It might as well be the horizon. You could say it's the blank. is the hot mess of this stupid horizon everybody keep talking about. You know what I'm saying? Man, that horizon is a hot mess, ain't it, Sonny?
What's that?
The horizon is a hot mess, ain't it?
The horizon. It's not what they told you. It's not where they told you it'd be. 1.225. That's beats. That's what gonna get you your geometric in it. We ain't never seen one that's never been seen.
Yeah. Hey, just lay on your belly on the beach and see what you see.
Hey, when do we go on tour, Julio, man?
We'll figure this shit
out. Time. I'm on death's door now. Whatever.
Hey, me too. Me too, man. Me too. Like you old flat Earth. We're gonna call ourselves the old flat Earth bastards. No, I'm not a bastard. My parents were married, but they were married before I was conceived. I don't know. I mean, depend on. Who cares if anyone's a bastard either? Anyway, you're alive.
Yeah, I'm glad I made it. I should drink some water.
I should drink another beer. That's probably what I should. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab one.
I got a very sensitive stomach situation. Anyway, thanks. It was a pleasure. I hope you enjoyed the time. I'm glad you shared your time with me. And I don't know if any of that meant anything to you. It sounded kind of ruckus to me. I'm surprised. So the Earth.
So, anyway, Sonny on the plane. Rolling on the West Coast.
I'm gonna start the Flat Earth Consciousness Society.
There you go. There you go. 2017 Flat Earth Consciousness. That's your channel, right?
Yes, it is.
Have you had some activity there, or are you putting up new videos or anything?
I have 500 subscribers and they're holding, so I'm at 550. It just goes up real slow.
Yeah.
It's been 7 years. 7 years slow.
I was just like, yeah. Hell yeah, man. You know what's funny is I had this backup channel where we're live streaming from now, and you know what happened with Bob, from Michigan. On the other channel, I've been trying to get that one back up, and YouTube is not having. They ain't having it. So I wanted to live stream from this one and that one. But we have as many viewers, on this channel, live viewers, average live viewers as we did on that channel. So that people found us over here now. I've been trying to get that back up so I could actually stream on both channels at the same time. But
I haven't looked on YouTube in weeks because I've been so ill. I've been in hospitals.
Well, either way, but yeah, that I'll work on trying to get that one back up. But I've already tried a few times on YouTube. I ain't having it. So this one is where we're at. So,
that's good. That's good.
I mean, but people are finding us. They know where we're at, on YouTube and the Discord, so they can listen and participate in Discord and listen on YouTube. I mean, that's really what it's all about. It's like, if you can't be in Discord, you can listen on YouTube. That's really the purpose of, why I made the channels.
I just thought of another song. Da 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 da. The globe. Da 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 da. Keep it rolling. Da 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 da. Down the highway. Da 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 da. Right. Keep it rolling. Keep the globe rolling. Get out of here with that. Remember that? That BTO song?
No, I don't. I'm not sure about that one.
Keep it rolling down the highway. You don't remember that?
We can how we can reach the young, like really, really young people. Flat Earth shark, do 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 do. Flat Earth shark, do 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 do. Flat Earth shark, do 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 do. Flat Earth shark, do. Flat Earth shark, do 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 do. You'll never get it out of your head once it starts. It's just like there's a shark in the ocean, and he's just like, we're not swimming over a curve.
What?
Flat Earth shark, do 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 do. Flat Earth shark, do 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 do. Flat Earth shark, do 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 do. Flat Earth shark.
I know. Check it out. Do they? I mean, they have a cartoon mentality, and they're pushing that hard, aren't they? Like lately, they're like doing all these cartoons and stuff, showing like people running along a spinning sphere and shit like this. They truly are. They think.
Sure. I mean, what would you expect them to do? Anything else?
No, not really.
Yeah, they're in desperation. I mean, when as far as their propaganda goes, they're in desperation. They every form of anything that distracts you from reality, they're in full bore. So it's not like not like they want you to. Well, they actually do want you to believe their narrative, and that proves that it's a religion. They actually want to distract you from any alternative ideas, and everyone would say, "Who is they?" Like, dude, if you haven't figured out who they is, then you're not understanding a goddamn thing we're saying.
Don't you
realize that you're influenced by they every single day? You see them on TV. You experience it in schools. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. If you haven't realized who they is yet, how are you going to know who you is?
That's right. That's right. Because, I mean, if you don't realize you're being influenced by they, then you don't even know who you is. Exactly, Sonny. Yeah, that's right.
You know what? It was fun listening to some of that CMT awards. I realized I could play every kind of whatever they were playing. I could play everything they can play. I think I can play it better.
What's really crazy about country, like guitar playing, I mean, you can play some like a studio guitarist, can play a lot of the stuff and sound, like. But as far as as far as vocals go, I to me, a lot of the country singers, I can tell that they're actors, but they're really good at it. You know what I mean? They're not country.
Oh yeah,
they can sing country really good, but they're not country. You know what I mean?
Well, it's a whole tradition, you know.
I mean, I'm country, but I sing metal. You know, but I can sing I can sing opera if you wanted me to.
You know what, Helio? I'm out here, but you know what? I've always had country and blues in my heart. That's like I always have. That's why I was different. Me and my friend played. He was a banjo picker from Montana. He and I played at the guitar classes in high school.
Where's John Fogerty from?
I think he's from. I don't know.
I mean, he always talks about Mississippi and shit, you know, and maybe he's from the. Just down in the city, working for the man down in New Orleans. I mean, it's just like never saw a good time in the city.
Yeah,
big wheel keep on turning. Proud Mary keep on rolling. Like I was watching. I'm gonna find this. I watched it a live concert from him back in the day. It was in the freaking like in the 70s, I think, and it was fucking
I wonder
awesome.
how you and I sounded, dude. Wait, I wonder how you and I sounded just then on the live stream.
I think you sounded pretty good. I mean, you sound like you got the John Fogerty with like the guttural like.
Yeah, I used to sing. Tried some of his songs are too high, so I had to change it to another key. But that's all right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's not a problem for me. But
that's super high. I can get there if I practice.
I mean, it comes from the soul, bro, and that's why I love John Fogerty, man. It's just like he makes it look effortless when he does it, you know. And he's playing guitar at the same time. He's just like going. He's playing everything and singing it all. He's freaking incredible.
Yeah. Exactly.
When you find that video I watched last week, I was like, "Oh my god, this fucking guy! He's actually
I'm too tired. I need to go to sleep. I got a big mess.
He was waiting for you. He said, "I can't go in there."
My bad. I'm navigating my YouTube channel, and I have no speakers active. Yeah, that was. Did you hear Mayhem?
So you're going undeafened, and then he's now in here.
Not bad. No, I was switching accounts so I can find my history to find that video for you. And if you haven't seen this live video with John Fogerty, it's awesome. I didn't even realize until recently that he was the guitar player and the singer and playing all that really cool shit. Oh my god. And he was CCR. I thought there was another guitar player and he did the vocals, but no, it was all John Fogerty, man. Holy shit buckets. Oh shit, let me just do it. Make it simple. Make it simple, stupid. Oh, here it is.
I see
see that moon rising. It's like you started playing guitar. Before you started playing guitar, I already knew the key. See, I see trouble on the
way. What'd you say? What'd you ask?
No, I was saying I already knew the key. I mean, it's just like you started playing, and I already had the key in my brain. No,
you know the words better,
quakes and lightning. You know this never works when we try to do this, on stream.
I was going too loud. I couldn't hear you, but I think this might work with the mobile. Actually,
no, I don't know, man. We can't do it on Discord. We've already tried it before.
I know we did.
We did, but you have to do it like slower. It's just like I see the bad moon rising down. I see trouble on the way. I hear quakes and lightning. I can't remember the words there. Here we go. No get tonight. It's time to there's a bad moon on the rise. See, I did a harmony there too. Hurricanes are flowing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, there's too much lag on Discord for us to do it together. But, yeah, that's pretty good fun. Hurricanes are blowing.
Whoa.
You son of a bitch. Since we ain't doing nothing, and it's just me and you, and whoever's listening, all the listeners out there, all the 13 listeners on YouTube. I have some. I want you to listen to this guitar solo from.
Which one? Okay.
Well, hey, you keep playing. I'll find it. I'll upload it, and we can listen to it in a minute.
Let's see. Do other songs. That's right. I'm a little sloppy tonight. Sorry about that. Tell me what kind of globe have you got? You should be curved, but you're not. We gotta do that.
Hey, I found it. You ready to listen to it? Now, this is when I dropped out of college, I joined a band called Lollygadget. This is one of the guitar solos that my crazy ass guitar player played, and I listened to it like 20 times over and over the other night. I was like, this is fucking insane. But let me hold on. Oh shit, I'm doing this wrong. See, I just uploaded it, so I should be able to grab it from a live stream voice text. Where did I upload it? I uploaded it in the wrong place. Just take me a second. Here we go. Boom, that one. And then I copy link. Copy message link, and then I should be able to play it on the bottom, I think. It's only a little bit. It's about a minute long. It's a fucking insane guitar solo, man. Hopefully it works. Okay. Are you fucking this up, Helio? Probably. See, should be able to just grab that link, post it in the music bot. Fuck. And see what works this time. Motherfucker. Don't make any sense. Why it's not playing? Channels. That makes no sense at all. Uploaded it to live stream voice text. Flatline right. Apparently listened to it. It sucks it won't play it. I mean, I thought you could upload something and then grab the link from Discord and then just go ahead and play it. It is. I know, man. I was just like, yeah, that's one of the solos from a band I was in a long time ago. That dude is crazy. And we're working on some new stuff too. For some reason, I'm doing it online. Just don't know why I can't play that link. Let me try this. Oh, here we go. Let's try this. See if this works. There it goes. Yeah, I think he was like 21 at the time, 22 maybe.
Who is that?
That's a friend of mine I grew up with in Jacksonville.
Damn, he could play.
Yeah. He's a badass. He's crazy as fuck too.
Metal guitarist.
Yeah. Aren't they all?
Yeah, they're all a bit eccentric, aren't they?
What you up to, Ronnie?
I was just talking in the other room with someone from Germany, and I don't know, we got into some like 5 or 6 hour conversation, and then meme popped in there, and I couldn't get a word in. He was just he was on machine gun mode. I'm like, all right. So I listened for a bit.
Yeah, that guitar solo. I mean, that was a solo from one of the songs in the band that we had in the early '90s.
I could hear his influence from that era of metal, like the '80s and '90s, the early '80s mostly.
But just like those sweeps and all the craziness, I just like capture some of his solos. I'm like, bro, you crazy,
dude. Sweeping, sweep picking. That's like, I don't even know how people do that, man. They're just
I mean, I can play guitar, but I haven't figured out how to do it either. And it's like, well, to some people it comes easy, and it's just like I don't even know. I mean, I don't play guitar. I can solo and stuff, but I don't know. I've never figured out the sweeping thing.
Do you see how Marty Friedman holds his pick? Like his hand is underneath the strings from the bottom up.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
That's such an unusual technique. It's like, how the hell?
It's like he's got his whole wrist bent. Like,
oh, that's carpal tunnel syndrome all over it, dude. It's like, you bend my wrist at 90 degrees and play thrash metal.
Friedman's one of the badasses too.
Dude, you know who's even better is the one before him, Chris Poland. If you ever heard him play, like all his vibrato and all, it's like, holy shit. Even Marty said he can't copy Chris. And then, you know what? Chris holds the pick really funny too. He's got this, it's like this weird, he's bending his wrist backward, but toward the bridge, right? He's like bending it backwards. He's got his hand above, right? Above in a normal, but he's bending it backward toward the bridge, and he's picking like in reverse. Instead of your pick facing forward, he's got his pick facing backwards. It's like how, and he plays the most amazing shit. It's like, how is him and Marty? That's like, they hold the pick so weird, but they can make the best music. It's like, if it wasn't difficult enough, let me play it with this weird picking style.
Well, I mean, you just play what's comfortable, you know. I mean,
I don't think
after you learn your style, you don't play uncomfortable when you learn your style.
That is like uncomfortable, dude. It doesn't look comfortable at all.
No,
like
but I mean, it doesn't to you, but to Marty, it's fucking comfortable.
But he does it. Well, he's doing it for a reason. He doesn't want any palm mutes. He doesn't want to mute any strings, so he's getting underneath the strings and picking them from that angle.
Are you gonna like sit there with Marty, with many sessions and be like, oh well, you're do you feel uncomfortable? He's be like, no, this is the way to play, bitch.
That's what I read about it. It's like he's not the only one that plays like that. It's a particular style.
No, sure.
You don't mute the strings.
So nobody's hand physically is structured the same. So every single person plays different. Like if you try to play like somebody else and try to play outside of what you physically are capable of doing, then you're going to for sure hurt your arms.
It's his wrist. His wrist is bent his wrist is bent 90 degrees upward, and it's like.
So, like some people could do that. He may be able to do that for a while. I don't know if that's his natural position. It must be if he can play that fast. So
he does.
For him, that's natural. Someone else would burn themselves out really quickly and would never last.
Him and Chris, they both play like that.
I don't even try. I try. I don't even try. Like I don't want to try. I just want.
No, you shouldn't. You got to.
I can shred.
If you can play, like even learning the sweeps and things like efficiency, it will give you more endurance. Like if you learn to pick efficiently instead of wearing yourself, you want to be smooth with it and efficient. If that's what works for him, then that's great, But to me, I'm like, how the hell is he doing that? Dude, my hand would cramp up and. Elio plays pretty fast. I've heard him play.
Yeah, I think I could figure out the sweeps eventually if I really, But
dude,
yeah,
we talked about like the best player on YouTube, and it was Tina. Dude, she's doing sweeps and vibrato. She's playing Tornado of Soul, and she's improvising. She's like embellishing it with her own twist and all these harmonics and shit. I'm like, if it wasn't difficult enough, she's adding vibrato to almost every note she's bending. It's like, holy shit. If that wasn't difficult enough, that solo, and then even making it more difficult and sweep picking, it's like, holy shit.
What I liked about that solo that Trey did on that one is just like, he started from the bottom and he's like, it just went from one end of the neck to the other.
All the scales.
Like, what the fuck are you doing, Trey?
That's when it really gets fun. You know what? But the sweep picking is like super dense with information. So you don't have to have music that's that dense all the time. You know what I mean? Like you can portray a different something different if you go slow, like it does. Loping kind of.
If you listen to a lot of his other solos and stuff, involved in the music too. I mean, he does some really good other solos too. That one, I think he just like, all right, I'm going balls to the wall on this one. But he does some other solos that aren't as involved. He does.
You know who Cliff Burton is, don't you? He was the Metallica bassist, like the best bassist you've ever heard.
Yeah, of course.
If you see what he does on a bass, holy shit! Like For Whom the Bell Tolls, that intro, that's done on a bass. He's got all that distortion. He uses a distortion pedal, but I thought it was a guitar. I'm like, oh, that's a fat sounding guitar, and it was a bass. You know what I mean? It's like that dark, menacing, the bass, that deep.
Yeah.
He's got a song called Anastasia. What he does on there, oh my god. He's doing vibrato.
Wow.
On a bass with those fat strings, he's doing those complex bends, but with a light touch even. It's like, that guy was amazing.
I think I could probably hum the entire Anastasia solo.
You could hum it. You had the first couple notes. I recognize it. He was playing half notes, like in between the notes. He's playing half scales and.
I mean, I can only sing one note at a time.
He was a genius, bro. He's like the more I hear him, the more I'm like, man, what a loss. And he died at 24, so he was doing all that before the age of 24. He was that good.
I wonder what Metallica would look like if he hadn't died.
Oh man. Well, I mean, a lot of the music came from him. Like a lot of the stuff that they released afterwards he wrote a lot of that. Like they had stuff and they had songs in the bag ready to roll out, right?
Well, it's like a lot of their first stuff, Dave Mustaine wrote. And
Dave was awesome too.
They stole some of that stuff from him.
Well, they collaborated.
But I mean, Dave made up for it, forming Megadeth. It doesn't matter. But yeah.
And Dave, if you listen to what's that song that he has, Mechanics, right? It sounds like the Four Horsemen. It was the same song except faster with shittier lyrics. The lyrics.
Well, it's just like it do what it do.
His voice is very shitty. And I do like some of it, like, you know what I mean. But he's not a good singer.
I've heard people like I've said that too, and people are like, "No, man, you don't like Dave." I was like, "Wait, you just sound like this. See that?"
James is a better singer. James is a much better singer, and
it's just like I love some Megadeth. I love, but for the most part, it's just like he just sounds like.
Nasally, yeah.
So, I mean, I love you, Dave Mustaine. You're a brilliant writer and brilliant music. You should have formed Megadeth and got a lead vocalist.
Sure, I would have. He got a lead guitarist. Dave can play lead guitar.
If Megadeth had, after Metallica and Dave got all butthurt or whatever, if they would have gotten a really good lead vocalist and Dave wasn't singing,
they would have been bigger. Yeah,
I think so too. Yeah, they would have been amazing. But not to say that I'm not I don't like Megadeth. I just don't think Dave should have been singing for Megadeth.
Dude, if you listen to Mechanics and then Four Horsemen, the Four Horsemen, the lyrics are so much more powerful. They're like, right? The horsemen are drawing nearer. They come to take your life. Dude, it's like so
choose
powerful.
Your fate and die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Compare that to the other lyrics. I can't name one one bit of the other lyrics. I'm like, what the hell are they saying? It's the same.
I love that little part.
The galloping part.
It's just like. Dude, it's freaking.
Yeah. And then they sped it up too damn fast. Like Dave, he's like, I'll take the same song and I'll call it Mechanics and I'll speed it up 50%. It's just too damn fast. There's already it's too much going on. You can't appreciate it.
Dave should have deferred to a vocalist. Someone agree. Like me, maybe.
Maybe. The big maybe. Like, I don't know. Some of his vocals, though, I can't imagine someone else singing it. Right?
I love his writing. He has a unique voice. I mean, it's not like he's singing the wrong notes. He has a very unique voice. It's like, oh, that's Megadeth,
kind of squeaky, yeah.
Just like I was never a huge fan of Megadeth. Because of his voice.
I agree. I only like a few songs, and I think I bought one of their albums.
Countdown to Extinction. I love that.
I have
album.
that. Yeah. It had the Symphony of Destruction.
That's as far as I'm concerned, that's their best album. I mean, as far as the vocalist is concerned, I know that they wrote some better shit, than Countdown to Extinction.
His voice was a little bit better.
Because it's listenable. Yeah.
Marty, and they had Nick Menza on the drums, and they had Dave, the other on, what is his name? Dave, I forget the guy's name. Dave something.
I'm not sure. Like I said, I haven't been a huge fan of Megadeth forever, but
I only like a few songs. I only like their most popular songs. Really, I'm not like a guy.
Dude, I love his guitar playing and the other guitar players and all the musicianship. I just wish he would have had somebody else singing in the band.
True. Right. But I think he's a control freak. I think Dave is a control freak.
Oh, of course he is. I think that's why Metallica got rid of him.
Right. And then that's why he wanted to sing. It's like, even though someone could do a better job, and he fired so many talented people, he fired so many, or got rid of them and like replaced them, and then people die. But his band had some of the best musicians. But the vocals were weak, dude. The vocalist, not a good singer. We both agree.
I mean, that's what's just like, I like Megadeth, you know. Well, I like Megadeth too, but I don't think Dave should have been singing for Megadeth.
Who would you replace Dave with for singer?
Let me think. Dude, there is no telling. I mean, there's so many really good rock vocalists out there.
Cool.
I mean, you know, but he never gave anyone an opportunity to do it.
I can't think of someone who would fit his style of music though. Like James Hetfield, yes, but he's not going to sing.
No. James was doing Metallica. I'm just saying. I mean,
I'm saying who could sing those songs is what I'm saying. Who would you replace Who would you replace the main lead singer with? I mean, like, yes, you could take James Hetfield, but like we all know he's doing his thing. But he's like the only one that could sing a metal band like that.
Man. It's just like Dave had such this like weird pinchy voice.
Yeah.
Just like the Pied Piper, let through the streets.
Nasally. Yeah, really
nasally. Swaying to the symphony of
the music.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, couldn't he defer to a better singer and just play the fucking guitar?
He could have. And he could have played the rhythm and the lead, but like you said, control freak, and maybe he couldn't find someone that he thought was good. It's like, you know what? Who's a good singer?
I call bullshit on that because I know.
Yeah, but they already had a band.
I'm good, but I know there's people that are better than me that he could have found easily in the rock community, metal community. He could have found somebody that would blow everybody away. Wrote an album with a real vocalist.
Who? Well, anyone who's good was already in the band.
That's bullshit. Like, I call bullshit on that too.
You're considering
guess what?
Yourself.
I was here.
That's what I'm saying. You're thinking you're going to sing for Megadeth.
No. I'm just saying, Dave just like, I'm just like the Pied Piper. I mean, his voice is unique, of course, and he hit the notes right. But voice was just.
I don't know if he did, man. The note is not. It's
rats through the streets. Well, I think he did that a lot of times on purpose
because he had a small range. His range was small. So
yeah. Just like the marionettes. See, I can repeat his voice. I mean, I can sound like a swaying through the symphony of destruction. Destruction, or whatever the growly voice that he does when he's trying to sound fucking hot or whatever. You know,
records, right?
Megadeth should have hired a vocalist and been Megadeth without Dave singing.
Well, those guys, he's 60 years old and the ship has sailed. You know what I mean? He already played his cards. Sure. He's already.
Well, that's why I was never a fan of Megadeth back in the day. I was just like, dude, why don't you guys get a real vocalist?
I like the one album. I liked a few songs, but like I wouldn't say
Symphony of Destruction. See, that was after the Black Album came out. When Metallica became popular, everybody figured out, oh, Dave was one of the original members of Metallica. And he's like, oh, Megadeth is this. Well, I mean, Megadeth was popular in the 80s, right? But a lot of us, you know, people our age, were like, oh, shit, I didn't realize that Megadeth, you know, was a former member of Metallica, you know, and then he formed a band. And he's just like, it's just like, but I really think at that point, they should have formed Megadeth and
I don't think
hired a vocalist. They should have got
Kirk was on the album. I don't think Dave ever played on the album with Metallica. He only played the live shows and he wrote the songs, but they got rid of them before the album was cut. And then Kirk played his part on the album.
Well, if you look back into the history, you know why?
Because he was a drunk and he was belligerent.
Yeah, he was an asshole. So,
like, dude, we can't. And you know what? You got to give them credit. They stayed together as a band for a long fucking time, right? Well, over 30 years. That's how many bands stay together that long.
Oh, you talking about Metallica?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not knocking Metallica. I'm just saying, and Megadeth too. I mean, Megadeth has been, a couple.
It would take a lot. It would take a lot to break them up, and it was funny. They were talking.
It's too late. It's too late for what I'm talking about. It's just like I think Megadeth could have been better if they just recruited a really high quality singer.
We already hit the topic, like 10 times. And we agree. We're in agreement. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, there it is.
You know what?
A lot of people like the old Megadeth stuff in the 80s and shit. I'm not a huge fan. I'm a huge fan of Marty Friedman and all the music and stuff, but just Dave's vocals is just...
I watched him play. I watched Dave play with Metallica. Dave Mustaine. He came back for a show, and there's a video of him playing with Metallica.
Oh yeah, well, that's cool.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure what song it was.
Yeah, I saw "Water Under the Bridge" for them. I guess. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Well, you can't hold a beef. They're 60 years old, dude. They're gonna hold a beef.
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah,
it's like, dude.
It's like 30 years ago.
You only got so many years to live, right? You're gonna hold a beef, or you're gonna go play. It's like, let's fucking jam out.
Oh, that would be badass, man, to see like James and frickin' and then standing next to each other.
I'll show you the video, dude. They were jamming. Dave is still fast. Marty's still fast.
Dude, I saw Megadeth a few years ago at a concert, in Rock Loma. And Dave's still kicking ass, man.
James will skip a few notes, but he's playing so damn fast, all downstrokes. He's for his age, dude, he plays fast as hell.
No. Listen, none of them have lost their talent. They're not slow. They're not losing their ability to play.
No, he leaves a few notes out, and Kirk fills in. That's all. It's not. He's still fast as hell, but he's doing little cheats.
I saw Dave play live, like I said, a few years ago. That motherfucker can play.
James, I'm saying James is leaving out a few notes. And he said,
well, James is the front man.
He's singing as well. He's singing and he's playing thrash guitar, which is I don't know how.
If you watch some of the older shit, you'll find out that since he's the front man, like, have you listened to? Well, of course you have listened to Metallica. You can't play that shit and actually pull it all off while you're playing it together. I always thought, James Hetfield is the badass. You can play and sing at the same time. Play that shit, and it's very difficult to do that and sing at the same time.
Here's the song, Helio, in the chat. It was "Jump in the Fire," and it's the 30th anniversary they got together for.
Okay,
where Dave Mustaine was playing it.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter. James is he's a fucking beast. It was just like, he is like, when it comes to like playing and singing at the same time with different rhythms and vocals and stuff.
He's amazing, yeah.
Yeah, it's freaking incredible. But yeah, I mean, you can't be perfect all the time. So
if you could just play like James and not even sing, you'd be good. Any band,
fuck that. Yeah, but he's singing different chord different patterns over his guitar playing. He's just like gotten so good at it. He was good at it back in the day. He's still really good at it. I mean, that's
someone who didn't lose it, and he sings in that harsh voice. You know what I mean? Like a really heavy. And he hasn't lost it. Like usually they get hamburger they get a hamburger voice, dude. If you just and you're threatening.
No, sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think maybe he was thinking ahead, but he didn't make any vocals that he can't sing anymore. You know what he's
saying? There was a period where he was singing like a Las Vegas lounge singer, like, hey, like he was like, exit light. You know what I mean? He's like singing when the
exit light.
He's singing like a lounge singer. He wasn't singing.
Of sand. You always have to end everything with oh. No, I freaking love James Hetfield. I mean, the first time I heard Metallica, I was like, "This is the shit." His
best album is. I still like Kill 'Em All.
Yeah, me too, man. I was just like, well, the first album I heard was Master of Puppets. Then
me too. That was the first one.
Then I went backwards. It was like when I heard Kill 'Em All, I had it on a vinyl, and I just used to lay down on the floor in front of. I got these speakers, this vinyl record player with these huge speakers. I just used to lay on my bed and just
turn it to 11.
Yeah, just like turn it up all the way. Friggin' lay there and listen to friggin' Kill 'Em All day long. Couldn't stop.
That all the ones, Master of Puppets, Ride the Lightning, all the ones with Cliff Burton are the best. And that's because he's doing the solos and stuff too. And that's like, wow, that was Cliff. And that's what gave him that flavor and that heaviness, right? Like, let's say you had Black Sabbath and you didn't have Geezer Butler. Like, you didn't have his bass style, that heavy ass bass, like that dark, heavy bass. That's what gave Metallica that edge. Aside from the fast guitars, but that bass, the bass was being played as it was, like if it was a guitar. He's got pedals on there, like distortion pedals, and he's doing all this weird vibrato shit. It's like, holy. Normally a bass player just plays with the drums, like bow, 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 bow. He's doing all this other incredible stuff.
Puppets just freaking. I think I at least when I first heard Master of Puppets, I think I listened to it at least 100 times in a row.
And I didn't know what it meant back then. Why would they make such a heavy song about puppets, man?
No.
And I didn't know because I was a kid. I didn't know the metaphor.
Do you see what I see? Truth is an offense. Silence for your confidence. Do you know what I know? Me, myself, and I.
I don't recognize that lyric.
Yeah, well, that's in the.
I know the main lyric chorus.
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure I know all the lyrics on Master of Puppets. I've listened to it, like I said, at least 100 times.
I know I know Welcome Home Sanitarium and Master of Puppets, and I think Orion is on there. And
oh, bro, you got if you didn't say Disposable Heroes.
Yeah, there's that. There's Disposable Heroes, and Justice for All. I didn't really care for that one, that album.
I love that one too, but
what are a couple songs on that album? I think I only liked like 2 songs on that album. And Justice for All. There were songs.
All of them.
The songs.
I can't. All of them. I mean, blackened is the end. Winter it was sand. Throwing all you see into obscurity. Death of Mother Earth, never a rebirth. Evolution's end, never will it mend. Never. Am I distorting?
What's crazy is he remembers all these songs, all the lyrics.
Yeah, that's the first. That's the first track on the album.
I can't even remember the lyrics I write myself. I'm like, wait, I have to read them. I'm like,
I told you I'm a huge Metallica fan. Right?
I've got too much things going on in my head, like too much ADD. to remember that shit. Like there's too many I got too much
You need
chaos.
to go back and listen to Injustice for All, because after the Blackened song, there's a Blackened is an
anti-hero.
The whole album is anti-government. That's why it's Injustice for All. They have the collapsing frickin', their symbol is the collapsing Statue of Liberty with, the
scales of justice.
Scales of justice in one hand. It's just collapsing. And
I know the album, but I can't think of jamming out to it. I don't know. I never bought that album. I have the Kill 'Em All, I have Ride the Lightning, the Master of Puppets, and the Black Album. Those are the ones I have. I have 4.
Ron, take some time to llisten to that one, man.
I probably have, dude. I'm a metal. I just can't think of them. I do know all of them. Like I've listened to every album. I'm like a metalhead, but the ones that I bought with my own money. And I'm just saying in terms of the ones I remember.
You remember darkness imprisoning me.
All that I see.
Absolute horror.
I cannot live. I cannot die.
Fragile myself, body my holding say. Yeah, you remember that one.
I love that song.
All right, so that's one. That's one of the songs on the album. But every single song on that album is completely badass.
Okay, what's the name of that song? Darkness and Prison. I can't think of the name.
It's called One. It's called One.
Okay, yeah, One. I like that song. That's the one I like. I knew I liked at least one song in that album. Darkness and Imprisoning Me. Yeah.
Well, you should listen to the entire album. When you get time, just take a walk, put your headphones on. You can look up Metallica and Justice for All on YouTube, hit play.
Take
a walk and listen
to them all.
The entire album.
What I'm saying is I've listened to them at my headbanger friends' houses during parties and stuff. I know I've heard them all the songs, but I just can't. I don't know like front to back that album.
One of my favorite ones is Dear Mother, Dear Father, cannot this hell you have put me through, believer, deceiver.
I don't know if I know that one.
Yeah, well, you probably wouldn't because it wasn't on the radio.
Is that called In the Eyes of the Deceiver?
No, it's one of the last songs on the album.
It's just a filler. They put a few filler songs that are not really.
The fact you think for me, no guarantee is life as is. I can't even remember that.
Like Kill 'Em All. I could play the whole thing all the way through. It's like.
Do you remember all the lyrics?
I don't know all the lyrics. Like I said,
I'm a singer, so I have to,
You know what? I didn't know.
I'm like James Hetfield, so it's just like I don't know who. It's just like in my band. Sometimes I write the lyrics, sometimes other members write the lyrics, but I remember all the lyrics.
You guys are so fucking lame, man. And my best Valley boys, man. Yeah, you're lame. No, I'm only kidding. Just kidding.
You're just totally on metal, right? No.
I'm old fashioned. I'm just old fashioned. I got to a certain point in my playing where I liked a certain sound that the guitar made, and I kind of stick right there in that from the 70s, 60s, late 60s.
Exactly.
Because that's where it all started. I mean, that's where it all started, if you ask me. Like it started, that was how it began. I
like Black Sabbath. That's if you're talking the metal.
Right, and you guys are guitar players. You concentrate on guitar a lot, but I concentrate on the singers and vocals. I remember lyrics just because I'm a vocalist.
My ear couldn't pick it up. The lyrics to Four Horsemen, and I started reading the lyrics. I'm like, that's what he said. I had no idea what he was saying. I understand the chorus, like horsemen are drawing near.
See the horsemen ride.
I understand bits of it. But okay, when they say horsemen are drawing near, they come to take your life. Okay, and then what does he say?
Horsemen are drawing
come to take your life.
On leather steeds they ride. They've come to take your life.
So
unto the dead of night. See the horsemen ride, or choose your fate and die.
I know the leather steeds. I didn't know the leather steed. A steed is a horse, and a horse can't be leather is cowhide. I'm like, what the hell is? I thought he said.
You're gonna have to ask him why he wrote it that way, but that's what it says.
I thought he said leather seats. They ride.
What's up, fuckers?
What up?
It's leather steeds.
I posted something in the chat. You guys take a look at it if you like.
That's why I couldn't figure out. I didn't understand his lyrics. What did you post, Larry?
I posted this chief judge, and he said that the moon landings were fake. And the day after, well, first he was talking about flags and the fringe, like the Second Amendment shall not be infringed. The fringe was on the I don't know if you guys understand that concept, but basically when you capture a flag, you would sew a golden fringe to it on your ship, and that way that, they knew that this ship was captured and the people on it, were basically enslaved because you had their flag infringed under your flag on the ship. So now you understand the concept, right? Everything is commerce in the sea. Well, what if the reason that they would lie is so that they could show the Earth floating in space in a sea of nothingness, therefore in a sea of commerce? And he says in this video, this is a chief judge, right? He says that the day after the moon landings, all the flags and all the courts in all the world were infringed.
I thought they had them before. I gotta look.
Ooh, wait a minute, that's juicy. And Larry, it's been
law. That's been around before that, like UCC law was talking about.
It's been a coon's age. Larry, haven't heard you in a long time.
Yeah, I've been doing some homework. I've been learning some things.
But we got to look at a flag pre-1969 in a courtroom and see if it had gold fringe.
I agree. Yeah, let's do that.
Should I know who the Hay team is or chief judge?
I don't think so. This is all preliminary research. I just thought it was interesting. I thought it was, something that kind of maybe you guys would find interesting. So
I've heard about that a long time ago. The UCC law, the gold fringe on the flag, Admiralty law. Like I've known about that even before Flat Earth. I kind of went down that rabbit hole because I was into the Federal Reserve and all that, and then that's when that came about. Like you have your straw man name, and I was in that well before I found Flat Earth. And those are some of the things. Like until you understand that, it makes it easier to swallow the Flat Earth pill. If you don't get the groundwork, like 9/11 and the Federal Reserve and Admiralty law, this is a hard pill to digest. And the thing is, a lot of people that know that stuff, they won't touch the flat Earth stuff. Maybe now some of them, but they thought it was to discredit the truth community. As so did I when I first fell upon it. I thought it was all to discredit the truth community.
Well, I mean, I think the reason most people won't necessarily delve into the UCC kind of thing is because it's like it's just like it's time consuming. Yeah, I mean, it's just like we can show the flat Earth in a heartbeat, but as far as the UCC thing goes, it's like you have to really get deep.
You need to have a good general understanding. Yeah, it takes you a lot more time to understand the complexity.
What if I told you that? Oh, go ahead, guy.
Go ahead. What are you saying?
What if I told you that this stuff that I've been studying, it's like actually going to make a difference in your life? Like, if you learn what I've been studying, like, you're going to be able to make a difference in the world. Like, I don't know if you guys would even be interested, because the shit that I've been studying, like, it's so wild.
I think I know where you're going. Are you talking about your citizenship and, like,
Oh, no. It's not about you. It's never been about you. It's about your person and how you administer that person.
Okay. Go ahead and give us some details.
Can we pause the live stream? Is that cool?
Let's go and chill chat. We'll just go talk there.
Let's do that.
All right.
How do I get there?
Hey, will you just scroll down and click on
Just
the chill
drop
chat,
on it. Yeah.
chill VC, and you just look there. Hey, but if you guys come up with something that's that's not necessarily offensive to live streaming, I mean, go ahead and freaking.
We're just gonna chill.
That's all good.
I'll see you later, Helio. I'll drop back in.
Hey, I'll talk to you later, Ron.
All right, bye.
All right.
We were talking metal this whole time. Oh, Satoshi's still in there.
Yeah, I mean, they don't mind if we talk about Metallica, and I thought you were gonna. Oh, there he is. Anyway, so since Ron and Larry are gonna be jumping on that, I was gonna play something earlier. That I just uploaded to the channel. That someone came in here a few weeks ago, and I captured the audio. Fine. Well, I can't find it. Are you fucking this up, Helio? Of course you are. Here. Picture. Yep. There.
Oh God, here we.
You guys might get a kick out of this. If you missed it, it happened a few weeks ago. And there's a date and timestamp on the video.
Oh God.
Play.
Makes me so special.
He was waiting for you. He said, I can't go in there until you undeafen. And then he's now in here.
Oh God, here we go.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jesse.
You're coming through loud and clear.
Go on, Indio's undeafen now.
I laced up my boots.
And by the way, that was a hell of a feast.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Oh, I feel better. Thank you.
So why did you cherry pick your data?
Well, I don't believe I did. Would you like to point something out that you think I cherry picked?
You think that how many data points do you have? Like 20?
In which one?
Your dip spreadsheet.
The one that shows the curve, or the one that shows the same location?
Your spreadsheet with dip angle.
Okay, let me look. I don't remember the exact.
Because you didn't do all those, right?
No, I did most of them, but I had contributors from some other countries and some other states, including 2 flat earthers.
Yeah. So why did you choose those? Is that it? Is that all the dip angle measurements that exist?
No, but it's the ones I got my hands on.
Well, I mean, you could have used George Hottenuke's ones, right?
The frozen lake he did.
I don't remember seeing angles for those. I can put them in there if you like.
Well, his shit's all over the place. That's what I'm saying. I know for a fact that there's measurements all over. I know how surveying works, and I know that they take. I actually watch them outside my building all the time because they're constructing a building right next to mine, and they measure the corners to make sure that the building isn't sinking. They sit out there all day taking measurements. And why would they do that? Why do they prescribe doing measurements at certain times versus other times, or in certain weather conditions?
They're trying to reduce inaccuracies because they're shooting for a very high level of accuracy.
Okay. You're not?
Well, I'm doing the best I can. But I'm well aware of the fact that I'm not going to get 1 millimeter accuracy at 75 miles, right?
You're not going to get any accuracy.
So, do you know that there's a difference between a device that says it can measure some angle and what it can actually measure? So there's like the internal angle, there's the precision of the device itself within itself. So say I have a physical protractor, right, with gradations on it. And I know that I can turn my theodolite. Now let's imagine it's an old theodolite with a physical angle measurement, and I turn it. Now there's the precision of the instrument itself, right?
Right.
And then there's the precision of the optic of doing the measurements through the optic and how those are correlated. When the theodolite says we can measure an angle of 0.05 arc seconds, they're talking about the instrument. They're not talking about the actual measurement.
Right. They're talking about the measurement of the angle of the light.
No. They're talking about the instrument itself.
But don't they list the accuracy for the entire instrument?
How would they measure that? How would they verify that?
You can't verify it.
So say I want to, what is my accuracy at 100 meters? How would I know? How am I going to test that? Am I going to set up an optical path with a bunch of mirrors, try and test it? What about 1,000 meters? What about 10,000 meters? What about 100,000 meters? How am I going to actually test that? How am I going to calibrate my device? Yeah, so when they're talking about precision, they're talking about the physical instrument.
Yeah.
Like a ruler has a precision, right? A micrometer, a calipers, they have a precision. But this is, at some level, it's optical, where you're outside of the instrument, right? So something's happening outside of the instrument.
Okay,
so that's what I'm talking about. So you have things, and I brought this up to you. Deflection of the vertical. And you sent me a page, right? That page had like 9 different models for deflection of the vertical, and they didn't match each other. Deflection of the vertical is something they came up with because the so-called celestial sphere doesn't align, the astrogeodetic surveying, let's put it that way, doesn't align with the geodetic surveying. So they have to have something, they've known this since the 1400s, they have to have something to fix this discrepancy.
so are you saying that whatever you call it, deviation from the vertical, is a likely cause for my measurement that plots out as a curve?
No, the truth is you didn't have a measurement. Not really.
Well, I mean, all measurements of non-integer type have some margin of error, so it's not that I didn't have a measurement, but that you may argue that I had a margin of error that was too large, was larger than the value I was trying to measure.
Well, you know, when we're trying to get...
There's two things, though. There's also the uncertainty. The uncertainty of the accuracy of your measurement in the first place.
And
there's precision, and then there's uncertainty.
Correct.
They're two different things.
Correct. Do you have some evidence that my uncertainty was larger than the what I'm calling the missing height?
Do you have evidence that you allocated for your uncertainty?
Well,
we can't know what your uncertainty was because we have one data point.
Well, but I have a bunch of data points, and they sort of plot a curve. And if my uncertainty had been of a random,
what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Literally circular logic.
Right. Well, what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Yeah. So
why'd you leave all those out?
I didn't.
Did you?
Well, you only selected the stuff that matched your conclusion.
Look, I doubt you took one measurement per observation and then wrote it down and then stuck it on your spreadsheet. You know you didn't do that. We know you didn't do that. You didn't take an average. You didn't take a weighted mean. You didn't take a mean. You didn't do anything. You cherry picked your shit. Okay? It's obvious.
No, and actually, in some at one of the shots, I took several and I put several in there, and they're slightly different.
Well, I mean, that should tell you right there.
It's slightly different.
What should it tell me?
It should tell you that there's variables you don't even know about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So let me go this. Is refraction the same when you're looking up versus when you're looking down?
Just keep talking, Jeff.
If you're looking at to a point at a higher elevation versus to a lower elevation.
I would say if your line of sight goes through a stronger density gradient, which does tend to be closer to the surface, then you'd have more refraction if your line of sight is close to the ground or the water than if you're looking up.
Density gradient.
So, okay, there is something. It's called unequal refraction error. So when you're going up a slope versus when you're down a slope, the so-called refraction error is different.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're looking up versus whether you're looking down, right? So some of your measurements are looking up and some of them are looking down. Right? So all these are all sources of error, which is why I say you're cherry picking, because your numbers are too clean.
How do you, I mean, by what standard do you judge that?
By the fact that there's a large, I just told you why. I just gave you one example, is that you're looking up versus when you're looking down. You're going to get a difference, right? So if you do a whole bunch of observations looking down, you're going to get one sort of refraction error, and then you're going to get a different value than when you're looking up. But the thing is, yours all match one.
But they're not all looking up or all looking down.
I know. That's the point. Maybe you don't get it. Your so-called error matches 7.6 star, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, pretty close. But it's not a universal error. It depends on which way you're looking. The 7.6 R is for horizontal measurements.
Hey, hold on just a second. A customer is calling me.
Literally saved by the bell. Wow.
Oh, I'm about to dig deeper.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to give much of a commentary whilst he's still here.
I mean,
Is what he's done measuring the dip by leveling the theodolite?
Yeah.
I mean, the operational range of level.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even get into that, right?
That's what I've been saying. He was and I'll just wait because Indio's got a good point, but yeah, he's way out of.
I'm gonna let Indio do
and the thing is, small errors, small angle errors, like they're great, like the calculation, right? So if I have a small angle error at 10 feet versus 100 miles, it's a huge difference, right? Because that error gets larger.
All right, Jesse's back, Indio.
Yep.
Where were we? Oh yeah. So what if you were in Europe or Finland or Massachusetts. You know that they don't use 7.6R in Europe. They use 0.13, and in Massachusetts they use 0.17. And then you could just go like the Department of Transportation, right? Every state has a Department of Transportation, and every state has a surveying manual, and every state uses a different so-called refraction correction. Did you know any of this?
No, I'm not even sure I know what that means.
7.6R is a refraction correction of 0.16.
Standard terrestrial refraction, right, Indigo?
Yeah, it was the so-called standard.
So yeah, that's
in Europe they use 0.13, and they've been using that. But if you go to like Finland, they use something like what the hell was it? Let me think for a second. It's some huge number or something. It's like 0.19 or something. And then if you go to like here's the funny thing is, it's like kind of correlated to so-called latitude. So the closer to the so-called equator you get, the less of a refraction error that they use in their calculations for surveying. And you're in Canada, right?
No, I'm across the Straits of Juan de Fuca from Canada, but I'm in Washington.
Well, I mean, so what's the refraction error they use in that state?
I don't know. I just looked it up on Wikipedia, and it said it was basically 1 degree for every 932 miles.
1 degree for every 932 miles?
Yeah, approximately.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, that means that if for every 932 miles, something will appear 1 degree higher than it otherwise would allegedly due to standard atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, due to magic.
Sorry, this is standard atmospheric refraction. Indio's just pointed out that there's not really a standard. Yeah, there's no standard, depending on the politics of the country that you're in, or the manuals, at least, of different countries and at least states within the USA. You will have a different standard refraction calculation. It seems to. It is. I mean, is that new knowledge to you? Have you just come across that knowledge? Right? Is this the first time you've heard about that?
No, I mean, I've seen different representations of the same thing. Some people write it as 7/6R. Others write it as like this K factor of some fractional decimal number or something.
Yeah.
There's different ways to mathematically express the same curve of light.
I need to ask you, is that an optical or mathematical function?
Well, I mean, the mathematical part is mathematical, but it's alleged to describe an optical phenomena, right?
Oh, alleged. Okay. Is it optical or is it mathematical? It can't be optical.
I think it's an attempt to mathematically model.
Explain why you see too far.
An optical phenomena.
So, math is a language. It's explaining why you see too far.
It's not bending light, is it? No matter what the terrestrial refraction is, it's making the geometric shape mathematically bigger.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but
yes, that is what it's doing.
Hey, Jesse, look in live stream voice text. I want to show you something. This is what you think you're doing. This is what you think is happening. That you're on a ball and you're looking and making measurements on a curved path of light.
Basically, except you're showing refraction a rate that far exceeds what is said to be standard refraction.
Oh, no. 7.6R means the radius, that if the ray of light was a circle, it would have a radius greater than the radius of the Earth.
Which means you could zoom in on your own ass. Yeah. Theoretically.
So 7.6R, 7.6 the radius. R means radius. That means that path of light. So what they do is this circular light path. But it's a cheap and dirty way of just saying, we're going to assume the globe is 7.6 the official radius. And then we're going to model it as straight rays of light.
What is it when you don't have evidence and so you create a story to fill in the gap?
Lying.
Oh.
That's what Globers do, okay?
Yes.
But
do you know what the operational range of like a transit or a theodolite is? Like if you're trying to be accurate? Like let's say I'm going to put down a foundation and I need 1/32. I'll make a big flaw here. 1/32 of an inch.
If you're trying to pull 1/32 of an inch accuracy, you probably want to keep it under 50 meters.
It's about 550 feet. 550 feet. You know why that is?
Why is that?
Well, what's the frame of reference for level on a theodolite?
Bubble levels and or the built-in optical, electro-optical compensator level.
Well, the problem with those is it's the same problem, is they're only a 4 or 5 inches wide, right? What are they leveling? They're leveling the machine itself.
What's 4 or 5 inches wide?
The theodolite.
Oh,
where the level is rigidly attached is what you're going to be measuring as being level.
So why do they make levels of different sizes? Why do they have like a torpedo level and like a 4-foot level and like a 10-foot level? And that if you use those to level something, you get different results.
Yes. So
in a theodolite's little bubble level, it has a diameter of like, I don't even know what, a thumbnail.
So
what I'm saying is the level, right? So you did an observation that was 120 miles, right? Or somebody did. It's in your spreadsheet.
No, 105.
Okay, so someone did 120. It's the last one.
What?
The Mount Shasta to, I can't remember what the other one was.
Mount Scott. And no, it's 105 and I did it.
Oh, 105. Okay. So you think...
Ron, I'm pausing it because I heard you say that. I was listening to the live stream. There's nobody in here. I don't feel like talking.
All right, that's cool. I didn't know why the bot was on. I didn't know if you're still here.
No, I'm still here listening, but I don't feel like talking.
That's fine. Adios, amigos.
All right. Hey, don't make yourself a stranger, bro. Don't freaking...
I won't.
Jump in every 2 fucking months. Come on, man.
It's midnight here, but I was
Be
bored.
a partner with us, man. Be here more often.
I was I'm here right now, but you don't feel like talking, so I'm gonna go do something.
I mean it's late. You know, I mean
it's late here as well. I get it.
Oh, it's always late when we get rolling. But I got shit.
You got to work
tomorrow.
You got to work tomorrow.
No, I don't have to work, but I do have shit to do tomorrow.
All right, homie. I'll drop in another time.
Yeah, well, drop in more often, man.
I will.
I miss you, brother.
By. All right, peace.
Peace, man.
Your theodolite, set it up, put the bubble level. That if you drew a line, a straight line, a level line, not a curved globe line, a level line, that you could extend that out 105 miles and it would be level all the way there.
Well, level within plus or minus 4 arc seconds.
That's what you think.
That's what the machine's rated at.
That's what the machine...
How far was that? Like, you go ahead, Meme.
All right.
I've been tripping.
Look, if you use a torpedo level, what you're still saying is it's a torpedo level, essentially, okay? Let's say you have a nice, like 1,000-foot long wall. You take a torpedo level, you draw a line where it's perfectly level. Take a 10-foot level and put it on that mark perfectly. Do you think you're going to still be in level?
Well, I've never tried, but if they were both calibrated highly accurately and you had them both on the same plane of levelness, then they should be.
No, it's not. And then we have things to prevent that from happening. Torpedo levels are for specific things because they do not have the range of accuracy as a 10-foot level. Doesn't matter how good it is. It's because ultimately the machine itself can only read itself. There's no invisible thing that says its fidelity has been maintained past that point. You may only need a spot where you need a 4-inch level, and that's the only spot you need it at. But the actual equipment itself doesn't have the capabilities of testing whether that line has maintained its fidelity 100 feet away. Whereas a 10-foot level, you've created a much larger margin of error, or a much smaller margin of error, and so you're going to have more fidelity of your line at either end. I mean, this is basic construction, and all of us who build and survey and who do all this kind of work understand this principle pretty easily, because you cannot build things practically. Like, I could not put down, if you gave me a 4-inch level, no foundation would go down.
But let's say we had a perfectly smooth, flat, level plane, and...
What are we measuring it with? How do we know it's level?
Let's just say that it's floating on water, and so it's level. And we put a bullet level, or a torpedo level on there, and a 8-foot level on there. They should both read level if they're both calibrated correctly, right?
So you're talking about putting them both on something that is already known to be perfectly level.
Yes.
Yeah, so almost like them back at the factory being put on the calibration machines that test them both the same exact way. Because you know the 4-inch level is still tested the same way as the 10-foot level.
Yeah, I've seen the videos.
Right. So, but ultimately you still can't use it when you're free floating, when you're elevating, when you're holding it, when you're putting it up against things, when you're putting it into use for practical purpose. It just doesn't work. Because there is no, ultimately you're relying on the ability of the piece of equipment to internally operate with the assumption that everything is perfect going out from it. I mean, this is how we put down houses, how we put down roads. I mean, we put up 1 million square foot warehouses for the military, and they had stations everywhere and GTR units or GRT units everywhere. The reflectors set up everywhere, all over the place, because they're just not as accurate as you think. And these are, $130,000 stands that we have, that we use.
Yeah. So the question I got to ask is, when you use a physical level, the mechanism in the level that you use to level is liquid and an air pocket. But the secondary mechanism, which is the effectiveness of the decision of whether it's level or not, is what? Your interpretation of what you're seeing. So you decide when the bubble is between the black lines. Right? And everybody knows, who's been on a construction site, that no two men and no two positions relative to the level give you the same reading. So even with the precisely engineered machine, let's say Stabila from Germany, right? One of the most expensive levels you can buy, the man and the situation is going to have error. So even though the device itself is precise, and the forces acting on it allegedly are precise, the interpretation of whether it's level or not is never going to be consistent. So when you go out into the field and you want to level something, anytime it requires a man to make the decision when it's level or not, or when you're targeting the target at level or not, there's going to be error. And everybody knows, who's ever shot a gun, that a small error at the sight picture results in a large error downrange. So anybody who tells me that they did this or that with an optical device, the only standard that first must be known is, how did you maintain level and maintain your sight picture to validate the claims that you're making? And if you don't have a methodological practice that can result in perfection and negate the error, and you can't explain it, then anything you say after that is a waste of my time.
Well, the instrument is designed that if you follow the procedures, the instructions for operating it, that you will be within the stated accuracy. And besides, the Nikon unit actually has a built-in liquid level where actually they take and bounce a little laser beam off the inside surface of a clear liquid in a quartz vial, and then that beam hits a little CCD imager, and then based on where in the CCD area that laser beam hits, then the computer is the one that actually objectively, reliably, consistently reads the level. So there's actually no human input in even reading the level on that one.
Right, and that's fine because like we all have those in the self-leveling levels, the self-leveling transits. How far out have they been tested?
I don't know.
I do not know of a test facility, like a controlled test facility.
I've actually tried to find this out, but there's nothing.
You can't. I already know there is nothing. You can't. The only test they did ever was with mirrors, and then they said there was because of the inaccuracy of the mirrors, they can never remove a margin of error of even testing. So the issue is there's no way to test how accurate that is. That may indeed be really super accurate, but you're still, like even with the top of the line equipment, your diameter is now what, 900 feet?
I don't understand.
The radius of accuracy. The radius of accuracy is about 900 feet on the most expensive, best transit systems there are.
What do you mean the radius? The distance you can shoot is 900 feet?
No, not shoot. Accurately measure as level.
Oh, meaning that what I think is a straight level projection through the telescope could vary vertically by plus or minus 900 feet?
No. That means that if I send the guy out with the stick, the maximum he can go out is about 900 feet from the transit while I measure. Because after that, error creeps in.
But enough error that, error creeps in at any distance. I mean, even at 10 feet from the front of the device, it's still got an error of plus or minus, say, 4 arc seconds. That's still an error, right?
Okay, if you get that small bit of an error at 9 or 10 feet, 75 miles, 105 miles. And that's if you even know the amount of error you might have. Like I said, they've been trying this with the theodolite, and when they do it, they still can't decide if the horizon is optical or physical. It's optical when it works for them. It's physical when it works for them. You know, they only cherry pick the data, as you have, that supports the initial claim.
So let's say I did get up on Mount Scott, 8,934 feet, and I shoot I shoot an angle to Mount Shasta, 105 miles away at 14,179 feet, and I measure an angle. What's my problem there? Where did I go wrong?
Okay. Hold on, I'll answer that question. Real fast.
You go ahead. Sorry. I'm just laughing because I'm thinking about the GIF I posted with the curved lines. Like, you don't even have straight lines to measure an angle. You have two freaking curved lines.
Exactly.
Right.
Check this out. When you orient your device to the image of the mountain, you are not shooting an angle to the mountain. You're shooting an angle, quote unquote, or orienting the device, quote unquote, to the angle of the incoming light.
Agreed.
So to first say I'm shooting an angle to the mountain, you're already self-defeating. And without the accuracy known, right, and the geometry known and all the factors known, you can't make any conclusive statements.
Well, you're assuming that the angle to the mountain and the angle of the light arriving are different from each other.
If you're on a globe, there is no angle to the mountain.
Yes. Listen, on a globe, it would necessarily not be the correct angle. That's their excuse for why. Listen, hold on, friend. That's their excuse why at 900 miles there's a 1 degree off. Now, the reason why they needed this excuse is because of the Miscellaneous eclipse defeated their model, and they needed to come up with a reasonable excuse of why these objects where they claim are in a specific point in the sky aren't where they're supposed to be.
So here's what I don't understand is like we have like over 100 data points with all the measurements taken of seeing things that are way too far down on ground level.
But you don't have any where the line of sight doesn't pass close to the surface.
So, are you assuming that there? Are you assuming? Yeah. Are you assuming that there is some kind of unknown effect that is turning the Earth into a hologram?
I don't know about any hologram, but I do know that when light passes near the surface, it tends to bend downward.
Oh, does it? Do we have Gosh, is there some science for that?
Yeah, I want to know why you think that.
Yeah.
Well, because I went out to the beach on a hot, calm day, and I set up my telescope below the top edge of a county park sign, and I waited for a ship to go by out there, and then a ship went by, and I could see the water line on the side of that ship, where the water, meets the side of the ship, over the top of the sign, even though the sign was higher than me and higher than the target. So the sign was objectively, physically between me and the target, and yet I could see the target over the top of the sign.
So what was the elevation of your telescope?
I don't know what the absolute elevation was, but I know it was
8 feet,
like a couple inches below the top of the sign.
Was it 8 feet above sea level, or?
No, it was about 2.5, 3 feet, maybe.
2.5 feet. Do you think there's any waves on the ocean?
Not on this day. This was not the ocean. Day. This was the Straits of Juan de Fuca, and there was no waves.
No waves.
Salish Sea.
The Salish Sea. Oh, okay. So there's no waves on it. Oh, okay.
But the water does come in and out, right? The water level changes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
you have a surge.
Yeah. And I know where you did the observation, and there's a tight, and if you can look at the currents there, there's a swirl there.
So you think,
and plus you also said a tendency to bend down. Okay, your single data point does not show a tendency.
Well, I've got other film from other days showing similar things at the same location.
And we have film of lasers bending into the air, upward.
So about that, it turns out that when the observer is down in a stronger density gradient area looking up to a laser beam that's in a lesser density gradient, the beam appears to be curving up to the observer, even if the beam is actually slightly curving down.
How is any of that falsifiable?
Listen, first of all, that's not the observation. That was done. Like the upward bending lasers, they were done. You can see it going straight and then doing basically a right hook, a J hook straight up into the air. There's a bunch of them. It's not like there's one. There's a few of them. And here's the other thing: is your claim that you can, because light bends down to the density gradient, the lower you are, the more refraction there is.
Well, if being lower makes you closer to a colder water surface that's colder than the air, then that usually does increase the density gradient rate.
So if you've got it...
So hold on, Meme. So the lower I go, the farther I can see. Is that what you're saying? If there's more refraction, the lower I go, that means I should be able to see farther the lower I go.
Not necessarily, because being higher also allows you to see farther.
So where's that transition? Between I can see farther because of refraction and now I can't see farther because of refraction because my closest to the ground overwhelms the refraction. Yeah, it's quite the conundrum, isn't it?
No, but it's simple, and I don't understand why you don't understand it. But
understand what? Listen, I constantly have heard this claim that there's more refraction closer to the ground, that you shouldn't do observations over water. That means that I can see farther the closer I get to the ground. Yeah, it sounds that stupid. That's why you're having a hard time, because it sounds that stupid. And my oven's going off again, so someone please take over.
Where's the paper? Who has the paper on the refraction? Because all of it's done with straight line measurements anyway.
I'm not sure what paper you're referring to.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure why we're talking about refraction, since I made no compensation for refraction in my measurements.
Okay, well, that would mean that you're assuming that the Earth is, like, the horizon of the Earth is geometric and physical, right?
My measurements made no assumption about the horizon. They don't involve the horizon. So I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, if you haven't accounted for okay, then explain the black swan image where you have a horizon that is 10 miles away.
Nice.
Well, I saw the horizon I just told you about over the top of that sign.
Okay.
So
do you know what the black swan is that comes from the ludic fallacy?
Yeah, it means
so the black swan means that it doesn't matter how many white swans you have. That's why it's called a black swan.
But if I were to discover that the black swan were actually a white swan painted black, I found the paint can, I found the brush, I found the guy who says, yeah, I painted it, then I've kind of invalidated the black swan, right?
Well, no, you haven't, because the guy goes down there every day, all the time, and gets these images.
Actually, the BMLS 69 guy said in his video that he went to the same spot as many times as he could, like in a 3-month period, and that most of the time the 3 oil platforms appeared sunk down as if the Earth was a globe, but a few times they were all risen up and all visible as if the Earth was flat.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Let's say you're looking along the deck of the water, right? And water is reflective, and you're at a very low angle, aren't you? Right?
What's the deck of the water? Just like if I'm down by the water?
Yeah, I'm calling it the deck because that's the flat portion that we're talking about, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the water is a deck, right? So what happens when you lay down? Does the water look like water, or does it turn into a mirror? Comes a homogeneous reflector.
It depends if it's hotter than the air. If it's hotter than the air...
It doesn't have to do with heat, it's the angle. The tighter the angle at one end, the more reflective and homogeneous it gets, because the eye can no longer resolve it. It's angular resolution.
That's not been my experience.
Hold on, friend. It's not just angular resolution. It's the internal reflection angles. Once you have total internal reflection, then the angles of light that are not the water, like not the source color of the water, will overtake them from the angles of propagation to the angles of reception, and you'll only see light that is not originating from the water surface. It's just reflected light, if that makes sense to you.
Right. Now, see, someone posted the image of the sunken oil rig. You see it?
Oh, hold on. Yes.
Right. Is that the horizon?
What's the horizon?
By which definition?
Yeah.
Yours.
I mean, technically, the definition of the horizon is where the sky and the water appear to meet, right?
Appear. So it is. It's optical. It's not physical.
Right.
Okay. So none of your pictures or observations are of the horizon then. They're just optical, right? None of them are actual measurements.
Well, I'm not sure what they... Sorry, none of them of the geometric horizon. The curvature of the Earth that should be physically getting in the way of stuff. All horizons are indeed optical, aren't they?
Jesse, the point of that is that the apparent location in your field of view, and I want to make that clear, it's in your field of view. It doesn't actually exist down in three-dimensional space. It only exists in the image presently.
You mean like
where
when
the color field, where the color field of the sky meets the color field of the ground or the water, and they distinguish and change. That demarcation point is known as the horizon. That of a necessity cannot be a physical location. So in other words, when you point something at the horizon, you're pointing it at an image. You're not pointing it at a physical location.
Absolutely. But I don't see what that's got to do with my measurements of Mount Shasta at 105 miles because I didn't utilize the horizon.
Because you don't have a measurement and you don't have the fidelity of a level line at 105 miles, and you couldn't be shooting along a straight line. If you're on a globe, you're shooting at a curve. Curved light coming in.
Well, let's just say for the sake of discussion that I'm not on a globe and I'm on a flat Earth, and I'm still on the same mountain, shooting to a line to the same mountain, the same Mount Shasta.
Is this your picture down here?
Let me look. That's my picture, but that's not Mount Shasta.
Okay.
I have a picture of the Mount Shasta one if you like, though.
Well, what's this one right here?
The one that Jace Isle,
Jace AI.
Posted?
Yeah.
That is one of the ones from the data, the chart that shows the curve.
That shows the curve? Where at? Is it behind the hill?
It's what behind the hill? The mountain
is the curve? No, is the curve behind the hill? Because I see a hill and I see a mountain obstructed by a hill.
I just measured the zenith angle to the top of that mountain. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
You don't have an angle. It's curved. It's curved observation.
Well, I measured the angle of the light entering the telescope, right?
Right. It doesn't matter. You're saying, okay, let's just say you're saying you're level to that mountain. You're shooting level to it?
No,
okay, you're shooting the angle from down to up. Okay.
Holy
okay.
Crap,
so what? So you think that hill is Earth curve?
The tree-lined hill?
Like if a truck drove in front of you, would that be Earth curve? Because that's a hill obstructing your view.
No, never mind. The hill has nothing to do with anything.
Okay, so where's the Earth curve at?
Well, this is just a single data
point. Hold on, Jesse. Hold on. We got to correct the error on the table. So he asked you something about the angle, and you said, I'm measuring the angle of the light entering the telescope. Now, if you concede that you don't know the path of light from the target object all the way to the telescope, then the angle that the light enters the telescope is irrelevant. And making any assertion based on that is also irrelevant. Can't be applied to anything.
I wonder, is this supposed to show obstruction of the bottom of a mountain?
No. This was just he asked for my source data, and when I go out shooting angles, I line up the telescope to the target, and I take a picture through the telescope. Then I take a picture of the LCD readout. Then I flip the telescope around. You know how you do 2 readings with a theodolite, at least 2. And take another picture through the telescope, and then another picture of the LCD. It's just my way of recording what I was shooting and what the angles were, because that way I don't have to ask myself later if I maybe transpose some numbers.
Hold on. Let's reiterate this, because this is what the crux of the issue is about. The angles of what?
The light as it enters the telescope.
Right. And unless you know the path to the target object, those angles are pointless to know. You cannot discern anything about the target object's angles of propagation from the angles of reception. Because according to the globe model, all the light is taking curvilinear omnidirectional paths.
Yeah.
And so you have no idea which light you've received. So you can't make any definitive claims about the physical location of an object compared to you angularly based on angles of intercepted light. It doesn't work. Can't be done.
Which makes the model unfalsifiable, which means we can dismiss it out of hand.
Correct, which, by the way, the U.S. military validated when they attempted to shoot a tri-band laser to determine the refractive conditions over 120 kilometers for the purpose of perfecting their laser targeting systems. And they found that the results were not congruent with the globe model of refraction. In other words, it was a chaos. It was chaos. The general consensus, right? Not that they use this word, this is my word, but they use turbulent and unknowable. The general consensus is that the path of light is chaos. And the final point that you're getting, right, based on what they said in relation to the globe model, is not precise, and it's not congruent with any standard model of refraction.
I'd like to point out also, Jesse, that Drace very politely has posted the source and the citation. The combat experiment does not observe dispersion, even though they should have. They say they should have. They use 3 frequencies. It's irrelevant what the purpose of the experiment. There we go.
So, is this a discussion or a debate?
Yeah, but here's the problem. And this is the problem since day one.
But
and I mean day one is in the first retard that went out to the ocean and looked out and said, I can't see the bottom of the boat. And because I'm so close-minded and ignorant about the nature and physics of light in relation to geometry and all of that, I'm just going to assume, based on childhood permanency bias, that you learn when your mother first puts a ball behind her.
Yeah, just pause it.
My buddy joined this the other day, joined this live stream, and then he said that everyone was just ganging up on the globe guy.
Well, I mean, it is a, flat server.
That's true. I'm honestly, have you guys heard of the rivalry between this and the Secure Team Discord back in the day? When they used to have server up and running? Well, basically, Secure Team, he's my friend who's a UFO YouTuber, and his buddy Nocturnal News, he believes the Earth is flat, but he still uploads space content and talks about UFOs and shit. But then the community that they have, they're all like NASA followers and shit like that. So of course, the fucking they're rivals between the flat Earth and the UFO community. I didn't realize that when I first became a flat earther, and I can kind of combine the communities and shit, and it's difficult. And then I realized that there's really levels to this shit. That there's like the UFOs, pyramids, Tesla. Then it goes up further. It goes to like the flat Earth, the Tartaria, the big lies throughout history and our energy. And then it goes into like New World Order, take the stream down, fucking vaccines, geoengineering, and Epstein and all that shit. There truly is levels to it. That's why I like my server, because it's barely ever debates going on. We just have there's people that know a chunk of the puzzle, and then there's people that are fully enlightened. They know absolutely everything. They know about the whole fucking plot with the Illuminati. They know the Earth is flat. They know everything with the UFOs and all this shit. And I'm just building a society, a literal society of the enlightened. Then I'm going to be handing out rings and chains and shit with the logo.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, build my own secret society.
Yeah, sure. Whatever, whatever you think you want to do.
Yeah. I just gotta stay low key because I've built an IRL group of truthers. There's like 15 to 20 of us, but then we got to keep it low key and shit like that because fucking the lodge is always right down the street and you never know who's listening. And the Freemasons are the KKK in my town, so I just gotta be real low key about that.
Yeah.
Bunch of old.
Yeah, low key.
Yeah, there is some shit though that I want to talk about, but like it would literally risk getting your stream taken down.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't talk about it. If you feel that way about it, then yeah, don't do it.
Yeah, so I'll just stick to the flat Earth stuff.
Sure.
And that's the main thing. Pardon me.
No, I was gonna say sure. Yeah, other things that you want to do, you can just invite people to your server and talk there. That way, you know what risk you take for your own server instead of risking someone else's.
Yeah, I'm not on live stream or anything like that. And if I was to, I would go on Rumble, just because it's an uncensored platform.
Yeah, we do what we can. We have we're on many different platforms, but yeah, we mainly want to stick to the topic just to keep it on the level.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember when I first found this server, I was talking about doing a laser test at my local town, and the people that were there that day said that they would switch the camera settings in the server for the stream for the day, and live on the actual stream do a laser test for this. That'd be fucking awesome.
Great, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I forget who they were exactly, but there was a lady there. Time flies. Fuck, that was already a year ago.
Yeah, time does fly.
Yeah. I've moved towns since that conversation, got a new studio, upgrading a shit ton. Honestly, that's why I don't join this server more often, is because there's no camera options, and that's one of my main things is my background, and my room looks like the inside of a literal DMT trip.
Yeah, well, I YouTube myself and I cameo on my webcam and that, but I do it separate. But I still run my live stream along with Helios, so
yeah.
Every time I go live,
I shot you a friend request. I'll invite you to my server, my friend.
Yeah, no worries, man. I'm real busy because I'm usually right now I'm at work, but I take my breaks and I come in and check see what's going on.
Yeah, that's awesome. You're at work right now?
Yeah, actually, I think I'll be getting back here in just a minute. Actually, right now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm gonna unmute the bot so you won't be in here silently. But yeah, it's just a stream that we have. But yeah, you're welcome to just hang around or whatever.
All right, thank you, my friend.
Yep, I'll catch you in a bit, or maybe not. Whenever you're back.
All right. Have a good one. For my own conditions. Making an album talking about these topics.
Back and you realize that the ball continues in three-dimensional space and doesn't just disappear. You look out and you say, well, I can't see the bottom of the boat, therefore it continues in three-dimensional space. And just like a ball going behind my mother's back, the boat is going over Mother Earth. Right? Because they can't think of... Go ahead.
Isn't it much simpler?
Probably.
Yes.
Ask them what refraction is.
We were about to dock at that port.
Sorry to interrupt. That I just kill it quick. So define refraction. Right. That's go ahead. Sorry,
Jesse. You want to define refraction for us?
Oh, by the way, I'm not going to. I didn't claim it.
You're not Jesse.
You're not Jesse.
I just want to invite everyone to the friggin' decimation and annihilation of the thinking atheist, Forrest Gump Velkai, and brain sick, booger eating, brain sick, booger eating.
Back later.
Bubba gets the Gibbon annihilated today at 5:30 on the Quantum Race.
Is there such thing as a thinking atheist? Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a contradiction. What are you doing?
Yeah,
I know.
Oxymoron.
I will bring that up. Thanks, Indio.
That is an oxymoron.
I've been around.
Be around more often.
Well, I've seen you in here last night, but I was busy. We're like ships passing in the night, so I've seen you around.
I gotcha.
We're just trying to avoid you.
Do I still have what?
Do you still have your contradictionary?
Oh, yeah. I'm using it today. I also have my hip waders going on. So,
what about the turkey?
Shorter.
Not done yet.
No,
it's getting hot though. It's getting hot though. We're testing the heat of the density of the air above its refracted surface right now.
Too funny, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna post an announcement for your stream, and I usually post them when I see them. When I see you post, so
appreciate it, man.
In our announcements, yeah. So I'll do it again. I want to see what a thinking atheist looks like. It's like
I'll come and
it's like a weird
hang
corn
out
or something.
It might be illuminating.
I'll be there, QE.
Sweet.
Is that refracted illumination?
Yes.
I don't think refraction comes up in this. Thank the Lord. That's all right. They got enough problems.
I don't know. I generally concede to refraction. as you are well aware. So when you apply any of the refracted models to any observation, the first order of business.
Models now. This is pretty funny.
No, come on, let me go.
Come on. You sound like Anthony Riley.
Listen, I have a long history of being absolutely two-sided and coming in with a knife in the side while you miss it.
All right, fair enough. But that's not my way, but doesn't mean it's not the right way. Go ahead and allow them to beg the question till the cows come home. Go ahead.
This is the way.
Okay, so when you apply a refracted model, right, because you're applying it to an observation, right? So you have a geometry in your mind of what the Earth is. You then have an observation that doesn't fit that geometry. And so what you do is you break the Earth geometry. And refraction actually means broken over the back. And so I agree that their model is indeed refracted. And therefore I concede, yes, your model is broken. I rest my case.
How you like that, QE?
It doesn't do it for me.
Little too intellectual, I know.
A little too intellectual.
Look, it wasn't as delicious as we did it last time because somebody was talking about the mountain, and then we made a pun on Brokeback Mountain with refraction, and then we basically said your argument is gay.
Yeah. I mean, Jesse, what is refraction?
The redirection of a wave due to changes or boundaries or gradients of density.
Boundaries?
Incorrect. Citation, please. That's not Snell's law.
Well, Snell's law is for boundaries, right?
Snell's law is the law of refraction.
But how do you apply that to...
No buts. There's no buts. None.
I'm here.
No but.
Was that self-deprecating?
Maybe.
All right. The point is there any... What is the assertion of terrestrial refraction? What do you assert that it is?
Standard terrestrial refraction?
Yeah. Not calculate it, what it is.
Say that again?
Not how to calculate it, but what it is.
Jesse, phone a friend. I'll go for you. Trust me.
What's your number? Well, I didn't come up with it. I'm not sure. The mainstream model claims that it's the bending of light.
That's not a model.
Well, what would you like to call it?
That's not a model. The mainstream, where is that? Citation, please.
The claim?
Yeah.
Look, they're asking me about something I didn't come up with, okay? I'm not sure what you want me to say.
I thought you're a proponent of refraction. You don't know what it is. Define refraction. Citation. Not you. I want a citation that defines refraction.
You mean like Andrew Thomas Young or something?
It's up to you. Whatever you want.
That'll work for me.
Hold on.
In fact, yeah, that'd be fine. It's my favorite one. You'll find an interesting part in his paper where he said things that will never reappear that are already physically obstructed. So it's a one-way mirror.
Drace is already over my stuff, man. You're not posting it. I got where you're going with that, but you're a little bit ahead of the game. We just want to know what refraction is.
Well, I've read that paper like 20 times, so.
All right.
Yes.
Let's do this. Let's make it fucking easy.
Okay.
There it is. From Britannica.com, Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light. Oh, by the way, rays of light don't exist. In crossing the boundary or surface. Do gases have surfaces? No.
But they would have a boundary with water.
Of separation between two contacting substances. Where's the two contacting substances in the fairy tale atmosphere? There isn't any. It's a category error. From the physics classroom, refraction is the bending of the path of light wave, light's not a wave, as it passes from one material to another material. Can you show me two different materials in the fairy tale atmosphere? You can't. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Where's a boundary in the fairy tale atmosphere? There is none. You're fucking category error. Let's go to Wiki. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction, you see the context, is the formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction. When referring to light or other waves, light's not a wave, passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, or air. How's a picture right down here on the bottom? You see that? Snell's law? Where's the interface in the atmosphere?
Are you denying gradient refraction?
That isn't fucking refraction.
Okay, so when...
Okay, can you fucking... Do you have textual pareidolia? Do you have textual pareidolia? Do you want me to read them again? Where's fucking gradient in anything that I read?
Oh, I didn't see it in what you read, but I think what you posted was not all of...
You're making it up!
Yeah, what is it? What is terrestrial refraction? Is it just make-believe?
I mean, obviously the phenomena is real because...
it's not obviously real because I look out and I just see things. I don't have to come up with a reason for why I see them. If you're having to come up for a reason why you would see things, that's not scientific, is it?
Okay, so...
Yes, but hold on, Jesse, before you go, because you said this twice and you haven't been corrected yet. So, a phenomenon, to be genuine, the premises of the differentiation in the happening must be known in the first instance. So, in other words, if you see something where it shouldn't be on a quote-unquote globe, in order for that proposition to be true, the globe must be proven in the first instance. You can't infer it and say, oh, that isn't where it's supposed to be on a globe, therefore it's a phenomenon. So, again, where's the globe being proven in the first instance so you could apply this claim of a phenomena?
I don't even know what you're asking or what that has to do with the fact that we've all seen the pictures of the laser
It's not a phenomena, dude.
It's not a phenomena. It's our math is wrong. Let's come up with an explanation. In this case, it's a mathematical explanation called terrestrial refraction.
Have you seen that?
Thank you, Meme. Hold on, Jesse. We got to caveat that. So, indeed, things being not where they appear to be at all times, like differentiation between days, definitely happens. So, like when I go to a small lake, I see things disappear, right? And rest assured, they disappear some days from the bottom up, some days from the top down, some days from the top and bottom simultaneously. Now, to be clear, this lake is small enough to where any alleged Earth curvature would be irrelevant. But that's not the point. The point is that, yes, we all see variations in what we see. The difference in this context of this argument is that it's claimed that the reasons we see things is called terrestrial refraction, which has an assumption of a radius, which makes it a phenomenon only in the sense if the Earth is a globe. So in one instance, we all see displacements optically, whatever they be. In the other instance, it's assumed that it's a phenomena in relationship to where it should be seen on a globe. But the globe has to be proven in the first instance for that to be a phenomenon. So that being said, what the heck is terrestrial refraction?
Maybe it's whatever causes that laser beam to look like it's curving up.
Well, if that's the case, that's a huge problem, isn't it? Shouldn't we see boats like way up in the sky?
Well, sometimes they do, actually.
No, we see them hovering in the horizon. Is where we see them. It's called Fata Morgana.
But we're asking, what is terrestrial refraction? Do we not agree that there are conditions that can cause the path of light to be not straight in the air?
Yes, but it's unpredictable.
Right, but that's not terrestrial refraction, dude.
Right. That's just scattering. Like, there's miraging. There's, like, they've posted Fata Morgana there. And even there, see? The boat has entered into the angle, but the closing angle is too sharp to resolve the water.
So what do you think causes that laser beam to curve up or down or whatever it's doing?
I don't know. Smarter people than me know that answer, but I know this. If you got light shooting in every single direction, which is what happens, your net result is essentially just straight line. You can have warping in every direction. But the one thing that will never happen is something that is physically obstructed will never, ever appear out from behind what is physically obstructing it. And in the Andrew Thomas Yang paper, it says that.
So are you saying that if there was a county park boundary sign that was physically directly between me and the waterline on the ship, that I would not be able to see the waterline on the ship no matter what?
No, I didn't say that. Things certainly can sink and things certainly can loom. But the visual direction to the object will never reappear once it is already physically obstructed, and that is straight out of the paper. In other words, it's a one-way mirror. So if I see a lighthouse that is unobstructed and it is 31 miles away, or I see a ship that is 16 miles away that is unobstructed, it is because it is unobstructed. It's not appearing from behind a rolling ball of water. It is unobstructed. It is a straight line of sight to it. Because even in the paper on refraction, what is already physically obstructed will not reappear. In other words, like, let's say the bottom of something is cut off because of physical obstruction, and then it begins to loom. So it does that Fata Morgana thing. Well, what's going to happen is it's still going to appear to be cut off by that physical obstruction. More of it is not going to appear. And what's more is that paper specifically is talking about things that are perpendicular to the surface of the water, which means the horizon doesn't loom and the horizon doesn't sink.
Yeah, so I want to add a caveat to that, if I can. So when you take a camera and you level the camera and you point it out at the horizon, what you'll generally see is roughly 50-50 distribution, as long as you maintain the level on the camera. So the top half of the image will generally be sky, the bottom half of the image will generally be ocean. And now you're going to have a very fine up and down in the center there. Now, when you angle the camera downwards, the majority of the bottom portion, right, will now creep up on your image. So you'll have like 75% water and 25% sky. That is because you've changed the angles that the light is entering the optic, right? So then they're being redirected onto a portion of the sensor, which causes it to render the majority of the image as water. Now, if it's true that refraction is causing a myriad of angles of entry possible to the camera, then why is it that with a level camera, you never see a 75% filled water in the image?
Because the refraction isn't strong enough, maybe?
Well, light, does it not go out in all directions from the target object, and is it not taking multitude of paths based on this assumption that light is curving every time it hits a different gradient?
Well, the only paths that get photographed are those which enter the lens. All the rest don't get photographed, right? But the bigger point is, if let's say we have a camera that's got 45 degrees of vertical field of view, we point it down 22.5, and that makes the picture 75% full of water, right?
No, the point I'm making, friend, is everything seems to appear to be up or down, looming, sinking, etc., in relation to the horizon. The horizon appears to us to be extended out into the distance further based on demarcation points, such as in the Black Swan being the oil rigs. So it's either what appears to us to be a greater or further distance. But generally, when we photograph from the same altitude, the horizon is pretty much in the middle, and everything else is up or down. Why isn't the horizon going up or down?
Well, it does. If the camera is actually level, the horizon does go up or down a little bit, depending on the conditions. Right?
Right. But in what range of tolerance?
Oh, I think I've seen it go up a couple arc minutes above eye level on some days, and then, of course, other days it's slightly below eye level.
Right. So, at the end of the day, what does that tell you?
Well, obviously it can't be both, and I'm pretty sure the water isn't 40 feet above me when I'm standing there looking at it, because it would rush in on me, right?
Right. So what does all of that tell you?
Well,
nothing is ever consistently where it should be, theoretically.
Well, yeah, my experience is that when my line of sight is right close to the water, all bets are off. The horizon and things floating on the water a bit out can either appear above eye level or below eye level.
Right. So what you're looking at is all optical effects, right? That's all it can be in principle.
Well,
and you can't know the angles. You can't know the angles to the objects because you can't even be sure where the horizon is at any given moment.
Right, I know the variation has to be optical effects because I'm pretty sure the whole ocean isn't tipping up and tipping down. But that doesn't tell me what the actual physical angle would be if I didn't have the variations of the optical effect.
No, the point is that you can never know the exact physical angle to an object at distance based on optical equipment.
Right, nothing in this life is exact.
You can't validate the path of light. The angle of reception can't be validated all the way back to the target object. But yet the globe proponents require the assumption of that validation, right? And they say that it fits perfectly with the globe, yet there's myriad of observations that are beyond the limits that the globe claims are possible. So at the end of the day, both sides are left with things in the distance are optical effects. So why is it that the globe gets to claim geometric considerations over it and say, oh, if this is higher than this line or lower than that line, then the Earth can't possibly be flat, while simultaneously believing that light takes a myriad of paths through the atmosphere? It's like, okay, if the Earth is flat, then that means that light must be straight line rays that act in an ideal fashion. But if the Earth is a globe, light goes every which way to prove the Earth is a globe, no matter what observation you show me. That is unfalsifiable bullshit, brother.
Well,
so with that being said, I summarily dismiss all of your observations. Case closed. Next. Next. You could continue with anybody else if you want, but I rested my case quite thoroughly and unequivocally.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
On your 105-mile observation, did you compensate for the tilt?
For which tilt?
Tilted the mountain away from you.
No, I just
So 1.5 degrees. Did you know that?
What's that?
It's supposed to be 1.5 degrees at that distance.
What is
the mountain is supposed to be tilted away from you 1.5 degrees.
Oh, Mount Shasta, the target mountain.
Yeah. Can you see 1.5 degrees?
No, not at that distance.
It's a degree, dude. Doesn't matter what the distance is, it's a degree.
So I'm not sure I'm following. So we've got this kind of conical mountain, and
it's tilted away from you 1.5 degrees.
Right. How would I determine if it was or not?
Well, it's going to change your angular size measurements, and it's going to change the height of the mountain. See, what is the point of all this, everything that I brought up? Remember what I said, you're cherry-picking data, your data's too clean? I've mentioned about, 5, 6 uncertainties or variables, things you didn't know about that you didn't take into account, but somehow your data matches. How is that even possible? Think about it for a second.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I gave you the answer. It's called cherry picking.
Well, I certainly didn't cherry pick the 30 shots to the mountain that's 75 miles away, all from the same location to the same target.
Yeah, you took how many?
30 of them.
Over how long of a time period?
A couple. I think there's dates from like 3 different years, but they're not all consecutive or something. But different times of year and different times of day.
But where in those is Earth curve?
Well, that's just a single point measurement to gauge the consistency of my method, right? Because we all want to know if our method is consistent.
So this is... so let me get this right. You did a bunch of measurements from one location, and you've extrapolated that out to all the measurements you've ever done.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. It's not really how that works, but...
Well, how would I go about this? Let's say I were
just... regular surveyor do it. What do they actually do in surveying? So what is geodetic surveying about your level? It says it's only level at that point. The plumb is only at that point. At the point of the theodolite. Not in some region of space out there somewhere. This is what geodetic surveying says, not what I say.
Right? But
so what do they do? They take a measurement and then they do a horizontal reduction.
Yep.
But neither you nor I want to trust geodetic surveyors, right? Because they say the Earth is a globe, right?
You're testing. No, dude. Are the elevations that you're getting, are they based upon a globe? When you Google the elevation of where you are and what you're looking at, is that a globe?
No.
They're just listed above mean sea level.
Right.
Yeah, but how did they find mean sea level, and how did they find the elevation of your location? The elevation above sea level.
Well, in my case, I'm not that far from sea level, so they could have just measured the average sea level for a while and come up with a mean sea level.
Yeah, and then measured the height of the mountain. Now,
and then the mountain also is not too far from salt water.
So they're going to measure the angle, right? They're going to take level. They're going to measure the angle. Now, the elevation they come up with, if they presuppose a flat Earth versus presuppose a globe, are they going to come up with different values?
I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying that the mountain height and the observer height are not relative to what sea level would be at that location?
No, what I'm saying is that the elevation of, say, Mount Shasta, or whatever mountain you're looking at from sea level, the angle you measure, right? So say I level the instrument and I measure a 1 degree angle. Now, if and I know it's 100 miles away. Now, if I think it's a globe of 3,959 mile radius, that amount that I see is going to mean one thing. But if I don't assume that, it's going to mean another thing, right? Because you think that the mountain is, if it's a globe, then the mountain is sinking. And then if I can see 1 degree of it, that means some of it is underneath the hump, right? So this is how geodetic surveying actually works. So these elevations and heights, they're based upon...
Hold on just a second.
They're based upon an ellipsoid. They're not just measurements. They're measurements that have been mathematically treated. Yeah, I want to agree with. I want to deal with that too. What Drace just posted too. Hold on a second. My oven's beeping again. I'm cooking a bunch of shit. So hold on.
Yeah, what Indio's trying to say there is, okay, from Helmert, Mathematical Theories and Principles of Higher Geodesy. Though the Earth can't be reached surface-wise everywhere, it has been made possible to get a general shape of the Earth based on a law of formation, and whose principles are the assumption of a rotating body and an inward gravitational force. Oh, so is it the case that they're just measuring the Earth and applying a metrics of hard measurements against each other? No, they're applying them through a law of formation in which the globe Earth, having a radius, being a rotating body around an axis, and having an inward gravitational force are assumed and applied in the first instance before they give the final result. So it's not the case that they're just quote unquote measuring the Earth.
I mean, that would be silly.
Since you were gone, Jesse, that was quotes from Helmert, Mathematical Principles and Theories of Higher Geodesy. 2-volume set, over 1,200 pages. Legit, the real deal, Shaquille. So when you ask how do they do geodesy, they just go measure the Earth is not the answer. The answer of how they do quote-unquote geodesy in total is they assume the Earth's a globe in the first instance. And they shove their measurements up an ass of a matrix of transformation to fit their data to a globe.
Yeah, and then you're taking a derivative of that and saying my derivative, their values that they generated match a globe. Yeah, well, no shit.
So let's just say I want to do my own research. I don't trust geodesists, and I don't, whatever.
Trust got to do with anything. Why do you keep bringing up trust? What the fuck does trust got to do with anything?
Is anyone on? Hello? Anybody here? Mickey. Or Mike Parson, you there? Damn. Why is it not playing one? And play URL. And play URL. What do I? So it's play. What's that? It's a music, man.
Sunday day, rain or shine, you are gonna pay. You think you're gonna get out of jail free? Jump on your ship and just sail seas? That's not the way it's going down. You didn't realize it before, but you know it now. My Twitter fingers are trigger fingers, it's so sick. Roseanne Barr tweeted me, suck my dick. She said, mister. I said, step by step, bitch, sister. Both those shows were better than yours. Entitled dykes always get upset cause you're whores. Home improvement's what you need, you fat gay bitch. I'd rather watch Sabrina, the teenage witch. Hey yo, I drop big bombs while you're sitting there watching sitcoms. That's how I keep the shit calm. I don't care what you've been watching on your TV. Better put your glasses on, you can never see me. Big bombs while you're sitting there watching sitcoms. That's how I keep the shit calm. You'll do just about anything for some money, won't you? Sitting there giggling, haha, you think it's funny, don't you?
Of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
All I wanted was the naked truth. Ever since my date of birth, I could never understand the ones who denigrate the worth for no reason but their own treason, eager to murder a turkey because it is the season. Telling the truth to some, it's against the law. They can get their tongues cut out and buried in the shore. Don't lie. History has shown your genetic disease, you're parasitical prone, you could never be pleased. Everywhere you've gone, you've been treated for fleas. It's time to delouse the house, we don't need none of these. Arming themselves to the teeth while taking Americans' guns, and all the time they having so much fun. Just take a look what they done. Just take a look, just take a motherfucking look what they done.
They took the gold from Gaddafi and the petrol from Hussein, playing God with Assad's democratic regime. All over your Talmud vision, ISIS is seen, but that big plasma screen is a crisis machine. High definition for the Goyim, holy hola hoax, Ilya Ehrenberg's dream. There's too many facets for you to understand the plan, from plundering opium and lithium in Afghanistan to justifying a fraudulent crisis to attack Iran and finalize the greater Israel by taking Pakistan. Just look at the blue borders on their vile flag. The designer of that thing is a foul fag, acting like it represents Talit or this and that. But I have seen the 1947 Rabbi Fishman map. The greed, Lord have mercy. You want Iraq, Syria, Egypt, and even a little piece of Turkey. Tell me, when will your avarice cease? Time immemorial, you've acted like nefarious beasts. I can't follow your holla hoax dollar score, especially when the Holodomor killed a lot more. I highly recommend it, that rhetoric, you should end it. Your anti-Gentile penchant has me very offended. And with a straight face, you embrace how it's right. You're overplaying your sympathy card again, Talmudite. The people you call Goyim are starting to awaken. And if you haven't noticed, they're focused on taking back their nation. Historically parasitic, utter degeneration. That is why you've been kicked out of 109 locations. The people you call Goyim are starting to awaken. And if you haven't noticed, they're focused on taking back their nation. Historically parasitic, utter degeneration. That is why you've been kicked out of 109 locations.
All I'm saying,
Chosenites lament.
God is not your real estate agent.
Philistine ain't for rent.
All I'm really saying,
Chosenites lament.
God is not your little real estate agent.
The Levant is not for rent. I can visualize the laughter when they pass the bill like NAFTA and tell you there's a crisis named ISIS they've been after. They're setting off bombs, they're chopping off heads. Whatever boogeyman they can get under your bed. And if you refuse to turn your state into a comprador, you can bet your pet. Classic and make it Jurassic. Now, listen, I'm not capable of hate. This ain't hate. This is merely a line in the sand. Cause you're not gonna militantly push your agenda on me or my clan. You get it? You get it? You get it?
Hip-hop is run by gays. If you knew, you'd be amazed. What they won't do just to get plays. Everybody's slurping on something. Some of them want to confuse you. Some of them are themselves confused. Some of them want to seduce you. Some of them want to be seduced.
faggot.
I'll get you a record deal if you got homo sex appeal. Just put on your skirt and keep it real. Everybody's got to do something. Oh my, how you feel now? You were so homo, here's the deal now. Come into my office, have a cigar, you're gonna go far. I'm gonna make you a star. But first, I suggest you rehearse. We gotta set a new trend, here's your dress and your purse. I will help you enterprise and then you will help us feminize the men. We gotta turn little boys into girls and vice versa with a straw in your world. Right under your thumb. And the goyim don't get it cause they're so damn dumb. Our role is reversing your gender. Remember, be a friend of the agenda. Just a couple hormones and some fake breasts. Voila, you're a woman now. Oh yes, we won't stop with our plan for humanity. Obliterate the family and ban Christianity. Hip hop is run by gays. If you knew, you'd be amazed. It's astounding what they won't do just to get plays. Everybody's slurping on something. Hip hop is run by gays. If you knew, you'd be amazed what they won't do just to get plays. Everybody's slurping on something. Hip hop is run by gays. If you knew, you'd be amazed what they won't do just to get plays. Everybody's slurping on something. Hip hop is run by gays. If you knew, you'd be amazed what they won't do just to get plays. Everybody's slurping on something.
Brimstone itself is presented here only to show that mammalian cells in tissue cultures can be and are damaged by fluoride, and some even killed when their contact with sodium fluoride is in the concentration of 1 part in 30 million.
I can go from adorable to horrible, downright deplorable. Snap your president's neck right at the inaugural. Them fucking with me is unaffordable. I stick them in the portable potty and ship them off the portable. They send you entertainments meant to prevent the anger. My righteous indignation may just turn them into stranglers. My curriculum coordinate your thinking order. I'm the reason why they have to fluoridate the drinking water. I'm the reason they set up a forced medication plan. I'm the reason FEMA's building more concentration camps. I'm the reason elitists are meeting up in secrecy, developing a virus to assault your sense of decency. I'm the reason they've been paying people in the blogosphere to poison the well and muddy the water so it's not as clear. You're the direct result of a gimmick and a profiteer, beholden to a puppeteer. Homie, get the fuck out of here. Tis the season. Someone freedom. Now you'll see them. I'm the reason. I stay grinding, grinding like a motherfucker, grinding like a motherfucker. I stay grinding like a motherfucker, grinding. I stay grinding, grinding like a motherfucker, grinding. I stay grinding like a. I've been chewing on the Victorina, feeding it into the grinder, turning it to fluffy powder, sweeter than the tight vagina. Always had the green collie, now we got the red collie. Everything emanates from the heart of the valley. Premium blends and world-class extracts. Purity is guaranteed, indeed we always test that. Don't try to draw a parallel, you'll never find another. Ask me how I know and I will tell you I've been grinding like a motherfucker.
fast flame grinding. That is literally his last name. For years now he had the competition so perturbed. Exclusive maker of the world-renowned gold reserve. Timing is a motherfucker. Devil's flow. Don't you doubt it, cocksuckers. We've been grinding like a motherfucker. I stay grinding. I stay grinding. I stay motherfuckers don't realize the apocalypse on. They gotta spray the skies cause it's got to get warm. Open up your bloody eyes, take a look at the dawn. You're like a frog in the pot about to cook in the storm. Electromagnetical pulses brought to you by these identical vultures who brought you the deceiving evening news. Shoot your TV, stop believing in fools who've trained you to trust them with your info. Cause they can look at radar and see the wind blow, but they won't tell you about the strange trails, N.O. When all you got to do is look out your fucking window. But there ain't nothing strange coming from planes. It's been like that for 10 years, ain't nothing changed except the incremental increase over time. They tinker with the weather like they tinker with your mind. Now you don't even notice miscarriages of justice because your news team said you can trust us. Even a small child would know they pervert you. Hey little girl, come here, I promise I won't hurt you. After your news, have fun with the drama. Oh, you like Wayne Gacy, Ted Bundy, and Dahmer. You like to get your head filled with shit to disturb you while they teach invalids how to commit the perfect murder. Those still in the dark like to laugh, not knowing they've been brainwashed by psychopaths. Using a science that's been known for millennia, carefully crafted, precisely honed to get into ya. Bombarded with garbage, retarded in the fashion. If Katie Couric didn't report it, it didn't happen. That is the manner in which you have been conditioned. All I could do was say, fuck you, you didn't listen.
Yo, man, stop, how you like it now? How you like it now, huh? I swear to God, I'm sorry.
Oh, I can tell you are. To understand who's ruling your mind, look into psychiatry and you find the home of the mental raiders, with a little help from the hidden persuaders, who've changed the whole societal structure from individualism to global culture. A cold calculating science that steals the soul and guides society toward the one world goal. Come on, get chipped. Come on, get chipped. Come on, get chipped. Come on, get chipped. Come on with the warm up, get down with the get down. Come on with the warm up, get down with the get down. Come on with the warm up, get down with the get down. The snow's on the ground, setting records of your town. Come on with the warm up, get down with the get down. Come on with the warm up, get down with the get down. Come on with the warm up, get down with the get down. The snow's on the ground, setting records of your town.
Not a war, it's a pageant.
We need a theme, a song, some visuals. We need, it's a pageant. It's like the Oscars. That's why we came to you. I never won an Oscar. And it's a damn shame you didn't, but you produced the Oscars.
Yes, indeed I did.
If you never won an Oscar, how would you like an ambassadorship?
An ambassadorship? That's my payoff.
I'm from a land where international bankers own the president. To tell the truth, most folks are hyper hesitant. Strike a nerve and they want to get belligerent. If you don't know the plan, man, you're better off ignorant. You wanna hate, I don't feel compelled to diss you. Accumulate your baubles and trinkets, bells and whistles. That apple pie no longer smells official. You work all day to pay for Israel's missiles. You wanna pay your true respect to the departed. Acknowledge the method by which every war was started. Global controllers rendered the masses lethargic. They could save the planet, why do they choose to starve it? There's long been a cure, why they fight cancer. The right question gets you halfway to the right answer. Polite banter, incite grandeur. What you had in your hand, happy with whatever the man might hand you. Wildest dreams I sip, freshly squeezed pineapple juice. Just off the coast of Costa Rica. Can't take a trip and make them dreams come true. I'll be there, I hope to see ya. This is for the people who cannot believe they're an abomination. Thinking a man speaking peace is going to save them. Thinking they got dibs on a stolen nation. Thinking depraved men lusting power won't enslave them. Thinking they're breaking some kind of law just for thinking. I don't think they were thinking at all. Thinking that the bottom of the bucket didn't fall. Thinking they haven't been raped by a currency cabal. Thinking global warming's here and the earth is overcrowded. Thinking that they're saving the planet when they don't know about it. Thinking what they spray ain't meant to get your thoughts all clouded. Thinking that way it's hard to believe they even thought about it. Thinking water fluoridation is fighting tooth decay. Thinking it's not an industrial waste that they threw away. Forget thinking with the logical think. I'd rather turn on my spigot and enjoy a tropical drink. My wildest dreams I sip, freshly squeezed pineapple juice. Just off the coast of Costa Rica. If you care to take a trip and make your dreams come true, I'll be there, I hope to see ya. How can we stay so numb? Is it the fluoride in the water? Now I see the way they come. They will not give my son a daughter. Let me warn you in advance, I'm not a big pharmaceutical fan. If you're pushing your poison, then I'm gonna have to disrespect you. Mr. Vaccine Man, with your vaccine plan, get the fuck off of my lawn or you gonna meet Mr. Heckler. Looking down the barrel of a tool is not cool, and I don't wanna be the one to pull the trigger. But if you pull a syringe and threaten my kins, I'll ask questions right after I end you. Whether you're pushing the Marisol or Splendor, you are now complicit in a genocide agenda. No joke for real, fast burger. I will not be a spoke in your wheel of mass murder. Fact remains, murk is tasked to murk ya. I don't give a fuck what your gullible ass heard of. Soldiers on the front line are dumb animals. Henry Kissinger's words, not mine. My wildest dreams I sip, freshly squeezed pineapple juice. Just off the coast of Costa Rica. Baby, we're gonna take that trip and make our dreams come true. Just me, you, and sweet Sophia. I am diametrically opposed to ad hominem attacks and ridicule. Understand, you give that to me, I'll give it to you tenfold. There's a mass genocide plan happening here, and unless you are among the ones carrying it out, you're included. So wake the fuck up or shut the fuck up.
So you take the high road, and I'll take the low.
I got a lot of inside scoop, super duper fly poop. When the shit hits the fan, it ain't going in my suit. Your bubble might bust, but trust me, it's rather cute. When I jump out the jet with the golden parachute, your data and my data's the same, but there's just a couple things missing out of your frame. They've been playing with your brain to my utter disdain. Most of the names have changed, but the game remains the same. Manufacture acts of terror to traumatize the masses, trick them into a new world order controlled by fascists. Get everybody acquainted with the digital to strangle. You will comply when the shit jumps off. And if you wanna fuss around, you'll get your chip turned off. One child policy is coming swift with force. And if you feel the need to breed, you get your dick chopped off. Oh, you thought shit was horrific in communist China? Soon it's gonna be in Texas, Alabama, Carolina, and every other so-called state you can name. You people fell asleep, it's great, who's to blame? We tried to tell you it was coming. You were more concerned with how many yards your favorite quarterback was running, and buying trinkets hoping to get laid for it. Enjoy your police state, motherfucker, you paid for it. I'm fit to lead, just follow me. I'm gonna spread democracy. The world's a dangerous place to be. Some people hate us 'cause we're free. We're gonna fix that real soon.
To the grips with the fact that they told us exactly what they were going to do. They wrote a document called the Project for a New American Century.
Don't ever say I didn't warn you. That's about all one can do. Anything you say, the opposite is probably true. Every day, their grip is getting stronger. We must not prune the tree of evil any longer. Every day, the tyrant's getting closer. Will you sit back and watch, or do what you're supposed to?
What can I get with 2.3 trillion? When does a citizen become a civilian? When did the heroes morph into the villains? How can 2 planes powderize 3 buildings? These are questions that could get you murked, politically, socially, physically put into the dirt. Many swear that there's some kind of conflict of interest within. The conflict depends upon what you're interested in. You can chant 9/11 was an inside job all day until you say the Mossad and pay closer attention to Flight 175 and the odd cylindrical pod beneath the fuselage. Then it's 2 + 2 level addition after you factor in the flight termination systems. Then flash back to the cash the good rabbi stole, September 10th style, right down the rabbit hole.
Can I get with 2.3?
You can get unlimited corporate news.
Can I get with 2.3?
You can have any mercenaries you choose.
Can I get with 2.3 trillion?
You can steal a couple million souls.
Can I get with 2.3
You can get everything under control. Initially hit the Pentagon with was not an act of randomness. It's murdered accountants, bookkeepers, and budget analysts. That side of the building was retrofitted prior to this to withstand bomb blast, the nickname the catchers meant. If that don't give you some kind of clue why they glued them on, maybe you should take some medication for your new disorder. If buildings are burning, don't ever trust a news reporter with 267 stories of gruesome slaughter. Don't ever mention Dov Zakim and trillion stolen, much less missile-equipped Boeings, even remote controlling. With System Planning Corporation International, the folks to see if you got some buildings you'd like to crash into. But that's impossible without the proper capital. That's why I'm asking you what you would do with unimaginable wealth. So much money you can't delve in it. Enough to buy 10 presidents and 12 senates.
Can I get with 2.3?
You can get unlimited corporate news. That's right.
Can I get with 2.3?
You can have any mercenaries you choose. All night.
Can I get with 2.3?
You can steal a couple million souls. Indeed.
Can I get with 2.3?
You can get everything under control. Now that's greed.
Can I get what? Can I get Can I get with 2.3 trillion? Can I get what? Can I get with 2.3 trillion? Can I get with 2.3 trillion? What can I get?
You know, it took me about a year to start hating the 9/11 victims' families. It took me about a year. And I had such compassion for them, and I really, I wanted to help them.
That's about a millionth of what you can get with 2.3 trillion. Some clown named Glenn Beck fucking with a Pentagon talking point of how he hates the 9/11 victims' families. But that didn't roll over too well, did it, Glenn? They're well aware they can no longer create a consensus as effectively as they used to. So they parade some other clown on the other side of the spectrum named Geraldo to tacitly give 9/11 truth a 6-minute segment semblance of credence, as if we didn't have that 9 years ago, dummy. The system is designed to make you think anything is funny. Pretty soon you won't be able to buy anything with your monopoly money, dummy. What can I get with 2.3 trillion? 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 2.3 trillion.
Good time, man. I like that. That's pretty good. Well produced, man. Hey, Spec.
So what is the national debt? When government spends more than it collects in taxes, it has to borrow the difference by selling interest-bearing IOUs, such as U.S. bonds. When a U.S. bank buys a $100 U.S. bond, it gets to loan out 10 times that amount. So the bank not only gets back the $100 plus interest from the federal government, it gets to loan out another $1,000 it doesn't have and charge additional interest.
What a freaking racket.
Banks are allowed to create this extra money out of thin air. So banks aren't making only 6% interest, for example. They are really making over 1,000% interest. That's why bank buildings are the biggest in every town on the planet. This system of lending way more than you have is called fractional reserve lending. Almost all our money is created by banks, lending it to people, to companies, or to government. As we'll see, there is a better way for a government to get money. Simply issue it without debt for the benefit of all citizens equally.
I'm sure you might want to turn your head the other way. But if you dare trip with me, I will take you on a ride. You will see just how you can prevent genocide. Everything you think you own has been lent to you by a predator with a monopoly on terror. There is no competitor. America's a detonation getting deader. Supine to its sovereign, you cannot audit your creditor. They ship the drugs and run the prisons, etc. You can't find one mainstream newspaper editor. If you get upset, who you gonna write a letter to? Your congressman has been vetted, and so has your senator. The inventors of this creature are fortuitous. They've owned you all from birth for centuries. Ain't nothing new to this. The truth is just too illustrious and luminous for folks to know who they can trust and who Lucius is, or any other Rockefeller Foundation. 1,000 points of light, non-governmental organization. All that tyranny could be summarily dead in one fell swoop if you end the fair. That's what I said. And you'd be foolish to think their main goal is not to conquer. Your mindset, slave, don't ever forget, slave. You have just been turned into a
still here, man.
slave.
officially.
Yeah, I'm here.
Take the real route. There was a big takeover, fuck a bailout. They got
Ladder, dude.
clamoring to stick they tail out. This is Admiralty law. They
Ladder, move.
Ain't nothing new. Eventually,
You hear music?
I'm not playing it. Who's playing music?
Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
What's it coming out, man?
That was manufactured in a lab.
You hear it?
What's
Cast your vote today to kill the plague. These motherfuckers should be sentenced to death at the Hague. Vacationing in Hades, he really has a nice glow. His money created what people call culture, carrying on the same traditions as Paul Volcker. It's so fun, why the hell it got to end? All these monetary funds, we still got a lot to lend. Let me take a little glance at my teleprompter friend. He could tell me what the ass Mr. Helicopter been. He's dropping dollar bills from the sky to offshore banks who like to fly.
I think it's interesting to note that a new relationship based upon trust and cooperation is one that doesn't need endless hours of arms control discussion, arms control agreement. I can remember people would sit at tables for hours and hours and hours trying to reduce levels of nuclear armament, but that's what our government's going to do the next 10 years, the next 10 years.
That good old-fashioned truth, honor, justice, and virtue are rare these days, man. Don't let them desert you. Some guys symbolize evil enterprise behind the skies. Kind of dirty lies I despise. When you're obliged to hide one thing in your heart and speak another, one day you might master the art of deceit, my brother. If the whole world started practicing honesty tomorrow, and millions of people would starve, bro. It's hard though, constantly staying on the up and up, without being tempted by Satan and fucking up. Every day, the devil stay increasing his fans. Cancer's truth is, supply always exceeded demands. And truth is, there's many things I yearn to collect, but if my cup runneth over, I return to excess. I practice equity with complete conviction, but when dealing with demons, the seat could kick in like I wrote speeches for Nixon. Vision, your new picture in the theater for fee. I just jump up on the net and grip the DVD. These suckers are top 40 to me. Computers are Lucifers, and I ain't moved by most of movies I see. I'm on a bomb track, and best believe that it's mine. Fuck a contract, I never was that eager to sign, but I grace the dotted line to boost my slum level some. And if I get mine in time, you better run, devil, run, devil, run.
Now I don't wanna do it, I'd rather keep it muted, but I'm gonna have to shoot
extreme accuracy.
Let these devils run.
I want to make it clear to people that the idea of putting subliminal messages in ads is it's ridiculous.
My mere words perturb evildoers not anointed. I was keeping demons at bay the same day Governor Bush got appointed. Before you stand to give a man ovation, you should question whether his plan came from an undisclosed location. He's not telling. Watch covert operations, brave new world, cause their concern's not the nation, but a population of have not occupation, where education won't even be an inoculation. After privatization of public indoctrination, tantamount to Edison corporations, bright ideas become your limitations when you get back into bed with the very devils you just got finished chasing. It's an infinite alternation that won't ever stop until they destroy Earth from space and time is relative. The 12th dimension completes level 1. There ain't nowhere for devils to run, you see.
Science has sure surpassed us as you adore your masters. It could get more disastrous long as these devils run.
Nobody can threaten this country.
Run.
Oh, they may be able to bomb buildings.
If only appearances could show the truth. Shit is utterly pitiful, man. Work would be so much easier. It's not even funny. Appearances can be so deceiving. People
listen to me, the evildoers are lurking, cooking up the devilish recipes, just they working. Right on Hell's Kitchen stove, the brew is perking. Your freedoms, one by one, they will be murking. Way before the tragedy happened, yes, I was talking this very exact same stuff. I keep walking the path I chose, Lord knows I'm hell raising. Forget what Lucifer said, we trailblazing. This devil's rule earth and the cast, a man crying, pushing forth a great disaster plan, trying. It seems it's time they went and done did it. Just keep a tight grip on your gun and run with it. Hey, we got a lot of problems, but guns could never solve them. We gotta stop them goblins that let them devils run. Run, 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 run. We gotta stop that John Wayne mentality, y'all. We gotta keep them devils on the run and stop them from running. If you dig what I'm saying, we really need that God of the Old Testament back. He don't take no crap, you know what I mean? He would sacrifice his only begotten son to keep devils on the run.
Whoa, cool. God is so in your face.
Yeah, he's my favorite fictional character. Measuring 300 cubits in 300 cubits, give or take. Exactly 300. And thou shalt take us 2 of every creature. 2 creatures? 2 of every creature. Even stink beetles? Especially stink beetles.
Well, that was interesting music.
I'm going to describe the design of planned attacks on buildings inside the U.S. and how operatives were
Payday
directed to carry them
Monsanto.
out.
He's
Valuable information.
he's never been signed, but he's been making music for like 10, 20 years. It's good, man. I don't like all of the songs, but a very high amount of them are amazing. If you listen to him for maybe 2-3 albums, you'll learn a lot, man.
Yeah, he's spitting some serious truth.
I stay blessed by the Buddha vine with the sharpshooter's mind on the roof with the express intent to make the Luga chime. Nothing these crabgrass lyricists can do to mine. My microphone should be behind glass at the Guggenheim. I'm not anything like them normal guys. I make a pussy pulsate 3 times its normal size. God honest, it don't take Nostradamus to see I made my enemy a catastrophic promise. I'm speaking on behalf of the masses starving. My niggas forced to resort to selling drugs and robbing. City streets is devil bent. I seen many blue collars dead for $2. That's why I preach embezzlement and practice it as my tactics get more immaculate. I start to pour, I reign. The art of war's no game, I mastered it. You couldn't see me with the most renowned philosophers. You motherfuckers better get binoculars. Your eyes on the sparrow, and you learn how to be free. Stay nailed to a chair with a sail and some air. It's a prison and I'm happy that the bail isn't there. Cause the warden is my genie and he grants me my wishes. And I work in the kitchen but I don't do the dishes. Incarcerated dancing with the stars, you were pitiful. The world's a giant cell but the bars are invisible. Couch people meet America, just what it is today. They keep trying to escape but there's no way that they can get away. Cause they got distractions for every party. They can concoct an assassination for anybody. Illegalese ain't a breeze, but it's rather faulty. They made up their own dialect, I call it Jabberwocky. My nomenclature's from way back yonder. Haystacks of ganja, that's the ponder. Fast forward to the future, you know what I'm fond of. You see me east of Fiji, near Tonga. Your eyes on the sparrow, and you learn how to be free. Just cause you walk the straight and narrow, I can't make no guarantee.
Locked inside a mental fortress, I bomb the commune. General Assembly in session, the moment opportune.
Now it's physical, let my people go home from electric fences embedded since embryos. Relinquish the sentences, H2O sentient. Denominate like Methodists, yet we are separatists. I carve around your subsection, rather childish. Badger the magistrate as I break out a tie stick. Without the label, fly stable like kamikaze. Fix a crash, print the cash like Ashkenazi. That's not me, I don't speculate like gold digging. The prospects don't look good with no kitchen. I keep my eye on the sparrow, high on collabos. Thinking of rhymes while riding on my harrow. Me and Peter rap hauling notes, all in quotes. We can give you the proof, then poof, be gone in smoke.
The police right now in a lot of cities are being trained now to take care of the hordes that are going to be in the city. And if you're not aware of that, why aren't you?
I'm aware of it, but I'm not going to be here. I have enough sense that I know I got to get out of America. And so
where are you going to go?
No, on a trimaran in the middle of the ocean. That's where I'll be at.
Yeah, well, goodbye. Have a good one.
We gonna go. That was cool. I was kind of trancy, man. I'm in a little bit of a trance. Just a little bit of a trance.
We face entrapment while they attack us. Some of us pack up, get off the map, and take one last puff. Some of us stay strapped up, we snap, crack up, and just act up. Some of us say, nah man, fuck that, we don't back up. Smashing the block, tactical black block, push back cops. These activists grabbed and cuffed on these black trucks that pass us. Fast track passes, they laugh at us, and they tax us. While hackers cracking navigational gadgets that track us. Cause we stroll around thinking we're incredibly blessed now. Willing to be strapped with devices heavily teched out. The human sensory system is suppressed and it's stressed out. We all checked into the matrix, but we never have checked out. So we try to avoid these weaponized toys that destroy us. We ain't paranoid, but we stay poised to the noises. Fuck the toys of a koi fish. This is the voice of the voiceless. And if you support the troops, then tell them boys to come join us. These are the times that we live in, the times that we die in. These are the times that we all are surviving. But we all must shine through these dark times in America we live in.
Never had that so before.
That we all are surviving.
Heavy, man.
These are the times of universal deceit. We're telling the wrong type of truth can get you murked in the street. Prosecuted and persecuted for some words that you speak. Broad day, JFK, head burst in your seat. My cursive is neat. I'm about to rout out all your pestilence. I will never flinch when confronted with the evidence. I don't care about an order from whatever bench. You're gonna need yourself a better wench than Loretta Lynch. How the hell is creature still on the loose now? She should be doing 2 to 5 in the Who Scout. They pulled the wool over the eyes of the pew row. It shouldn't be any surprise what they do now. They keep on going all out to scare you with their ISIS factor. What they really need to do is hire better crisis actors. Election, they stole it. You wanna get to control it? You might have to sacrifice a couple chickens to mold it. These are the times that we live in, the times that we die in. These are the times that we all are surviving. But we all must shine through these dark times in America we live in. These are the times that we die in. These are the times that we all are surviving. But we all must shine through these dark times in America.
What the fuck? This dark time is infinite. Been this way since the white man killed the Indians. The water in Michigan is poisoning citizens while unhealthy Americans can't produce insulin. It's time to take initiative. And they ask me why I'm mad, cause you're not fucking listening. You need Ritalin to keep your attention from fizzling. We're giving kids iPads instead of making fishermen. Simplistic imprisonment. It's so easy to trap your mind with submissive instruments. Talking television sets, radios, and scripted text. They want you eating the beef, so you leave acidic, yes. I won't skip a step. Violent like ballistic tests, ridiculous. Expose the explicitness of the rich and fresh. And then we eat the rich and feed the poor with homegrown veggies and delete all the pizza stores.
These are the times that we live in, the times that we die in. These are the times that we all are surviving. But we all must shine through these dark times in America we live in. These are the times that we die in. These are the times that we all are surviving. But we all must shine through these dark times in America. the page, against the grain, as always and forever. Slum One, high society for life. 2012, baby. You know, since it's the 12th hour. Oh, I figure it's appropriate. We file chapter 11. It's about time for that. Religious indeed. Clock's about to strike. No more fires for my flesh. No more masters found a threat. No more following another's footsteps. No more need to bow, cringe, or crawl. Utter lying words. I was free. I stood erect and fearlessly, joyously. I faced all worlds in defiance of greedy tyrants. It was the end of compliance for me. And that was back in 9-3 when I realized I'd be better off worshiping a tree than that cruel deity that they depict in the Bible with that angel who supposedly became his arch rival. Today, religion's used for mental incarceration. Though the writers of the books had some wild imaginations, I'll make astronomical facts my emphasis to dispute the account of creation as told in Genesis. I learned that some of the known stars were so far away in depths of space that the light traveling at the ridiculous rate of almost 200,000 miles a second took 2 million years just to reach this little globe. Now check it, many of them great stars you have to understand make this sphere we're living on here look like a tiny grain of sand. Now just based on them two facts alone, I asked myself if the author of Genesis would have known. Would he have wrote in verse Jehovah worked 6 days on earth and only a part of the afternoon on the 4th to make the rest of the universe? And here, please allow me to say, those answering me in malice have got their guns pointed the wrong way. You see, I'm not the one you should be shooting. You should blast Kepler, Copernicus, Herschel, Newton. They uncover the facts to dispel the lies, and after you dispose of them, you can wage a war toward the sky. And Jehovah himself for shooting his foot and having furnished evidence against the truthfulness of his book. There's other steps I took to reach the conclusions I do. These are just a few examples that I'm using for you. I studied geology for a semester or two and learned principal facts that a lot of cats prove to be true. Enough to know the Laurentian rocks are more than antique, unique, millions of years older than concrete beneath my feet. Enough to know that this earth has been wielding in light and shade hundreds of millions of years before a Bible was ever made. Now again, for the zealots that want to point their guns and malice at me, why don't you launch a curse against the blasphemous sea? For the reverend snarling at me like an ox, why don't you just bang your head against the infidel rocks? Now intelligent men who are not easily frightened, whose brains have not been paralyzed by fear, who stay enlightened, men whose minds where the act of reason has not been banished, know the story of creation was written by a savage. No, I don't subscribe to the old or new edition, although there's lots of beauty and wisdom within them. I sympathize with sincere Christians, but they obviously don't know the origins of their religion.
Bitch, try to look within yourself, not a scripture. Open up your third eye. God is not dealing with religion. Bitch, try to look within yourself, not a scripture.
Back and to the left in no way indicates where a bullet came from.
Come on, Salvo, let's get the fuck out of this fucking gym joint with this fucking faggot, you cock smoker.
It's worse than horrible because a zombie has no will of his own. You see them sometimes, walking around blindly with dead eyes, following orders, not knowing what they do, not caring. You mean like Democrats?
They turn rap into a charade with the records they made. If it wasn't for culture creation, they would never get played. And it would not show you. Commercial caskets severed and slayed. If skills translated to bills, they would never get paid. You got clowns to the left, you jokers to the right, but you're blind to the center. Inventors are out of sight. Disappeared from the public eye, replaced by another guy. Compensated for fake it, indoctrinated to love a lie. You better beware of the crocodile, steady crying tears on behalf of psychopaths, murdering pioneers. Prostitutes infect the truth. Good luck with that. Leave it at the door, or cause I don't fuck with that. Technologies I've seized have been monumental. Brilliant minds unleashed could be detrimental. Second Amendment, put your head on burst. Grab at my gun, you should understand the lead comes first. We strayed way off course from initial intent. It turned into the opposite of what it was meant. I come to remind the swine of divine accomplishment. The slated to perish if they don't see it's time to repent. The shit I invent is guaranteed to meet the suppressor. Free energy comparable to that of Tesla. I put your man-made contraptions on the fritz. Conscious of the ominous hominids in my midst. It's not a blockbuster movie you can see in the theater, but isn't intended to get you ready for the future. Predictive programming for your one-world leader. A far cry from what your grandpappy was used to. Administered with the ease of an eye drop, saturating your retina so you can't see the psyop. Why stop when you've convinced the majority everything is lovely while they're living horribly? They've been training them to enjoy their servitude, and in a sense I really can't even blame them. They deserve it, dude. The nerve of you consuming your poisonous circus food, scoffing at me while you're on the roller coaster of moral turpitude. I'm critical of the military-industrial complex vitriol. It's gonna have to get physical. Strangle the puppets with their strings, quite literal. Barack Obama's just the vice president of Israel. Straight way off course from initial intent. It turned into the opposite of what it was meant. I come to remind the swine of divine accomplishment. That's slated to perish if they don't see it's time to repent. The shit I invent is guaranteed to meet the suppressor. Free energy comparable to that of Tesla. I'll put your man-made contraptions on the fritz. Conscious of the ominous hominids in my midst.
Stay calm, there's no need for alarm. Ha 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 ha. See now he's getting major money. Rich rap star. Stay calm, there's no need for alarm. Souls bought and sold and paroled for 30 talents. Illegal actors. Babylon's benefactors.
For fuck's sake.
Thank you. I was just watching a Bob Nodell tribute on Globebusters.
Yeah.
Did you know Bob Nodell?
Never known personally. I've been in a VC or two when he's been in, but
Yeah, he came in here once. Well, I was here.
Nah, he's been here. Nah, he used to come here all the time, bro.
Since I've been here, he came in one time.
Yeah. No, I've been in a couple of VCs.
It was about a year ago, man. I think he dropped in on us.
Well,
I was working. I couldn't really VC with him, but I remember him dropping in. Anyway, interesting guy, man. Rest in peace, Bob. Rest in peace, brother. Just trying to give information about NASA being a Hollywood studio and the Earth is flat. Nice guy, dude. Right on? Right on. That's a good guy right there. Spreading out some information, man. I learned a lot from Bob and crew over there at Globebusters, man. Tuned in, 30, 40, 50 shows. I don't know. Not a lot, but I was always interesting. I like that kid Eru, man, over there. He's pretty interesting. He was great, man. They had the Morgile. Remember the Morgile? Damn. And then Nuno. That was it. Rodrigo Nunez. Yeah, he was on there. Anyway, Globebusters is a very interesting show, man. Used to get a couple of thousand people watching on the stream, man. It was crazy. The chat was impossible, man. You couldn't even get a word. Hey, is that... dude. Oh, my goodness. Somebody just typed in a chat.
This is Big Root. Big Root. Big Root.
Dang.
You know who I'm speaking about? Root. Big Root is called.
Big Root.
That's his track playing just now. Yeah, he comes in like UK, like any time after this time he'll come in, like hopefully the next 2 or 3 hours.
All right. Excellent, man. Excellent. I can barely hear it, but
I can turn it up.
I mean, you're gonna have to crank it up. I mean, it's literally like a whisper.
It's like a government policy that we man go. A bigger conspiracy than Jill Dando. Man, know how I break it down. A lot of truths around, but the algorithms mean they don't make it round. Or YouTube take it down before you make a pound. I'm more than capable, so I choose to make a sound. The world's changed up, it's a bitter pill to swallow. They're burning books today, they'll burn bodies tomorrow. Life's a whitewashed movie like the Mask of Zorro. People running round living like time is borrowed. We need more sophistication, less speculation. Otherwise this'll be a lost generation. 5G looking like a palish horse. They use silent weapons for quiet wars. We're releasing prisoners to save lives, of course. Told them if they go beach, they're going back with force. If you know the outcome, you see the journey's course. Look to Africa, you can see a Chinese force. Everybody wants to be first, to be second. There's a battle for your mind, cause your mind is a weapon. Mind over matter, so mind where you're stepping. Everything that glitters ain't gold, I was told. Forget race, replace your brain power. Forget black power, I'm talking flat power. History's a forgery of broken homes, and your race has nothing to do with skin tone.
My mother knew they were coming. When I told my mama that I had cured my 13 AIDS patient, she said, they gonna get you.
We're coming from much higher frequencies. We ain't no chimpanzees. Ask the Aborigines from the West Indies. When it comes to history, it's a debunk. Hundreds of years gone missing's a big chunk. Egyptology smells like a big skunk. Our history's bunk. Since the dark ages, our pages shrunk. I came a long way from a basic punk. Now I run my own business, fucking slam dunk. And politics is a detour. Trading your integrity for little reward. We can go back and forth like a seesaw, but we don't need to fight like Jacob and Esau. Spend a little time with my family. Don't be mad at me why I don't rap G. I rap like an athlete. Big rude family, you better at me. I'm making moves round the city like a taxi. Now the city wanna tax me. Salute to my soldiers living tax-free. They're gonna try ban my speech when they catch me. Cause my philosophy is to live naturally. Actually, I'll break it down factually. GMO grown foods from the factory is killing you softly with toxicity. It's what we eat when we need electricity. Dirty air, dirty water in this city. Hostile to your body's tranquility. So let's see, we either wake up to reality or we grow another money tree.
Chemical affinity. Chemical affinity is important. It's an electrical transport. Chemical affinity. The body could only accept what it is made of, not something new or alien today. Last question. Your Honor, is it a fact that the father of medicine, Mr. Hypocrisy, the man that established the principles of medical science today, cured every disease known to man? Did he use herbs or chemicals? She said herbs. I said thank you very much. I rest my case.
Okay. We got my multi-dimensional entity. We got my multi-dimensional entity. I'm talking truth and now they're thinking traumatic's mad. I'm talking truth though the truth is I'm a savage lad. Truth heard so I kill him using tragic facts. We need to be responsible and take the planet back. Listen, human beings must be blinded by cataracts. So I'm tying razors on my hands and giving them happy slaps. People panic and the place is getting manic fam. Every human being must die to save the habitat. So fuck it, I'm going mad and grabbing cash. Growing hydroponics and I'm feeding them organic mass. Grabbing handfuls of cannabis from plastic bags. Then I'm rolling up and smoking up the magic fags. I'm making oils from the birds, I'm also dabbing wax. I'm doing big bombs of Mandy, then I'm shagging slags. I'm taking massive dabs of LSD and acid tabs. I don't do the crack, so I stay away from smashing slabs. When it comes to psychedelics, I'm a master. I'm activating all my low and higher chakras. I'm smoking DMT and drinking ayahuasca. Then I'm eating magic mushrooms with my fish and pie and pasta. I'm like a rasta, all I do is smoke the herbal. Infinite supply, I don't need a home to burgle. Every day I got the grades, no commercial. And I'm mentally a mess and in my head there's loads of hurdles. Now I'm tripping out on ecstasy, the roads are purple. I'm seeing sacred symmetry and rows of circles. No rehearsal, I'll be the first to mention. Every second of the day I wanna leave the third dimension. You can learn ascension by taking psychedelics. Only natural plants though, cheap drugs are quite pathetic. I'm like a crazy scientist, I'm like a medic. Cause these psychedelic compounds have altered my genetics.
Mystery. And there's only a few different ways to really crack below the surface of that mystery, and the best way is psychedelics. And the heavier the psychedelic, the better. And guess what? No one's dying from psychedelics. All our thoughts on psychedelics are all based on bullshit propaganda that we heard about people, going crazy or losing their minds. You're not going to go crazy. You're going to go fucking insane. All right? All that stuff is going to remove your ego, and it's going to explain to you what the world is really all about. Best way is psychedelics.
Well,
Yes, Mr. Traumatic, Dr. Dimensional. Don't let the cultural conditioning control you. You don't need to worry about the vaccine for Ebola. All I see is terrorism on a television. All they do is lie to you, it's all a fake persona. Turn off your TV, go outside and leave your sofa. Cause you notice when you're looking up and planes are flying over. They're spraying chemtrails, it's not normal. Geoengineering makes the atmosphere colder. Yes. Don't worry about the finance on your rover. Worry about the mercury they stick inside your molars. And worry about the taxes you're paying to the soldiers. They're dropping bombs and leaving children in a coma. There's aspartame inside your soda, fluoride in your water, turning you bipolar. Worry about McDonald's, KFC and Coca-Cola. Cause you feed them to your kids, they might as well catch pneumonia. And mental issues when they're older, it's terrifying. I'm talking truth, real facts, though I'm never lying. I do my best, I'm forever trying. If humanity do not ascend, I'll end up crying. We'll all end up dying cause humanity's defenseless. All I see is pain, but my strategy's relentless. Never ending, all the agony is endless. Paradise is infinite, the galaxy's tremendous. Well, that's so deep and intellectual. I'm giving them facts when I'm speaking at a festival. I'm screaming, no freedom ain't acceptable. Well, that's so deep and intellectual. And now my sanity is mad at me for finding out the truth. Cause in reality, humanity is dying out, it's true. I'm astral traveling, I'm flying out the roof. Because your government officials, they've been hiding all the proof. Now my sanity is mad at me for finding out the truth. Cause in reality, humanity is dying out, it's true. I'm astral traveling, I'm flying out the roof. Because your government officials, they've been hiding all the proof. That's why I'm channeling these frequencies of energy right from the fifth dimension to awaken lost souls. Even though this mass awakening is taking place, ascension is priceless and only God knows. Yes, believe me, being vegan isn't easy. All I see is GMO cause real food costs loads. Big up my vegetarians and all my entities. Plant-based protein will give you strong bones. Nature is astounding, that's why I love green. I love grounding and gazing at sunbeams. You got healing powers, but they're unseen. Fuck the dentist, say but poison in my bloodstream. Now this mercury is hurting me internally. It's burning me, these metals in my mouth for needing surgery. It's an emergency, I need them urgently. Holistic dentistry, no infirmary. And now it's getting complex like quantum biology. The blueprint of the universe is sacred geometry. You can see it microscopically or looking through a telescope and studying astronomy. I'm talking real facts, I ain't talking comedy. There's a lot to learn, trust me, there's a lot to see. Show compassion, integrity and honesty. Humanity is equal, that is my philosophy. So I researched all the greatest minds, like Pythagoras and Plato from the ancient times. I use this information when I'm making rhymes to resonate with people in a different place and time. Metatron's cube should be common knowledge. The methyltryptamine should be compulsory in college. That's intelligent design in the creation of the universe. Trust me, that's a promise. Metatron's cube should be common knowledge. The methyltryptamine should be compulsory in college. That's intelligent design in the creation of the universe. Trust me, that's a promise. Trust me, that's a promise.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
Well, a child's happiness is priceless, right? Especially on a birthday.
Snap the fuck out of your trance. Turn off your television. Pull up your motherfucking pants. Shit is about to get enhanced. The music's about to begin. You better get ready to dance. Snap the fuck out of your dream. Don't believe a goddamn thing you see on that screen. Shit is way beyond obscene. Warriors are gathering, getting ready to intervene. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. They forgot the melody, so they made up a new tune. NASA was laughing their asses off at the buffoons, watching this shit thinking it's real when it was just a cartoon. All that shit collapses right in front of your face. The moment you cannot see the stars from outer space. I will have any astronaut's forehead wrinkling when I ask why there's not a solitary star twinkling. Man lands on the moon, what the fuck you thinking? Who the fuck you think you're fooling? What the fuck have you been drinking? No wonder why you're scared to put your hand to God. Not a single speck of moon dust on your landing pod. There's not a bigger bullshit fairy tale that you could cobble. You forgot the burn crater underneath the lunar module. Snap the fuck out of your trance. Turn off your television. Pull up your motherfucking pants. Shit is about to get enhanced. The music's about to begin. You better get ready to dance. Snap the fuck out of your dream. Don't believe a goddamn thing you see on that screen. Shit is way beyond obscene. Warriors are gathering, getting ready to intervene. Now the very people who've lied to you about their lunar landing have given the whole planet an uber misunderstanding. Circusy clowns nervously frown when you point out the computer-generated image of Earth that is perfectly round. We searched and we found all of these anomalies. When you put them together, it's comedy. The exaggerated nervia, using a fisheye lens just to fabricate the curvature. Half these so-called astronauts don't know what space is. You can see the duping delight on their Freemasonic faces. They are light years from logical. Is it oblate? Is it pear-shaped? It's absolutely comical. They can't seem to make up their mind. They're thinking you're blind. You know time. Snap the fuck out of your trance. Turn off your television. Pull up your motherfucking pants. Shit is about to get enhanced. The music's about to begin. You better get ready to dance. Snap the fuck out of your dream. Don't believe a goddamn thing you see on that screen. Shit is way beyond obscene. Warriors are gathering, getting ready to intervene. Is it flat or is it round? If you're looking for the truth, it shall be found. Is it a disc? Is it a sphere? Do you really think the answer is that clear? Television, pull up your motherfucking pants. Shit is about to get enhanced. The music's about to begin. You better get ready to dance. Snap the fuck out of your dream. Don't believe a goddamn thing you see on that screen. Shit is way beyond obscene. Warriors are gathering, getting ready to intervene.
Then I take it this place, this Maple Street, is not unique. By no means. The world is full of Maple Streets. But we'll go from one to the other and let them destroy themselves. One to the other. One to the other. One to the other.
I travel so much it makes me want to thank my feet. I'm all alone at night walking down Maple Street. I hear the angels speak, I see the demons walk. Can I get down at least a block without hearing all this evil that these people talk? I don't believe in time, I don't need a watch. I'm not a person, I'm a spirit in your speaker box. Monsters are coming, they'll be here anytime now. Get the kids in the basement and lie down. The system's based on divide and conquer. Just look in the face and the eyes of a monster. This is quality, fuck the size of a concert. A blonde jerk in a 9/11 inside job shirt. I had a future life regression tonight. I'll be a crystal bird in my next life, flying through the night in perpetual flight. Like,
had the most distressing dream last night.
Everything I saw from above was so pretty.
I was a crystal bird, all the infants that you woke from.
Monsters cannot fly with me. They conditioned you to think it's okay. They murder innocent women and children every day, far and far away. Or should I say, far away and foreign. They won't distinguish a Muslim from a Mormon. Have fulfilled their plans to surround Earth. Now your job's done and you're nothing but a brown shirt. Don't let them shake your hand with a mason grip. You might walk away, my friend, with a Vera chip. I'm a charitable psychopath, you gotta pardon it. Send your kids home with a fingerprint starter kit. Your offspring are animals, I give them green coats. And when I say kids, I really do mean goats. The battlefield is nothing less than a laboratory. Monsters have arrived, that's not exaggeratory. Equipped with a ridiculous type of wickedness, slated to make Maple Street look like a picnic.
I had the most distressing dream last night.
Everything I saw from above was so pretty.
I was a crystal bird, all the infants that you woke from.
Monsters cannot fly with me.
How much fear is in your natural mind state? If you're out of element, how much can your mind take? How quick are you to act like a primate? If your comfort zone is provoked with high stakes, see, that's how they get you with fear. They don't want anyone thinking crystal clear. Media static induce panic in your ear. Then comes the favor. See this pistol here? Your neighbors are acting mighty suspicious. In a preemptive strike, wouldn't be vicious. Get ready to send out the soldiers again. Oh shit, it's Maple Street all over again.
I had the most
mass awakening. Listen close.
I'm smoking, thought-provoking strains of weed. Home alone, Macaulay Culkin, won't you take a seat? Take you on a trip, this ain't no A to B. I guess it's mainly kids who really make a scene. Say your piece and they'll make you seem delusional. Try be wary of the wool, you know the news will pull. Remove the supervision, but I see through the wall. They're scared to death cause Jeffrey Epstein knew them all. Can't put the topic down, refuse to go to sleep till the truth gets exposed. Ooh, it's giving me chills. Adrenochrome looks like Ellen needs a refill. The island's not been searched, but a pedo's flat in Leedsville. They're playing devil's advocates, I know elites kill children all the time, and I'm sure you've seen the cabinets. I wonder why police will arrest me for some cannabis. They don't want us free thinking, making this analysis.
Where the late Jeffrey Epstein is accused of trafficking underage girls. We're also hearing a first-hand account from one of those alleged victims. Little St. James off the coast of St. Thomas was privately owned by Epstein until his death in August. The local government is now suing his estate for control of it. It's also providing new details of how Epstein was able to get away with his alleged crimes for so long.
Jeffrey Epstein, he was very extreme. He was a dirty pedophile, he was a sex fiend. Let's check the flight logs and see who else is involved. The evidence is here, the case has been solved. The world is run by dirty, evil pedophiles. If you turn your TV on, you see their evil smiles. The secret documents, yeah, I seen the files. The world is run by dirty, evil pedophiles. It's plain to see, you don't need a telescope. You don't. The secret files are hidden in the envelope. I'm talking truth, shouting through a megaphone. The power's in control, they're addicted to adrenochrome. They're vampires, they're parasites. They're hiding in the caves with the stalagmites. Research for yourself, analyze. Your hands are not the only thing that needs to be sanitized.
She was very specific about that night. She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have bath, possibly.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat.
How long would this have happened if we never captured him? Can't take my mind off the flight logs are factoring. Private jet hosting big names, it's staggering. If you think it's only paedophiles, your favourite actors win. Focus on my delivery, man, I don't think it's pizza. It isn't cheese, neither pasta, nah. Kids, they want a piece of their pineal gland, so I think you should do some research. Fuck the news reporters, twisted knobs, turn up the speakers. Now we're seeing why some famous people melt down. Everyone is staring, so the TV host step down. Elephant in the room, I don't think they want it to spread round, but evidence and proof tackles them and shit, they get fouled. Truth, I hide it in a verse. Abuse, they hide it in a church. If you think he did tie the noose, then why'd they cut the cameras? Error 404 online, trying to look for answers. Bottom of the rabbit hole, reality gets manufactured.
It becomes really clear that Epstein was part of this larger network of sexual blackmail operations that have existed in the U.S. since the 1920s that trace back to this national crime syndicate. Even though he was working for Israeli intelligence, the mega group is that same syndicate that's been using sexual blackmail to control politicians since the 1930s. If they've been doing it since the 30s, you know, it's not something that stops with Epstein.
I'm that cat that's quick to put the bass in your face, adjacent to grace.
Hey, what up, Spake?
With papes from the bank.
Alright, bro.
Skank, you got a story to tell. Keep that shit to yourself. I'm not about to.
What's up, bro?
Fuck the fame and the bourgeois.
Nothing much, man.
I want the money.
Just got off work.
Wait up, I moved my earphones in, bro.
Did you see the message I put on the live stream?
Yeah, let's put my earphones in, bro. Say again?
Oh, I can't hear you. I have to turn the bot down.
Get up, man. I'll fuck.
No, unless you want to pause it for a little bit. Just.
Well, then, doing it right now, bro.
Yeah, just pause it for.
All fucking peasants to me. You think police want peace on the streets, man? You're blind. The prison district complex would lose its fucking mind. Their survival's dependent upon you committing a crime. It's not an accident. The system is wicked by design.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool right there. Now I was gonna tell you, man, some of that music slaps, dude. I like the playlist. Oh, most of it anyway. I that I didn't like. Well, you know which ones I didn't like. But the rest of them are pretty damn cool. Like, where did you get this? Is it one artist?
No. That's Payday Monsanto, and there's a mixture at the very start of the playlist. Big Root, he did a couple of tracks. So Big Root, when you put it's pinned in the, what do you call it? If you go to bot commands, and it's pinned, and you better just play it.
Yeah, Big Root does some. He's a really good lyricist. But the guy that you played before him, like, or even prior to that, like the music before, he's a lyrical genius, man. Like, the words he puts in his like raps, freaking amazing. Like, not many people can do it like that. You know what I mean? Like, he's got like an old, like I want to say like a late '80s, mid or early '90s vibe to his music. I don't know. It sounds like that era, you know.
Late '90s,
like underground kind of stuff. Like, I feel it's got an underground vibe to it.
No, he's never been. Like, he won't sell his soul. He's never had a record deal, but he's been producing music for like 20 years at least.
The guy is he's a lyrical genius, though. The words that he uses, I don't know. It's just in the beats that he puts to him, freaking amazing, dude. Like, that guy has a gift. I'm just saying, he has a gift.
That's what fucking taking loads of whatever. He takes hard drugs and he goes on benders and he bans loads of people from his chat, and then he goes away out, he leaves the stream on, and he comes back like 7 hours later, and there's like loads of people in his chat still, and he comes in wired to the moon, man. So he's got some issues. What the fuck was that? He thinks that all the frequencies are trying to get inside his eyes and shit like that. So it's a bit hardcore.
I would say it's akin to like a savant. You know, like savants are they got like a mental illness or something. But that's they have like this one thing they're really, really good at. So yeah, he's like a genius
cards,
level rapper. You know what I mean?
They can count cards.
Yeah, but like they do it with the highest precision. That it's like beyond like a normal. Even like a smart person couldn't be at that level, like a savant level.
A savant's that's the name of, like, the problem the savant's got. A savant's just a different sort of symptom to the original disease. The savants have got a specific disease. What the fuck is that again, man? Who's making all that noise, man? Jesus Christ. Or I have to turn you down because you're busting my ear, eh? Who is that, folks?
Well, somebody's bursting your ear?
Busting my ear? There's, what, you don't hear the noise blasting through somebody's mic a minute ago?
No, I don't. Seriously, I don't. I just hear noise again.
Sound like a toilet flushing.
I don't hear it. Don't hear it.
No, it's not. I'll tell you when it comes.
No, I didn't hear it the first time. But yeah, let me know. I don't hear anything. I just hear you talking and the bot on low. That's it. The bot's really low, so it's probably playing in the background right now.
Alright.
Yeah, that's the song I was like, I don't agree with that one, but it's whatever. The one that's playing right now? The song?
That's brilliant, man.
Yeah. Is this like a playlist or something? Like, because it sounds like a playlist, but I don't know.
facts alone. I ask myself if the author of Genesis would have known what he wrote in verse. Jehovah worked 6 days on earth and only a part of the afternoon on the 4th to make the rest of the universe. And
See, there's a sample at the end of this, and I swear to God, I've made a cut of it. What, you never heard that?
This one? Nuh-uh.
It sounds like some kind of fucking, I don't know, like either I'm picking up interference, but it sounds like another device, another channel. Fuck.
You hearing that in your speaker or what?
Nah, I'm on headphones, huh?
No, I'm not
Bluetooth
hearing
headphones. It's the third time.
Yeah, it's just been me, you, and the bot. That's it.
Although there's lots of beauty and wisdom within them, I sympathize with sincere Christians.
They are Christians. They are let us scripture that bit there. Oh yeah. I just heard the big crazy noise again, man.
No.
Fuck.
Somebody's messing with you, Panto.
Ladies and
gentlemen, you still hear it?
At first, we
thought it was the Eskimos.
I don't hear it, bro. Just the bot and me and you.
Amongst experts, it's an entirely different animal. If I had to name a creature to maim and make the world a better one, there isn't a doubt that I would kick out these dirty, filthy leprechauns. They run into place right into the ground. So
Alright, bro, I'm gonna probably just log off here in a little bit. I just wanted to see what you're up to. Sounds like you're jamming out.
You should have listened to this, man. It's about the leprechauns, and we don't have to say the real name of the people. And the leprechauns are the people we fight against.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm still getting noise coming through here, man.
Don't hear it, bro.
I am, man.
Well, it's not coming from the live stream or from this side anyway.
That's coming through me.
You might be picking something up, man. I don't know. Who knows? Anyways, bro, rock on, you know. I'll catch you later, huh?
Yeah.
Later, Panto.
Sure.
Their arms and legs and necks are gone. Their phosphorus dissolves the flesh. Now isn't that something to vex upon? They got the DU and napalm for you. What would we do without these leprechauns? I want me gold. Goyim? Wait a minute. Bad phraseology. Are you anti-Gaelic? The busters of myths have nothing for this, and so they turn into Decepticons. The moment you show opponents they know and start to acknowledge the leprechauns, the leprechauns, the leprechauns. You know that they did it, you know that they did it. The leprechauns, you leprechauns. You better get with it, you better get with it. The leprechauns, the leprechauns. You know that they're guilty of sin in the flesh. The leprechauns, the leprechauns. This horse is deceased, I'ma beat it to death. Whenever the Goyim refuse to relinquish the measly gold they might hold, there's always a Gentile in range to blame. You know how the story's been told. It's the leprechauns, the leprechauns. They rob you for all that you got. It's the leprechauns, the leprechauns. They're trying to fill up their pot. You know, in the final analysis, ridicule is my ultimate tool. Cause anybody who believes this mess is the ultimate fool. You feel me? You gotta be out of your fucking mind. Get out of here. And on a side note, you motherfuckers often throwing the word shill and troll around too much. It's my sneaking suspicion that most of the people using these words are shills and trolls themselves. Think about it. All along, it's been the leprechauns. And for you hateful Gentiles out there, remember, the leprechaun is not a fictional creature. It's a real entity that has been depriving you of everything, okay? Remember, the leprechauns. Yeah, you better beware and be on the lookout constantly for that ever-present, omnipotent leprechaun. Such a ubiquitous creature. And in a similar vein, I just want to tell you, I recently purchased some property in New Mexico with such a beautiful view of the Pacific Ocean. Sarcasm off. It ain't the leprechauns, alright? We have an international problem with the cabal, and if you consider yourself among that international cabal, it's time for you to go home.
Multi-dimensional fucking business every time you know. Slap yourself in the face to this one, you fucking crazy bastards. I'm very stoned, I'll be blazing on a bag of cheese. I can barely see and now my eyes look Japanese. Life's a gamble, it's a risk, no guarantees. If you piss me off or aggravate me, I will snap your knees. C&B or grime, I'm the best at all the categories. My flow's the best like skibbities and shabbities. Any tempo, it doesn't really matter, G. I'm generous, I give a man a hand like an amputee. You're faker than your gimmicks, you're hating on my shows, then you're paying for the tickets. I went away, I was staying with the spirits, I was eating magic mushrooms and playing with the crickets. Wow. Go away, if you stay you'll be diminished. You dickhead. Stop speaking, wait until I'm finished. Yes, wait. I won't be spraying them with lyrics, piss me off, I promise you I'm paying them a visit. I'm coming, I'm visiting your village. I'm coming. I guarantee you there'll be lots of blood spillage. Splash. Cause I'm a plant-based demigod. I hope you know there's loads of vitamins in spinach. I hope you know there's loads of minerals in sea moss that can help you with your tiredness and sleep loss. I hope you know there's loads of protein in plants. So will I ever eat meat? Not a chance. So chat shit, get your face absolutely smashed in. You should have fucking cashed in. I smash you in your fat chin and choke you with a napkin and poison you with aspirin. So do not piss me off or aggravate me when I'm fasting. You don't spit flames, you drag on. Your mum's face, my balls, I will drag on. Fuck off. On my lap, I got a slag on. I'm soaking, who the fuck turned the tap on? I spit flames like a dragon. I replace the blood in my veins with some kraken. My testicles are bigger than the balls in a cannon. Really very heavy when I'm jogging, I just drag 'em. I got the drip, it's by the gallon. I set trends, I never follow fashion. I got the dedication and a splash of passion. The possibilities are endless, imagine. Anything is possible, anything can happen. Kundalini energy, tantric orgasm. My third eye seeing lots of geometric patterns. Illuminati worship, then rings around Saturn. I'll stick a razor blade inside my hand and then slap 'em. I really wanna grab 'em by the necks and then snap 'em. I'm causing mayhem, I'll splash 'em. I'll break down their molecules and then I throw 'em at 'em. Cause you're getting on my nerves, getting on my testicles. I'll punch you in your eyeball and break your spectacles. Someone's gonna die, it's getting very technical. I leave you buried underground like a vegetable. I really miss the raves, I really miss the festivals. I really miss the energy, it's so electrical. I really miss the groupies, they're very sexual. They love to suck it like a big octopus tentacle. Because I bring pain, I'm insane. My twin flame is Sinn Féin and Big Dick's my nickname. And life is just a sick game. My soulmate is so great, I'm no snake, I don't break. I hit you with a gold plate to make your head top rotate.
Because your priest will tell you that life begins at conception. But a priest will also tell you it's okay to suck his dick when you're only 12. With all the horrible shit that your priest is pumping into your kid's head, his dick should be the least of your worries. A little bit of mouthwash and a few years of therapy will get rid of that. That Jesus shit will torture you for a lifetime.
Just look at all of the degenerate entertainment they peddling to children who don't have the wherewithal to know what's better than nonsense. They're preying on the innocence with lunacy, drip drop, pish posh, poppycock buffoonery. The urgency is illustrated oh so beautifully. I'm sorry that it had to get to this level for you to see. You've been getting raped in your ass. Your advisors are akin to a snake in the grass. But you keep on listening while they're whispering in your ear. You don't hear the conditioning. sickening, that's why I'm sticking them. And if I saw them all on fire, I swear I wouldn't piss on them. If anything, I'd put them on the grill and sizzle them and plate them up and serve them like a 3-star Michelin. Mega shekels, keep your Congress critters kosher. Billions of dollars is coming out your pockets. Mega shekels, make them do what they're supposed to. They fucking up Gaza, you're paying for their rockets. Mega shekels, what you wouldn't do to get them. You can't get enough of that. Oh no, mega shekels, don't you know how to play the victim? I'll be the judge of that. Call me the gavel breaker, the black roll burner and hassle maker. Take you to the desert, tie you to cactus and rattlesnake you. The actuator to facilitate the matter greater. Hit you with the agitator, serve you with the mashed potato. Equalizer, the whole of hoax complete survivor. The stranger in your chambers is waiting to penalize you. The adjudicator, jury and execution major. You better straighten your story, there's retribution later. The vendetta broker, the philanthropic retina poker. When I was just 4, I covered my war with Hannibal Lecter poster. The freedom fighter, my legion of season, we cover the region wider. I'm squeezing you twice, releasing the vice and making it even tighter. The plug ripper, right out of the socket, let the blood hit you. Sending a rocket from Gaza that's stopping the gossip like I love Hitler. You're trying to profit off somebody's conflict like a bug bitcher. Leeches, I bet you're speechless when the slugs hit you. Nothing you can do to stop me, might as well call a British Bobby. I don't give a flying fuck if you call a Yiddish lobby. Do whatever you gotta do to get off. I'll sharpen a spoon and hack your fucking head off. Mega shekels, keep your Congress critters kosher. Billions of dollars is coming out your pockets. Mega shekels, make them do what they're supposed to. They fucking up Gaza, you're paying for their rockets. Mega shekels, what you wouldn't do to get them. You can't get enough of that. Oh no, mega shekels, don't you know how to play the victim? I'll be the judge of that.
Gravitation is a theory, you are not spinning round on a giant blue ball greater than the speed of sound. They lied about Apollo, just look at the lunar lander. The fake moon rocks giving out, just take a fucking gander. No slander, this is real shit, they lied to the world then. Hollywood got you believing in the completely pretend, a hoax, a joke, at the expense of us all. How many countless trillions go to the cult of the ball? No money for all the problems we got right here on earth, but getting scammed for every single penny they think we're worth. Water seeks its level, and nature abhors a vacuum. Question everything you got taught in the classroom. Who cares if you're laughed at by those who lack awareness? We were all there once, try to be strong and bear it. I swear to God, the single root of human incompetence is to claim as fact another hypothetical preponderance. What do you believe? Where does this life lead? What does it mean to be alive in a dream? And not everything is something you can conceive. Take a minute to breathe and tell me, what do you believe? What do you believe? Where does this life lead? And what does it mean to be alive in a dream? And not everything is something you can conceive. Take a moment to breathe and tell me, what do you believe?
Incredulous postulates got you acting obstinate. It's monstrous, the overconfidence you have in flatulence, and blasphemous, the adamance behind your haughty arrogance. Belief is the polar opposite of true cognizance. It's perilous, believing what you want without evidence, and decadent, thinking that your eminence is heaven sent. It's evident for betterment, your time would be better spent pondering possible parallels for parables. Rather than assuming that your ass is inerrable, it's terrible. Conversation has become unbearable, and soon your whole thought process will be narrable, cause every word out of your mouth is inferible. From a literal interpretation of the biblical, it's critical, and at the very minimal divisional, claiming that your miracles are anything but mythical and fictional. Walking on water's not empirical. It's mystical critical. Talking snakes are meant to be cryptical. You imbecile, it's pitiful and bordering on criminal, episcopal, rabbinical, pontifical, subliminals, inimical, despicable, while taxing all this typical, dominical domination of the archetypical. You hypocrites know that the book is metaphysical, but still you will claim a staff changes to a snake just as readily as Moses to the Pharaoh. Dots fake. In reality, this fallacy was known before Christ, that the snake is Kundalini and the staff is your spine, even though you know damn well oceans can't bend. You believe Jesus walked on them straight to the end. Yeah, I got a big beef with belief, let me tell ya. The lie in the middle of the words, what they tell ya. Believing's what you do when you really don't know. Lying to yourself in order to bestow truth on the things that you really can't show. Stunting your thoughts so your mind can't grow. Believing's what you do when you really don't know.
This is the Matrix, the lie we tell ourselves about where our food is coming from. The reality is far more disturbing. By the time I'm done talking today, there'll be over 1 million animals that have been slaughtered.
This human body is capable of living off meat or plants. It all comes down to a choice. Do you want to help this world advance? Do you? Furthermore, humans are natural herbivores. Eating animals, innocent children, imagine animals, they're conscious beings. That's why I don't eat them. I don't do blood sacrifices. I don't eat flesh, I'm no demon. I'm not religious, but no one ate meat in a garden of Eden. I've come to question everything. I'm a multi-dimensional vegan. Wow. You take your kids to McDonald's, that's poison, you're gonna feed them. Don't do it. They say eating meat is good for your body, but I don't believe them. The medical industry make money from sick people, that's the reason. They wanna keep you unhealthy and sick and take away all your freedom. I don't eat beef or haddock. No. I'm eating beetroot salad. I don't sleep in a bed. I sleep in a hammock. I'm on a plant-based diet. Shut up, fam, stay quiet. What? You try tell me about protein. I'm causing a man-made riot. Wow. So suck my hairy bollocks. I don't eat meat or dairy products. But I've read enough articles. You're drinking milk and pus particles. Real. Do you know what you're ingesting? No. In your intestine. If I was you, I'd research. It's interesting. It is.
You know, just because it comes in a nice neat package all dressed up in your supermarket, just because you didn't take the knife and shove it through their jugular, just because you didn't get blood on your clothes, just because you didn't hear their story, doesn't mean you didn't participate in the killing.
This human body is capable of living off meat or plants. It all comes down to a choice. Do you want to help this world advance? Do you? Furthermore, humans are natural herbivores. We are. You're eating animals, innocent children, imagine they murdered yours. I'm not a meat eater. I'm not. I'm just a peacekeeper. Why do I speak deeper? I'm just a deep speaker. I'm not a pescatarian. I don't eat fish. I don't eat sea creatures. I don't eat dairy products. I don't like cheese pizzas. Well, I'm cooking up vegan stew. Yes. But all vegans, even you. Rhinos, hippos are herbivores. They are. Gorillas are vegans too. So why would I want to eat meat now? Why? There's not many reasons to. No. I won't stop speaking truth until this wisdom's deep in you. Strong as an ox. Vegan strength. Fruit and veg. I just eat them fresh. For high protein. Black beans is best. That's best. Strong as an ox. That's vegan strength. Wow. Rotten meat. Evil stench. To keep them sick. What? Just feed them flesh. Do it. High cholesterol, heart attack, lethal death, dying. Why would I want to eat meat now? Why? There's not many reasons left.
There's certain parts of the world, they eat cats and dogs. That's their culture, that's their story they've been told. How do we feel about that? A lot of people think it's disgusting. Why would it be disgusting to eat this animal and not disgusting to eat this animal? Why would it be wrong to eat this animal and right to eat this animal? And most importantly, why would it be wrong to kill this animal and right to kill this animal? It's culture. It's the story. It's the matrix that we've been told. But culture is just a story. That's all it is. It's just make-believe. What I'm concerned with is what is natural to the human species.
Milk, cow milk, is meant for man, all of mankind.
Cow's milk is meant for man?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Why does a cow produce milk?
For its calf.
Okay, so how do we come into that picture? That's for a baby. That's not for us. When did you stop drinking milk? Your mother's milk?
Well, when I was a baby.
Okay, and there's no biological need for breast milk anymore in your life, hey? You're a full-grown man?
Yeah.
Okay, so why are you drinking the milk from another mother? You're not a baby anymore, you're a full-grown man. There's no biological need for breast milk anymore, you've grown.
Yeah, I know, but...
So why do you drink it?
No, I see your point of view.
Yeah.
I
So
see-
it's an unnecessary act.
I ain't delusional, I ain't got paranoia, G. But everyone is sleeping when I'm speaking, it's annoying me. I'm gonna go online and book a flight and pack my bag. And when I do, I'm hiding DMT inside my toiletries. Cali packs expensive like lawyer fees. Fuck the government, they're causing loads of oil leaks. Fuck the HMRC and fuck the royalty. They're taxing me and taking nearly half of all my royalties. When I wake up, I blaze up. All the way till the evening. I close my eyes and focus and I'm levitating and leaving. I practice tantric sex, I'm medicating and breathing. Herb is medicine, is medication and healing. Every single person talking truth, they wanna section him. Truth is stranger than fiction, every single thing I'm questioning. The powers to be, they're rotting away, I can smell them festering. The government are like atoms, they make up everything. I'm gonna pack my suitcase, fly away to a new place. I'm taking a trip, but I'm not falling over my shoelace. My music makes them screw face, I'm blazing lemon and blue haze. I'm eating fruitcake, there's no fluoride in my toothpaste. I face my biggest fear, 2020 my vision's clear. It's plain to see that we don't live on no spinning sphere. That's very controversial, underground and non-commercial. When I do shows I improvise, I don't do long rehearsals. I ain't delusional, I ain't got paranoia, G. But everyone is sleeping when I'm speaking, it's annoying me. I'm gonna go online and book a flight and pack my bag. And when I do, I'm hiding DMT inside my toiletries. Cali packs expensive like lawyer fees. Fuck the government, they're causing loads of oil leaks. Fuck the HMRC and fuck the royalty. They're taxing me and taking nearly half of all my royalties. I'm giving them a demonstration on meditation and levitation. I'm levitating, it's elevation and vegetation's my medication. We're living in desperation and deprivation. Where's my explanation of powers to be? They wreck the nation, no hesitation, it's devastation. We're separated in segregation and segregation is separation. The way we live's unnatural, just like artificial insemination. I've done my preparation, I don't care about speculation. I'm gonna do some traveling. The fifth dimension's my destination. Fuck authority, fuck the queen and fuck the monarchy. You dirty evil bastards, you can fuck your policy. I don't give a shit honestly, I'm just giving them quality. You need to question everything, I'm talking truth, I promise, G. I'm just causing anarchy, I'll stab you with my Allen key. Don't be angry or mad at me, I'm talking truth, I guarantee. I'm alive and I'm glad to be, I'm talking facts actually. This world is changing gradually, the slow process is bad to see. I ain't delusional, I ain't got paranoia, G. But everyone is sleeping when I'm speaking, it's annoying me. I'm gonna go online and book a flight and pack my bag. And when I do, I'm hiding DMT inside my toiletries. Cali packs expensive like lawyer fees. Fuck the government, they're causing loads of oil leaks. Fuck the HMRC and fuck the royalty. They're taxing me and taking nearly half of all my royalties.
June.
Yeah, it's traumatic. Truth hurts. When you're in my presence, you can feel the essence. Cause when I meditate, my third eye glows like a luminescence. I'm taking trips to the afterlife. If you wanna come, then you have to die. I'm not committing suicide though, I'll be right back, I'm a psychedelic mastermind. Or maybe I'm just insane, psychopathic. I'm crazy, I'll inflict pain. I'm the greatest of all time, I'm big-headed because I've got a big brain. I'm evolving to a demigod, this reality is very odd. I told them all before, their programs are programming you to the telly. I bet you get a deja vu when I walk straight past you. I've seen it all before, in a room, somewhere in a strange dark room. Glitches in the matrix, switching when I shape shift.
This holographic prisoner we're living in. You know I'm itching to escape this. It's just improvisation and a couple simple vibrations. Do you see the signs and the symbols? Do you see the synchronization? Why'd you call it civilization? Most people they be thinking like Satan. The governments are evil. They're using music to hypnotize nations. They're pocketing the profits. They want a profit in their wallets. They're poisoning your food. Don't swallow it, cough it up and vomit. They're being horrid and demonic. I'm being positively honest. My third eye is fully activated. I'm pushing knowledge in your forest. Wake up, wow. I bet you get a deja vu. When I walk straight past you. I've seen it all before, in a dream, somewhere in a strange dark room. Glitches in the matrix. I'm switching when I shape shift. This holographic prisoner we're living in. You know I'm itching to escape this. It's real. I am no amateur. I'm self-made, no manager. I get booked 24/7. There's no space in my calendar. I'm breaking down barriers, annihilating any challenger. I don't smoke crack or sniff coke, never. I smoke weed and sniff lavender. You won't see me for a few months, but still I give them goosebumps. Please don't be a nuisance, cause I'm a loose cunt. 10 grams in my blue blunt, sprinkle on some moon dust. And when I roll a zoota, I don't use a grinder, I'm breaking off huge chunks. Bet you get a deja vu when I walk straight past you. I've seen it all before, in a dream, somewhere in a strange dark room. Glitches in the matrix. I'm switching when I shape shift. This holographic prisoner we're living in. You know I'm itching to escape this. Bet you get a deja vu when I walk straight past you. I've seen it all before, in a dream, somewhere in a strange dark room. Glitches in the matrix. I'm switching when I shape shift. This holographic prisoner we're living in. You know I'm itching to escape this.
It's curvature. I'm hearing thunder, it's like God's upstairs and he's moving furniture. Don't talk about lies, talk about fiction. Man, I stay underground and it's raining, pouring, hailing down, and my head gets stuck in a thundercloud. It's all mad. Man, no, these clouds ain't cirrus. I get deeper than mermaids, force of an earthquake, and I'm bound to break mirrors. Man, I break down barriers, break down pillars. I walk backwards like ground, that's thrillers. Nightmares in my head, that's killers.
Evil people, listen and wake up now. This ruling elite show no compassion or remorse. They must hate us, wow. Ever heard of geoengineering? Yes, scientists making clouds with nanotechnology and fungal spores in the chemtrails raining down. This government and these central banking systems irreplete a monstrosity. We should take them on properly, hack them and break the economy. Religion is evil, it's killing the people, and NASA's faking astrology. So after 16 years of researching, I'm learning ancient cosmology.
I'm a G.O.D. when I spray my gob. See like beams that can raise my crop. Won't see nice dreams, better pray I'm yours. Come from the clouds, then make it rain, I flood. Bum bag aloud, then make it wave. That's mud, fun to the ground. I script the page in blood. Might make an ice aging club. My boy says dog, don't know, that's an anagram. Cat says dog, don't know, give a manogram. Blasting bombs come through, that's Taliban. Crafting songs, I'll show man a savage. Jack my don, I don't need a matic man. I'd explain, but I swear
is a graphic plan. Bring things from the terror and Jurassic Man. Tyrannus AB Rex cause traffic jams.
This world that we're living in is ours. But the powers in control, they're just cowards. Fuck the 5G towers. We're killing all the bees. We need to pollinate the flowers. We need the fucking bees. You know I meditate for hours. Ice therapy, cold showers. You're a god inside a skin suit. Do not underestimate your powers. Oh gosh, wow. Open up your mind, listen close and take it in. Everybody's waking up, that's a mask awakening. You know Mr. Traumatic, they're not vaccinating him. Oh gosh, jeez. Society is backwards, it's very crazy. Technology has made us all very lazy. I'm ready for the revolution any day, G. Oh gosh, wow. You're eating poison. You need to seek help. Yeah. I'm eating sea moss with some sea kelp. Well, fuck off. Where do you think I get my B12? Oh gosh. Jeez. Wow. The UK is in a recession. Everybody's getting depression. But every day we're learning deep lessons. Oh gosh. When it comes to herbalism, I'm an expert. All these Cali packs, they make my chest hurt. I need to do some holotropic breath work. Oh, gosh. The world is mad, everyone is acting crazy. I don't give a shit if I have to make pee. I tell you straight, no one's gonna vaccinate me. Madness. This world that we're living in is ours. But the powers in control, they're just cowards. Fuck the 5G towers. We're killing all the bees. We need to pollinate the flowers. We need the fucking bees. You know I meditate for hours. Ice therapy, cold showers. You're a god inside a skin suit. Do not underestimate your powers. Oh gosh, wow. I'm philosophical, I'm an oracle. My demons are very diabolical. Sleep paralysis is fucking horrible. It doesn't make sense, it's not logical. Society's a joke, it's comical. Anything is possible. The mass awakening, that's unstoppable. Oh gosh, wow. Plant-based diet, I've cracked this. You haven't got a clue, you need to practice. Do it. If you're eating fish, you're eating plastic. I love eating magic mushrooms, they're fantastic. But being trapped in an underworld is drastic. I nearly died. I vomited a black sick. It was close, I nearly died from a bad trip. Oh gosh, wow. Every day I'm seeing psychedelic colours. Even when it's winter, it's colourful like summers. Mother Nature, I think I fucking love her. Every day there's something new that I discover. Be compassionate cause everybody suffers. The human race and family, we're brothers. Be the change you wanna see in others.
Yo. G's and eggs. G's, have you got rules? Have you got rules? I'm chilling. Nah, no rules. So, G's and egg, I'm gonna unmute you. G's and egg, you should be able to speak.
Yeah.
G's and egg? Yeah.
I can smell the fear on them. You know they're scared to death of dying.
G's and eggs.
I can smell the fear on them.
If you want to get checked in, I can give you rules, but I need to speak to you for like a couple of minutes. But you're unmuted, so you muted yourself back up. If you don't want to talk, that's okay, man. But I need to mute you again.
Jesus Christ, for God's sake. Wow. I hope you rot in hell, for God's sake. Where am I? I think I'm lost, mate. I'm tired. I need to take a bong break. Cali pack, next blend. Wow. Weed so strong it make your neck bend. I don't follow anyone. I set trends. The voices in my head, they're my best friends. Jesus Christ, goddamn. Where am I? I think I'm lost, fam. This water's up above and this water's down below. Wow, the firmament is God's dam. Hell is down below, heaven is above. I'm a clever little cunt, sticking lemon in the blunt. I'm rolling up, don't worry, my weapon's in the trunk. In case I need a switch and get devilish, son. I can smell the fear on them. You know they're scared to death for dying. But failure is the key to success, though. Don't be scared to death for trying. I can smell the fear on them. You know they're scared to death for dying. But failure is the key to success, though. Don't be scared to death for trying. Everyone is dying. I'm sick to death. Choking on their vomit, being sick to death. Overdose on heroin and crystal meth. Everyone is dying. I'm so sick to death. Fucking hell. For heaven's sake. I hope you rot in hell. For heaven's sake. Fucking hell. A wank in heaven. God knows I'm doing both. I just had to tell him. Hold on a second. Bear with me. I'm in the jungle. There's a tiger and a bear with me. I'm with a shaman. Learning rare history. Taking ayahuasca. Yeah, that's fair risky. I'm dimethyl tripping all the way to Madagascar. Magic mushrooms stashed in a bag of pasta. Taking trips to Canada and Alaska. Herbs there for healing. You can ask for Rasta. I can smell the fear on them. You know they're scared to death for dying. But failure is the key to success, though. Don't be scared to death for trying. I can smell the fear on them. You know they're scared to death for dying. But failure is the key to success, though. Don't be scared to death for trying. I can smell the fear on them. You know they're scared to death for dying. Failure is the key to success. Don't be scared to death for trying. I can smell the fear on them. You know they're scared to death for dying. Failure is the key to success. Don't be scared to death for trying.
I think the one thing I'd like for you to take away from anything that I say today is this one point. That nothing in this world works the way you think it does. Nothing. The people will always support what they want to hear. You will find the one thing that people, generally speaking, do not want to hear is the truth.
This place we live in is madness. I'm so sick of God's shit. All I'm seeing is sadness. The way we live is toxic. I've got absolute mind control. I meditate in a mosh pit. I'm so close to buying my land. Just wait till I'm living off grid. I won't need gold or 24 carats. I'll grow some cabbage and many more carrots. I won't need money, I won't need peas. I'll grow some pumpkins and I'll grow peas. I won't need cash, I won't need shops. I'll buy some land and then grow some crops. And I won't need loans, I won't need banks. I'll build a house and then grow some plants.
When you begin to break down how government works, banks work, you begin to see a whole world that you've never known. And so what we are told and given to understand is not the truth.
My time is precious, so I won't waste it watching loads of channels. We'll buy some fertile land and 100 tons of stone and gravel. When I build my eco-village, I'm building a Roman castle. When I buy some wind turbines, and I buy solar panels. I'm a mad scientist, I'm building a Tesla coil. Genius. Everyone thinks I'm crazy, so I just wrap my head up in foil. I will grow some medical potent cannabis plants and collect the oil. I grow my food in a greenhouse, chemtrails, they affect the soil.
Pharmaceutical drugs kill about 300,000 people a year, and yet they have a war on drugs which kill less than 30,000 people a year. 300,000 people die. That's business as usual.
There's only two choices, love or fear. You pick one. This world is nearly dead. We need a new kingdom. We need to leave these cities and live in nature when the new spring comes. I'm talking truth, it's not false facts, it's all true fiction. Everyone's saying I'm sick. but I don't get flu symptoms. My plant-based diet of vegan food has built up my immune system. Yes. I ain't been to the doctors in a long time, I just use wisdom. For epigenetics, you need to research into Bruce Lipton.
My research revealed conclusively that the environment in which the cells live determine genetic activity. So it's complete opposite of what I was teaching in medical school. So stress hormones physically shut off the immune system. When you're under stress, that's when sickness starts to show up. Now it's time to wake up because our negative thinking is manifesting a negative life experience. And if you could put this kind of healing that I'm talking about into a capsule or tablet, they'd be talking about it right now. But this is a consciousness healing, and you can't sell it. And so what's the result? They're not interested in it. And they, through their money, which is massive, actually determine the curriculum in a medical school. And the idea is, well, what's relevant? Well, if you understand epigenetics, you don't need the pharmaceutical industry.
Mass awakening business. If ignorance is bliss, then I'm feeling grim. When I'm searching for the answers, I look deep within. I'm not your average human being, I'm on deeper things. We're all puppets, I'm a puppet who can see the strings. Seeing is believing, if I see him, I believe in him. If God is real, where is he? I wanna speak to him. There's spraying chemtrails in the air, then we breathe it in. It's fucking evil, that's the reason, there's no reasoning. Am I just mental? Am I crazy? Am I seeing things? Who's that voice in my head? Is it my evil twin? I don't think so. Them chances, they're really slim. The world is mad, it's like a movie made by Stephen King. It's appalling, that's why I'm meditating in the morning. That's why I'm astral traveling in the evening. My macabre is fully activated, so when I die and leave my body, that's what I be leaving in. I've seen it realize. I'm horrified and hurt. You need to realize. Stop is quite preserved. This Jews you realize. You cannot deny it's worse. I see the demons in disguise. Cause they colonize the earth. Physically and mentally, life is testing me. It's sickening, I'm living in a wrong century. But now this entity is nearly where he's meant to be. I'm destined to reach my destination, that's my destiny. This alchemy is helping me to figure out my strategy. It's mad to see my paradise is manifesting gradually. Insanity, you can choose and create your reality dramatically. If you don't believe me, try challenge me. But no one wants to ever listen, so I convince them all. They're brainwashed by television, people are predictable. They're buying into devilism, I ain't talking fictional. I wanna see a demolition, see the evil system fall. I tell them, listen, souls are invincible. I had so many premonitions, I could never list them all. Never. Fuck terrorism, it's about a principle. Governments are wrestling them, choke slam, hit the floor. I've seen it realize. I'm horrified and hurt. You need to realize. Stop is quite preserved. This Jews you realize. You cannot deny it's worse. I see the demons in disguise. Cause they colonize the earth. They say compassion is the key. Stop giving in to hate. That's why I'm flying with the birds. I'm not slithering with snakes. Manifest reality. Stop envisioning your fate. It's all lies. Like a rocket mission into space. All I see is evil. God's vision isn't great. Scientism is religion and religion is a waste. Fuck the government. I'm not listening, it's fake. I'd rather rape a politician in the face. They're all sick like syphilis and AIDS. Society is like an open prison, it's a maze. It's all backwards, the way we're living is insane. If truth hurts, then I'm bringing them the pain. I'm traveling the world, expeditions on a plane. Fly to Madagascar, then I'm chilling in Ukraine. Taking psilocybin, painting images in Spain. Third eye's activated, I got visions in my brain. I've seen it realize. I'm horrified and hurt. You need to realize. Stop is quite preserved. This Jews you realize. You cannot deny it's worse. I see the demons in disguise. Cause they colonize the earth.
history has shown your genetic disease, you're parasitical prone, you could never be pleased. Everywhere you've gone, you've been treated for fleas. It's time to delouse the house, we don't need none of these. Arming themselves to the teeth while taking Americans' guns, and all the time they having so much fun. Just take a look what they done. Just take a look, just take a motherfucking look what they done. They took the gold from Gaddafi and the petrol from Hussein, playing God with Assad's democratic regime. All over your Talmud vision, ISIS is seen, but that big plasma screen is a crisis machine. High definition for the Goyim, holy hola hoax, Ilya Ehrenberg's dream. There's too many facets for you to understand the plan, from plundering opium and lithium in Afghanistan to justifying a fraudulent crisis to attack Iran and finalize the greater Israel by taking Pakistan. Just look at the blue borders on their vile flag. The designer of that thing is a foul fag, acting like it represents Talit or this and that. But I have seen the 1947 Rabbi Fishman map. The greed, Lord have mercy. You want Iraq, Syria, Egypt, and even a little piece of Turkey. Tell me, when will your avarice cease? Time immemorial, you acted like nefarious beasts. I can't follow your holla hoax dollar score, especially when the Holodomor killed a lot more. I highly recommend it, that rhetoric, you should end it. Your anti-Gentile penchant has me very offended. And with a straight face, you embraced how it's right. You're overplaying your sympathy card again, Talmudite. The people you call Goyim are starting to awaken. And if you haven't noticed, they're focused on taking back their nation. Historically parasitic, utter degeneration. That is why you've been kicked out of 109 locations. The people you call Goyim are starting to awaken. And if you haven't noticed, they're focused on taking back their nation. Historically parasitic, utter degeneration. That is why you've been kicked out of 109 locations. All I'm saying, Chosenites lament. God is not your real estate agent. Philistine ain't for rent. All I'm really saying, Chosenites lament. God is not your little real estate agent. The Levant is not for rent. I can visualize the laughter when they pass the bill like NAFTA and tell you there's a crisis, name ISIS they've been after. They're setting off bombs, they're chopping off heads. Whatever boogeyman they can get under your bed. And if you refuse to turn your state into a comprador, you can bet your petrol we're about to have a proper war. You're not allowed to have a sandstone aquifer for independence. What the fuck you think they killed Gaddafi for? They don't like one world enemies. This is the same pack that whacked Jack Kennedy. This is the same clique that kidnapped the Lindbergh baby and murdered it ritualistically. The system is comprised for a liar's disguise. The lower you're willing to go, now the higher you rise. The less empathy you possess, the more capital you'll ultimately be able to invest in a fraudulent enterprise. The Talmudic lies are meticulously stacked. If you're able to deconstruct, it's ridiculously whack. The Talmudic eyes are specifically rat. You heard vampire killers? This ain't different from that. All I'm saying, Chosenites better lament. God is not your real estate agent. Or they're gonna be forced to repent. My friend, all I'm saying, Chosenites better repent. Your actions have been kind of flagrant. I don't think you quite understand it. All your sympathy cards have been spent. All I'm saying, I wanna give you a firm handshake. Break your knuckles, knock you the fuck out, wake you the fuck back up, and make your Rachel Corey pancakes. All I'm saying, the things I see you celebrating are utterly disgusting. From your eating of Haman's ears to promoting all these queers to your baby penis sucking. This is fascinating. All I'm saying, you must be my sugar. God is not a real estate agent. Come on, it's not hard to understand, my man. All I'm saying, you're a trombonic. God is not a real estate agent. What you doing here? What you doing here? What you constantly claim you're a genius while you suck baby peanuts. You like to mutilate. It's just a part of your nature. Disrespect your woman. Can you see there's a dichotomy? You'd have to be blind not to see. I mean, it's so glaring it's a power shed. Imagine that, water coming out a German shower head. Oh my god, I'm so offended. He grabbed my arm, I think he bended. He grabbed my arm, I almost did a slide. I haven't felt this bad since my father died. These people have taste sacks. The psychological Ashkenazim disorder we should tax. It's so easy to diagnose. They feeding on the host, parasitic to the max.
Truth hurts. This philosopher is stoned. I am a lone wolf, I got no friends, so I sit alone in Stonehenge. I connect with nature, I don't need internet or no phone trends, I just need weed. So I plant some seeds until they grow stems. Nothing lasts forever, but consciousness has no end. I just use my intuition, that's how I know the soul is infinite. I'm not intuition, I trust that feeling deep within my gut. Just think and listen, one day your body will crumble into dust. The soul is infinite though, we don't care what no one thinks of us. You're not thinking straight, you need to start listening mate. We don't evolve from chimps and apes, science is wrong, this thinks is fake. I don't eat shrimps or cake, there's fruit and veg, no mince or steak. I don't drink high blaze, the lemon and cheese and stinking haze. And I've got psychosis, I'm on some schizophrenic and psycho shit. There's microscopical microchips in your microwave and in your microchips. They're dangerous like guns and rifle clips and cystic fibrosis. My third eye shows me sacred visions, that's why I know this. Wow. I'm turning fossils into gold. All the negativity and gossiping is old. Eating marijuana, that's a proper buzz, you know. Now it's obviously known, this philosopher is stoned. I'm an alchemist, I'm turning fossils into gold. All the negativity and gossiping is old. Eating marijuana, that's a proper buzz, you know. Now it's obviously known, this philosopher is stoned. I'm an alchemist, I'm turning fossils into gold. All the negativity and gossiping is old. Eating marijuana, that's a proper buzz, you know. And now it's obviously known, this philosopher is stoned. I'm turning fossils into gold. All the negativity and gossiping is old. Eating marijuana, that's a proper buzz, you know. Now it's obviously known, this philosopher is stoned.
Our world, our history, are not what we think it is. Our true history has been hidden from us. Pieces of the puzzle left behind for us to pick up.
Yeah, honest, I got that sacred knowledge, I promise they won't stop me telling them. Ancient human beings were more advanced, that's probably evident. They built structures using 20-ton bricks, no wobbly measurements. Every ancient mega structure, that's concrete evidence. Just like their massive heads made out of stone on Easter Island. I'm looking for answers, talking truth and speaking vibrant. I'm seeking silence, I wanna meditate on a beach in Thailand. I don't need no violence, I don't wanna leave these people frightened. But rock and stone could just be bone of an ancient breed of titans. From a time when there was no moon and giant trees, yeah, really high ones. What if them titans cut them down when mining deep for diamonds? There's so many questions, when I die I wanna leave enlightened. I'm not even frightened, honest, I'm a truthful lyricist. I've got so many questions, like who built the pyramids? Don't believe their lies, don't be a useless hypocrite. Dig deeper, do some researching, stop moving primitive. Wake up.
The world that existed long before the world that we know today. A world that's more like Wonderland than what we're used to seeing. A world where there were titans, giants. A world where the gods walked about and warred against the titans. A world that was terraformed and destroyed and taken over. We had giant trees shooting up into the skies, beyond the clouds, reaching up into the heavens. And that world was terraformed and cut down. by the Titans.
Damn, I ain't blessed this old mic in a minute. What's going on, girl? How you been? You know, I don't give a fuck what people may say. To me, you're one in 6.9 billion. Yes, all the diamonds for one sweet kiss. Whenever I wrench this priceless device, I try to make things concise, yes, and nice. Despite them tendencies to want to brag and boast, I'm obligated to promote nothing but good. Try to do what I can in the stagnant hope. Spark a spliff in the whip, take a drag and smoke. Ride around with canned goods and bags of coats for the less fortunate folks up in the hood. You know I know a ton of cats that do a lot of stuff. Still at the end of the day, yo, they feel it's not enough. Establishment provide a paper thing, God the trust. And most religion been bought the fucking farm. When confronted with poverty, crime, and death, your so-called leaders suddenly go blind and deaf. But once it hits suburbia, no time is left. War gets waged, everybody's up in arms. I represent the 10% upon the lunatic fringe, who insist insurrection is soon to begin. Some talk amongst ourselves, and yes, we contend that it already happened. And well, I'm one of them. Revolution, I believe, is in its infancy. Fragile, so we must handle carefully. Understand every little intricacy. Innocent casualties, that's a sheer nightmare to me. People, please, keep collateral damage at ease. Let them dehumanize you, they can murder you with ease. Some drums permit rarities. Kicks and snares appease my nostrils right along with the air I breathe. But it's unwise, dealing with middlemen enterprise. Incorporated invisibly, recognize the lies that lie beyond their eyes. They hide behind disguise ritually, like them Jimmy Swagger cats that front religiously, but obviously lack the strict discipline that is the key. So they block like shots by Mookie Blaylock, and the doors to their knowledge of truth. I had all my net worth in a hefty single, now I'm lavish and glad, like I sold a catchy jingle down on Madison Ave. But I hit the Super 7 with some numbers I got from Psychic Sue. 3.2 million, fuck you. Sometimes I get the feeling the only thing that matters is the dollar. Most of the times you can bet that I'm mighty sure there's not a lot of things that most wouldn't do for the mighty dollar. And if they corporate peers don't wanna adhere, they'll rob from the poor. Yeah, who please on these streets as the drama increase. Once they got you on a leash, it's like llama and geese come out the crease after the progress cease. You get fleeced, it's like priests trying to process peace amongst beasts. Though it's nice in modern life, trife, it don't suffice. Plans ain't right. Nixon bitches like Nixon, they lice. Just like wires get spliced and tires get sliced. Your liars get diced. Cross rivals precise, cause false idols entices it vital. You beat your Bible in the title of Christ. You can go into a booth and repeal any sin if that's the truth. My rhymes here like Benny Hinn. I step through like Snafu. My queen reign like ISIS. While you worshiping trite statues, we in a crisis. Let's be accurate here, for real, don't fight it. Before you measure my slang, at least get it excited, so you can get the true perception of the depth and width. I got the girth of the whole universe. The earth used to be a perfect circle. Once upon a time, 9 out of 10 Christians believed in miracles. Now they bow down to some lobbyists. Now the cash cow's the embodiment of godliness. My deity is creme de la creme. I thank G.O.D. for M.O.M. This joint here is not clear channel compliant, so if you peeping this, it's probably through a mutual client. Fuck the FCC, I do what I wanna do. Fuck the radio, them DJs and they uncle too. This robotic democracy is electric as fuck. I got something for your program directors to suck. The truth is sorta chillin', like the slaughter of 250,000 civilian men, women, and children. Sometimes I get the feeling the only thing that matters is the dollar. Most of the times you can bet that I'm mighty sure there's not a lot of things that most wouldn't do for the mighty dollar. And if they corporate peers don't wanna adhere, they'll rob from the poor.
See 900 pigs trained inadequate, and 100,000 angry protesters smashing shit, grabbing shit with the intent to damage it. What's that? Nike Town, ravage it. I leave 100 rookies dead faster than to take to paint a small room with the edge master. Your rubber bullets ain't disturbing me. I wash my tuna sub down with your tear gas, most certainly. I used to be right in the center, walking the line between marching with signs and sparking the nine. Now I'm saying bombs dropping is fine, driving the army tank so stay frank, but sometimes I'll sway to the left when it's convenient. Believe me, if I say that it's death, pussy, I mean it. And now, the revolution has begun, and we outnumber your clowns 200 to 1. I aim for evil cowards relaxing. Now the nation's about to witness real people power in action. Far too long, shit's been managed sloppily. The least of y'all concerns should be damaged property. Where I'm from, the reason they made your riot gear. I love the World Trade Organization and try it here. I provoke the minds of potential presidential assassins. I want credit for all the destruction about to happen. I want y'all to take notice and speak the fuck out. Walk down the street and freak the fuck out. Rise up right now, but don't be a nitwit. Take your anger out on the business district. I want y'all to take notice, speak the fuck out. Walk down the street and freak the fuck out. Rise up right now, but don't be an idiot. Take it all out on the business district.
Riot and loot. this place? What's going on? I know it's usually the slow time, but I hope everyone's doing well. For all of you guys that are probably just getting your day started, good morning to you.
Yo.
Yeah, I'm here now.
Hey, man. As well sitting here, man, and other people will come in, might start the conversation going. Kovac, are you there, bruv? I am Kovac, are you there, bro?
You.
Yeah, good morning.
Yo. What's that?
Go back.
I take it the bot stopped playing, Kovac.
Good morning.
Hey.
You're breaking up. I don't know if it's me or it's you or what's going on. I can't really hear you.
Fuck. Was that better? Is that any better?
Oh, maybe me.
Alright. Mic check.
I hear you fine, Speak.
Yeah, I can hear you now too.
Alright. So, what the fuck are we doing here, man? Try and find the Curvature from a Cogdas.
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. for me here. I'm not even tired anymore.
Yeah, I got 4 a.m. where I'm at.
Oh man, night owl.
Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to I heard that Bob Nodell died, and he's the main guy behind Glowbusters. So I just wanted to uh, drop in here and just pay my respects to him because he was one of the good guys. Like I miss him. He his channel did a lot of waking me up, basically. So I miss him. I just wanted to say that. I saw that Nathan Thompson said something about him on his YouTube, on his Facebook page, and so yeah, that got me by surprise. I did not expect to see him go. He wasn't that old, so yeah.
What was his name? He just passed away recently.
Yeah, his name was Bob Nodell. He was the main guy behind the Glowbusters YouTube channel.
It was a mod in here.
Yeah. He was a big time player in the flat Earth community. Anyway, I'm just thankful for this, this community, flat earthers, and just people that are bringing this subject up. Because, I mean, it's a taboo subject in a lot of areas, so I'm glad it's being brought up here. Kind of sobered me up because I was drinking and then I heard he died, and I'm like, whoa. Oh well.
There's a video being made for him on his Goldbusters channel. Posted it in a live stream voice text. Just found it. It was in the mod room.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Hi.
Bob. There he is. Okay. Yeah, I just, I had to make peace with um, the fact that my family won't. I mean, they just have zero interest in looking into this stuff, like flat Earth, and I just I'm in peace with it. I'm like the only one that will look into this stuff that cares. I mean, maybe someday they'll look into it, but I doubt it. So, and I think that's the way it is for a lot of people. Like, a lot of us truthers are just kind of rare. We're not the norm in our families. We're the exception. So, it is what it is. Yeah, I came at a time when everybody's asleep in America.
Yeah, man, I never slept very much last night. I woke up at 4 and that was me. I've been up since.
Oh man. Yeah. Well, I'm pretty much all night. I'm up all night tonight.
Well, I'll be back in a minute, right?
All right.
Still here, bro?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Just putting the kettle on, man, making a cup of Earl Grey.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah. Maybe put some heat into me because I'm a bit chilly, bro.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, it's just nice to. I don't really talk with many people on the internet, but like, I do, man, I really do enjoy talking to flat earthers. Or just people that understand this kind of stuff. So, yeah, it's nice.
You got any questions, bro? Like anything that you've not been able to like sort out in your mind about something about flat Earth? Is there's got to be something?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's mainly just. I mean, I know the Earth is not moving, and I know it ain't a ball, but like, I don't understand so much about the world I live in. That's what it really comes down to. And I mean, but I think that's most people in general. Like we understand a very small amount about this world we live in.
Yeah, of course. We think we know a lot, but we really don't, man.
Yeah, I mean, and this bullshit about science and modern technology. People they they think that they know a lot more than they do, and it makes me so mad.
Because they can Google everything, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they think because we have all this technology and science that we understand most everything about this world we live in, and it's just a bunch of lies. We understand more than we did 1,000 years ago, but we still don't understand hardly anything about this world. And people, they just
we know more about fake space than we actually do about the fucking 95% of the ocean that's not even been looked at.
Exactly. But like, I can't talk to my own family about this stuff because they just are not open to it. And it drives me mad. I'm just like, it's a taboo subject. You can't bring this up because it will destroy friendships.
Nah, they're the one that destroy the friendship, though, man. Like, if you're being polite and you're not trolling them and you're being civil, then if they want to destroy the friendship, that would be them that does this, not you.
Yeah, exactly.
If they're unable to take some fucking valid information that they could verify themselves and can't contain themselves by acting like a fucking dick. But tried to tell my mum, but my mum just kept laughing all the time. It was like 30 minutes waiting on the train, just sitting in her car drinking coffee. And I hit her. Well, in 30 minutes, I can destroy the globe. I can destroy the globe in like a few sentences, in a sentence. Jesus Christ! And she just laughed. And you're just being silly. Like, what do you mean silly, Mum? You know I've loved space since I was a child. Why would I just give up space? Like, just willy-nilly, I'm just going to stop believing in space for no reason. No.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, you can show them, hey, look through this camera. You can see through the moon. Like, you can see a star through the moon. Look through it.
Never seen it.
And they're like, yeah, so, like, it doesn't mean the earth is flat. And I'm just like, oh, you don't understand.
all that information I sent you in your DM, bro, that's enough to like break anybody's mind open.
Yeah, like, oh man, this stuff is, I mean, it's not that hard to understand. It's just, it's hard to accept for a lot of people. I mean, because I think as a collective, we are designed to think as a group, and you don't want to go against what everyone around you thinks. But for some reason, some of us do think differently, and that's why we end up in here. So, yeah, there's that.
Man, are you in the politics server at all, bro?
Well, no, I don't give a shit about politics anymore.
I don't give a shit about politics either, but the server that's literally called politics got like 80,000 members. There's like, I don't know, sometimes 40 VC rooms full of people. It's like extremely busy. I go over there or like see what the conversation we're having just now. If you want, we'll go over there and go into an empty room. People will join in, and we'll flat smack them if you want. If you want to go over.
Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah, I'm like into gaming, and I'm gonna start doing live streams and just talk about stuff, and just red pill people about flat Earth and just the nature of our reality while I'm playing games. I think that's the way I'm gonna start doing it.
Have you got a registered phone on Discord?
I don't think I've connected it yet, but yeah, I think I will eventually.
No, just because certain servers, same with politics, bro, you won't be able to post memes or join VCs unless you've got a verified phone. You can talk in the general chats, like there's loads of eye cancer text chats, but there's fucking you'd have to have a registered phone to be able to get full access. They don't ask you for your phone. Discord does. It sends a code to your phone. You just type it in and it registers.
Oh, okay.
I'll send you the invite anyway, man. You can decide once you see it what you think of it. Sent you loads of stuff. See that last thing I sent you as well, man. The interactive map. You can switch through like 4 or 5 different projections, and you can see where the AE map, where the sun obviously circles it. It looks a lot fucking more likely than any other fucking projection.
Ooh. Oh wow. Oh yeah. I'm pretty familiar with this one.
Oh, you're already in there?
The Gleason map, right?
Oh. I mean, I saw stuff that was saying that the Gleason map, that it wasn't... there was some issue. They were talking about it the other night as well, bro, and I really can't remember the specifics of what was getting said. But it's something to do with the writing, the certain font. That font wasn't produced up to a certain point, so it couldn't have been used on that supposedly original Gleason's map. So I don't know if that's fucking true. See all that shit, man. Maps and fucking models and maths and graphs and cartoons and videos of rockets going up to space. Like that's no proof for me, eh? Like, but when we sit in politics, the guys that come in politics, man, they've got the lowest evidence you'll ever hear, man. But it gets rowdy, like they're really loud, and the mods don't do anything. So
this is okay. Well, I'm interested in that. I opened it to the AE GitHub map link you gave me. This I've never seen this before. This is really interesting.
You can. It's all interactive, man. You can change loads of stuff.
It shows the wind patterns. This is interesting.
Tides,
Wow.
fucking. I think possibly rubbish in the ocean or something, or plastics, or I don't know. It tells you loads of stuff, man. Probably tells you about space weather.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll look into that. Oh, the politics server. Okay.
All those links I sent you, man. There's hundreds of gigs of stuff in that lot that I sent you, man. My YouTube channel's got plenty of good stuff on it.
Man. Oh yeah, you got a lot of links. That's good. All right. Well, I will check out the politics server.
See, the first 3 drives in a row, they're all Vax drives. It's like they've not got any writing beside them. It's just three links. They're all vaccines, inserts, VAERS reports, fucking loads of stuff.
You know what I find hilarious is, as far as politics, like, so Trump is getting in trouble for like this Stormy Daniels stuff, but not in trouble for like the vaccine stuff.
That's alright.
So I'm like he should be getting in trouble for the vaccine stuff, but he's not.
So should Fauci.
Yeah, exactly.
They should all be put in fucking the highest court in the fucking world for war crimes.
Yeah. Right. And he's in the news for getting in trouble about paying off a prostitute, a hooker or whatever. And I'm like,
Fauci as well.
Yeah, Fauci, just looks like a war criminal. He just looks like a Nazi, like this really dirty, evil person. I don't know. And like, yeah, I just, oh man, it's a corrupt world, man. It's a corrupt world.
Nah, bro. Why would they lie and why would they be corrupt? Like, I mean, it's not like they're making loads of money. Like, fuck. Like, the world's perfect sphere flying through space and the governments of the world are not corrupt. Thank you.
Yeah, it's really funny how over millions of years or billions of years, matter just happens to form into perfect spheres or oblate spheroids and just, go through infinite space at millions of miles per hour. And we can just all use science to figure this out. But we can't prove it. But trust us, bro. I mean, it's just...
Well, I'm going to go politics and try and get some global earthers to come over here. So it's up to you if you want to come or you want to stay here. But I'm going to go and try and find some.
Man, do it. Let's do it. Let's see.
Go to conspiracy chat. I'll be there. I'm in conspiracy chat.
Okay. Yeah. Heretics. Christian chat. Rage chat.
Was good. I wish I could turn on my camera.
What is up, everyone, and welcome to Modern Day Debate. We are a neutral, nonpartisan platform welcoming everyone from all walks of life. If you're looking for even more fantastic debates, we are all over the internet, including your favorite podcasting platforms like Apple, Spotify, and Google. So if you enjoy debates, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe. Helps us get out there on the algorithm and get more juicy debates like tonight's Is NASA Deceitful? With our debaters, Mark Reed and Flatzoid, here to help us find out. And if you enjoy what either of them have to say tonight, our guest links are in the description below. You can also tag me in chat at Amy Newman with your questions or comments for our Q&A section. Those super chats will get yours sent right to the top of the list. With that, I am going to hand it over to the affirmative for their opening statement. The floor is all yours.
Hey, good to see you. Thank you for this opportunity. I've wanted to be on one debate for a while, so it's good to have a worthy opponent, Mark Reed. So I want to say thank you to you guys. And, well, what can we say? I don't know if I'm going to be able to have a 10-minute opening, but I'm going to try my best. So I've decided I'm just going to give maybe 4 arguments, because if I give too much, I don't think we'll get through them all. Okay. Is NASA deceitful? I would say yes. Why would I think that, you might have? Well, it's very simple. There are many ways you can present this argument. Argument 1. Yes, NASA is deceitful because they claim to be operating in a place that violates natural law. I'm sure you've heard that many times. What natural law, you may ask? Well, we can start with the first law of thermodynamics. We'll start with the first law because it's simply energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transferred or transformed. The origins of space, and thus NASA's playground, is founded on the violation that nothing can create itself. So that would be deceitful argument number 1, because you cannot have a space, it's a space agency, if it already violates the first law. Space can just not create itself from nothing. Then we can move on to second law of thermodynamics. That is the law of entropy. This law states that entropy will always increase to the surrounding system, and thus it will fill the available space to the surrounding system, aka called space, which is also NASA's playground. So the problem again comes that the Earth is based on the heliocentric belief system as a closed system. Now, what do you think? Well, what's wrong with it? There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is it's considered a closed system, and it has no physical boundary. And matter is not allowed to leave the system in a closed, not allowed to leave the system in thermodynamics. It's a closed system. And so how? Sorry, I'm trying to see. Lost my.
So I hate to interrupt you, Flatzoid.
Yeah.
It seems like your microphone is coming in a little garbled. I just wonder if you couldn't just check to make sure that it's set to the correct microphone.
Yeah. Let's just check again, because it said it works on my side if I test it as well. Maybe should I just look closer when I talk maybe? Does that work better?
That may be. I'm just sending love out there to you and the audience. And
okay, I'm gonna just try to talk like this into the camera. Okay, so if it's a closed system, then you would require a physical boundary because matter is not supposed to be. Then we got another contradiction problem. You guys claim that astronauts, aka NASA, they can go out into space. You got things leaving, which is matter, like sending rovers and everything to the planet. So now I'm going to say we have yet to see any present demonstration where you can have gas pressure without containment. Please note, Pointing to the sky is not a demonstration, but a begging the question fallacy without any demonstration to back it up. Also note, this argument shows that you have a lack of understanding that thermodynamic systems work in conjunction with the surrounding system always. This is why the hypothetic system named the isolated system is the universe. It's considered to be the universe. That's argument number one. So I would like, if Marx are able to present us a demonstration that you can have gas pressure without containment. Argument number two. Why would NASA need to have so much fakery that gets caught out constantly? There would be no need to fake anything if it was real. I mean, there's so much footage out there that's showing it's fake, like using augmented reality and harnesses and all that kind of spiel. Then we get to argument number three. They use augmented reality and VFX to help sell their product. That's not really something that a space agency needs to use. Yes, space is their product and they use it to sell your people to in the corporate hook, line, and sinker. This argument goes further. You may ask, therefore, the race to the moon, we had a friend likes like VFX experts. In the line of Stanley Kubrick or Ray Harrison. Harry Hauser.
I'm sorry, that microphone is still absolutely terrible. I don't think it's the volume. I think it's something to do with the way that it's coming through. I'm having a little trouble hearing you. It probably is awful for the audience as well.
Okay.
Well, and what I will do for the...
I'm going to quickly try and see if I can set it maybe to my other mic.
What I will do for the sake of the audience is, if you want, you can try to reconnect. I have you at 5 minutes, and I will give you not only the 5 minutes, but another 30 seconds or whatever on top of that.
Okay, so I'm going to quickly leave and give it to 1 minute. I'll be back. I'm going to try and set my other mic.
Sounds good. To our audience, it may make the visual a little weird right now, but that's okay. What I'm going to do is hand it over to you, Mark Reed, for the beginning of your opening statement. The floor is all yours.
Oh, really? Okay. That's a weird to do my opening in the middle. Well, I suppose, yeah, Flatzoid can certainly start again, or, take it up from where he's at. So I'll just quickly run through mine. I'll just share my screen. Just 1 second.
I do believe that Mark going back and forth has now Mark has disappeared. However, we have got Flatzoid back. Hopefully his audio is, and here comes Mark Reed back.
Is my sound a bit better now? I've set it to my other mic.
You actually do sound, I believe, remarkably better. I'll ask.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that I hit the wrong button. I do apologize. Listen, this is not an April Fool's joke. This is a real debate. Like, seriously, this isn't some kind of thing. So, are you okay to go?
It looks like, because he came back and his sound is good, I know it's already been a back and forth. But I am going to give it back over to him. So
yeah, of course, no problem.
And sending love out to you all there. Thank you for being so generous with your time with us. Please keep on following, and subscribing, as well as getting those tickets for DebateCon 3.1. But with that, enough of my blabbering. Right back over to you, Flatzoid. I will also add another 30 seconds, minutes, somewhere between that range of time. Floor is all yours again.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so I just said before that argument one was the deceitful because of the laws of nature. It was the first law of thermodynamics and the second law of thermodynamics. I would just like a demonstration that you can have gas pressure without containment. Okay, argument 2, I just said they get caught up constantly. Why would they need to have constant fakery if it was real? And argument 3, I was touching on they use augmented reality and VFX to sell their product because space is their product and many people fall hook, line, and sinker. This argument goes further to ask, this argument goes further to ask why do they need to befriend the likes of VFX experts in the line of Stanley Kubrick and Ray Harryhausen. This brings my thought of VFX expertise would be employed for space travel. Why would you don't need that for space travel. The argument also comes to that is, well, you could argue they need some advice on the cameras and aperture and so forth because they decided they're going to the moon and all that. But that claim would be conjecture. And they would just they could just contact the product manufacturer about the best settings of space, and specs, because, they had the Hasselblad, which they actually fixed their camera, I can say, modded the camera for a vacuum, to say you could say that. But yeah, so I don't see why they would need to get in touch with VFX experts for that. They say, you could agree they need, that's just the argument 4. Why employ war criminals like Werner von Braun, a person who was against the great nation of America and their ideals, who killed many for this fight for freedom? Seems odd that you would employ a bunch of Nazi scientists to help you, the same people who you would be shamed upon for many lives they took without worry for their ideals in communism. How would the families of the fallen take the news that the same people helping them to get to space travel were the same Nazis who killed their children and family members? So I can bring many arguments, but if it's just not going to get anywhere, so I just thought I'd bring these 4 arguments to light. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you so very much, Flatazoid, for your opening statement. And with that, we're going to hand it over to Mark Reed for your opening statement. The floor is all yours. Because of the way that of our system's handled up, you might have to manually mute, even if...
Yep, okay, fantastic. I'll share my screen this time, and I won't click the wrong button, I promise. Just tell me when it is up on the screen.
You're good to go.
Okay, hello, my name is Mark Reed. Today I'm taking the negative of Is NASA Lying or Is NASA Deceitful? I thank you for joining me, and I want to thank Amy for moderating and Flatazoid for being my debate opponent. Now, first off, the NASA mission statement is indicative of the way they are inclusive and work for the benefit of all humanity. They do provide a safe, stable working environment for their employees, and sort of it encompasses all of humanity and all of our planet for the benefit of all. So they're very upfront with what their intentionality is. Now, people do point to the cost of NASA, and it's $26 billion, which sounds like a lot, but it's only 0.3% of the entire NASA budget, and you can see that here. Of all the industries and the agencies throughout the US, they're actually one of the smallest agencies in the US, with, of course, defense being much larger, income assistance and healthcare being much larger. So NASA employees, there's about 17,373 employees, 35% are women, 65 men. They are inclusive, so white is the most common ethnicity at 55%, but there is a diverse amount of people working there. If you include all of the other sort of industries, that work in the aerospace industry, or the other companies in the aerospace industry, I beg your pardon, sort of like Lockheed and Boeing and all of these companies, the number of employees in the aerospace industry rises to 521,000 workers. 500,000 employees are not lying about what they do. And that does not include all of the aerospace personnel in the 77 aerospace industries across the world. And easily over 1 million people work in aerospace across the world. They're not all lying. This is the 8th straight year, or for the highest satisfaction of any government agency in the US. They treat their employees well. Overall, the staff are very happy with the leadership. NASA employees the accountability that they report directly to the President of the United States. The administrator is nominated by the president, but the Senate does have to confirm them. They do have a committee that overviews them, accountability and oversight. That reports to another committee which oversees them, space and science. They are subject to law, a coordination of aeronautical and space activities, and freedom of information can access all documents without a problem in accordance with all laws and regulations. So these are some of the NASA discoveries that have actually helped us. I'm just going to go through them quickly. There's been developments in health and medicine, things like space blankets, which we use in first aid kits, transportation, highway safety, chemical detection, things like that. Public safety, like these firefighting suits, which resist heat. And there's a reason why I'm going through this. I'll get to it at the end. Sort of temper phones, baby food, so food preservation, air scrubbers, water purification, solar cells, computer technology. I myself have dabbled with OpenStack, which is a cloud computing product. Software catalog, they've released over 1,600 pieces of software. Powered lubricants, mine safety, flood safety. So what I want you to think about going through all of this stuff, these are all technologies you would expect from an institution exploring space and doing aerospace activities. None of it is CGI developments or things that they have developed that have been ways to fool people. All of them have been practical, implementable technologies that, for instance, like those firefighting suits, it's to do with breathing in hostile environments and surviving hostile temperatures, all things that you would expect from an agency participating in space exploration. This is the technology that Flat Earth has produced. Flat Earth movement has actually been around for longer than NASA. They have produced literally nothing. Zero, zilch, nothing to help us in any way, shape or form. And now NASA definitely has a higher budget, but you would expect over the 100 of years or 200 years since the 1800s that the Flat Earth movement has started, it would produce something. But no, nothing, absolutely nothing. NASA is honest about its failures. Its first satellite on the left catastrophically failed, and the Challenger disaster was the biggest failure ever. Now, that took the lives of 7 astronauts and was absolutely catastrophic for NASA's image and detrimental to their overall image. Now, in the aftermath, they participated in reviews, they improved safety systems, they were very upfront in what their failures were and how they failed. This shows that they are honest about what they are doing. Now, this is actually a 3 NASA employees staged a protest at JP Morgan Bank. This is employee is Peter Kalmus. He studies biological systems and climate change. With him were a physicist, Greg Spooner, and science educator Alan Chornak, as well as engineer Eric Gill. He basically said that about the climate change, that we've been trying to warn you guys for so many decades. We're heading towards a catastrophe and we've been ignored. The scientists of this world are being ignored. It's got to stop. We're not joking. We're not lying. We're not exaggerating. Now, this speaks to the strong moral fiber of NASA employees, and you may not agree with them about the subject here, but they will stand up for what they believe. And this guy was arrested for protesting what he believed was right. Flat Earth wants you to believe that people like this are unprincipled and are lying to you. But this is a group of people that will actually get arrested trying to stand up for what they believe. Now, why don't flat earthers trust NASA? Eugenie Scott noted basically that usually it is extreme biblical literist theology, and I suspect that's the case in this debate. Dr. Joe Pierre said it was the Dunning-Kruger effect, the Dunning-Kruger effect being thinking that you know more than you actually do, when think you are an expert, when in fact you are not. And Stephen Novella basically blamed it was partly ignorance and partly motivated reasoning, that you have a motivation to believe something on very weak evidence, but another thing you'll believe, you won't believe on very strong evidence. So why trust NASA? In 100 years of aeronautics, which they have been upfront and honest with their failures as well as their successes, they are accountable to the government through freedom of information, accountable to the people. The main question I want you to consider is one that I've asked before. If you don't trust NASA for aeronautic and rocket technology and innovation, if they're lying, then who should we trust to handle aeronautics? Will it be the flat earthers? Will they be calculating delta V and vectors for aeronautics? Is it going to be people just off the street? I can't do that, and I guarantee my opponent can't either. I mean, it's not like it's rocket science. And thank you. That's my presentation. I'm sorry if I rushed through that a bit fast. I did want to equalize the time, but I did have a full presentation.
Not at all. Thank you so very much, Mark Reed. And with that, that concludes opening statements. I do want to keep on sending love out there and reminding everyone that DebateCon 3.1 is about to be upon us. Not only are tickets on sale right now, but if you can't come to Texas in person, just for a single $1, you can get that live stream feed and come see more great debates. But again, we're handing it off now to both gentlemen as we go into our 52-hour minutes of open dialogue. The floor is both of yours.
Well, I ended the thing, so you go, Flatzoid.
Okay,
you start us off.
Okay, first I'm going to say, remember the debate topic is NASA deceitful? Trust has got nothing to do for if they are deceitful or not, so that's already actually wrong, because you don't need to trust someone if you're trying to figure out if they're deceitful or not. It's their intentions which makes them deceitful. That's what deceit means. I did pick up a few points there on where you were talking about people are employed and whatever, so therefore not lying. Let's put it this way. You get a lot of Muslim mosques that employ people worldwide. You would agree that, in your opinion, Muslim is not real, correct?
That's correct, yeah. I don't think it is. Well, I mean, I know sort of Islam is real. I don't think their beliefs are real.
Right, yeah, I would agree with you. So, I mean, to me as well, the foundations of Islam is deceitful because of their morals they stand for and everything. So to me, that's also. But that comes to, so we can say now, based on that same equivalence, they employ many people, so therefore they are not deceitful. So that goes against the argument that you're saying, okay, they have this much employees and everything. And now we can go to how could everybody lie? Well, it's actually simple. It's compartmentalized. If you're going to work in an area that, let's say, just produces the bolts for a certain craft or something that's going to now, say, go to Mars or Venus, it's compartmentalized. You are specifically commissioned to do that bolt. Now, how it works with compartmentalization and the structure of mental governance, you automatically assume what you're doing is real because you're literally creating physical product, and it's for people are paying you and everybody's working together. As you said, consensus says, so therefore it's real. That doesn't mean it's not deceit. The people working in NASA aren't deceiving because they believe it to be real. This is NASA itself deceitful? Can they be trusted? No, because NASA itself, like I said in the opening, they're in a place that violates natural law. And what do they use? They use VFX.
Okay, so this is Gish Gallop. You're going on to topic after topic after topic. So I'm going to interrupt here and start to address some of the topics that you've gone through. Because you've gone from deceitful to Muslims to bolts for craft to assuming what you're doing is real, and then you're going on to another topic. So I'm going to cover all of those before we go on. So when you say deceit,
say that right now it's good, and you guys are going back and forth. But if it gets too spicy, we can go into intervals. But Mark, you were speaking. Right back to you.
Sure, no problem. Okay, so when deceitful and trust are inherently related, so if somebody's being deceitful, you should not trust them. I'm saying you should trust them because they are being honest. That was the thrust of my presentation. That is the sort of contingency of those oughts. If deceitful, shouldn't trust. Honest, should trust. And that's a very, very basic thing. Now, Muslim mosques, basically, you're talking about two different things. You're sort of putting two different categories together because one is a religion and the other is a practical, implementable scientific and agency that is overseen by the government. So when you go to people working in a mosque or praying in a mosque, their beliefs are completely unfalsifiable. There's no way you can falsify a ephemeral God that's somewhere out there. That's just totally unfalsifiable. But the people working in these industries would very quickly see that what they are doing does not match what they've been told to do. And in the history of corporations, we have multiple times over people that have been deceived in these corporations start to understand that what they're doing doesn't match with what they're actually being told. And we see this time and time again in corporations. Sort of just saying that, oh, well, people are just producing bolts. No, that's not what's happening. Usually production of equipment and things. I mean, NASA does do some in-house stuff, but they mostly outsource that kind of production because that's not actually what they're doing. What they're doing is aerospace and aeronautics, which means the study of weight, the design of these things. So, yes, don't get me wrong, there are people producing bolts, but probably not as many as you think. What they would do is they would manufacture somewhere else, have it in-house. There would be engineers constructing things, but those engineers would be taking aeronautic principles into consideration, whether it will fly, essentially. And it's not just space, it also is aeronautics, so the design of planes. You assume what you're doing is real. No, not really. I mean, they've been trained to do what they're doing, and the principles that they have been taught are implemented and then work. Now we can go on to wherever you want from there, if you want to respond to any of those.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we'll start first with that. Again, compartmentalization doesn't make it real. It doesn't mean that people are actually lying. Compartmentalization works on the principle that you are mentally governing the people to believe what they are doing is lying. So the people themselves are not the deceivers. It's NASA. Remember, the topic is NASA. So that's NASA as the whole. Now, I disagree with you when you say it's not a religion, because you guys do have a religion because you have to go against natural law. Like I asked in the opening, would you be able to demonstrate us gas pressure without containment, because it goes against the second law of thermodynamics? And like I also stated, the first law of thermodynamics, which created space, also violates natural law, and the whole foundation of NASA is based on these two principles of violation. So we can go with that first.
Okay. Well, compartmentalization, like at least a significant proportion of the population of NASA would have to be lying, because they're all involved in the principles that they've been taught. The people designing the things would have to be lying. The astronauts would have to be lying. The engineers would have to be lying. There would have to be so many liars at NASA. And I wonder how you come by, what percentage is it, and how did you come by this information? Now, gas pressure without a containment, we see that actually in our world, because if there was a container around the Earth, then the gas pressure would equalize. So with a container, the equalization of gas pressure would occur like in any other system we see. So if we have an uneven amount of pressure within, say, a gas bottle, and there's only the container around it, all of that gas will equalize to one pressure. They don't have a different pressures going up and down. So the actual fact that there is a gradient of pressure shows there cannot be a container there, or else the gas pressure would equalize. Now, space violates the first law of dynamics? No, it doesn't. No, it basically, entropy says that all the law of entropy says that all in a closed system, the amount of entropy in total will always increase. and that is completely consistent with the expansion of space. And you're saying, hey, it violates it. How does it violate it? Because you just keep saying that.
Okay. Well, we'll first start on the first law, and then I'll get to the second law again. The first law states that no matter or energy can be created nor destroyed. That means it has to already have been there to be able to have the expansion. So would you be able to explain to us how the matter was there to expand?
Sure. So not like when you say it comes from nothing, when Lawrence Krauss sort of used the term nothing, it was kind of misleading and just the title of a book. So what they actually are trying to say is that the space may have come from a quantum field, essentially. That quantum field has no matter, no energy. So in physics terms, it's nothing, but it's not no thing, like in a philosophical term as nothing there. Or there is nothing in my hand kind of thing. We can't have nothing, right? Because if you have nothing, you have something. So nothing is an incoherent concept. But that's not what they're talking about in physics when they talk about no matter and no energy, i.e. what we sort of describe as nothing. They're talking about a background quantum field of quantum particles. So it's not created. So it's not created.
Yeah.
And it's not destroyed either.
Matter's always been here.
No.
So
no. Even Big Bang cosmology doesn't say that.
Physical matter. How do you explain physical matter just popping into existence then?
It didn't pop into existence. Nothing. Nobody is saying that. That's a complete straw man.
That's exactly what first law of thermodynamics.
No. It starts out as energy, right? Matter and energy, matter is a form of energy, but energy can be changed into matter. You do know that, don't you?
So it had to be there.
Well, something was there.
Transform.
Well, something was there.
Yeah. So can you explain the origin of how it was not there, but it's there?
So you want me to explain how a quantum field collapses?
For the quantum field to collapse, there requires something. So where was that something if it didn't create itself?
Well, I don't know it did. I don't know where the universe came from. This is the whole point. Nobody is saying that they know exactly where the universe came from. I mean, Sean Carroll basically says, well, if the Big Bang was the start of space and time, then if you're sort of saying what was before space-time, then you're asking an incoherent question. Because if time was at the start of the universe, before is a nonsensical statement. So you're sort of saying, how was the universe, how did it come about? How did it form? And I don't know the answer to that. But you're saying, I presume you're saying God, and you can't demonstrate that one either. That's the problem. Nobody knows for sure where the universe came from. They just assert it to be true. Now, I'm not asserting anything, but I'm saying that it doesn't violate the first law of thermodynamics because the postulation is that quantum field collapsed into energy, and then that energy had matter. Nothing about that violates the first law of thermodynamics at all. It doesn't, and the end of the universe is heat death. It doesn't violate the second law. Entropy will still rise until heat death occurs when there is no heat anywhere else in the universe. So it's not being destroyed. It's just being particles are so far away there's no interactions between them, i.e. heat death. That doesn't violate the laws of thermodynamics at all.
So you just validated my statement that you don't know where the origins was, stating yes, the energy was there, so it's just there. So that would validate my point. Okay, but now we can move on to the second law.
No, that doesn't. Just because I don't know how something happened doesn't mean you get to tell me that it just popped into existence, because you don't know that.
I know how it popped into existence because we have...
How did it pop into existence?
We have a supernatural being that's above natural law, aka God. So he created everything because it's above nature.
Okay,
Can
you demonstrate that?
The heliocentric model is based on nature, not supernatural. So you have to abide by natural laws. God is above natural laws. He's supernatural. He created the natural laws. You understand? So he doesn't need any natural law to create anything. He just creates it. So
just because you claim...
You guys don't have origin story.
Well, just because you claim that a supernatural being did it doesn't make it true. It's just your assertion, and it's a hollow base assertion because you can't actually demonstrate how it was done or that a god did it at all. I could claim that a magic unicorn did it and is above natural law. Doesn't make it true. So you don't have an explanation of how it happened. What you have is a crutch, just an explanation post hoc that is inserted, and you say, no, that one is true. And while the honest person will say, hey, I don't know how it occurred, that's the honest truth. But for you to claim something, you're obliged to demonstrate it, which you did not do. All you did is reassert it.
Okay, I'm on the premise, I understand we can't demonstrate it, but I'm on the premise of take the logical argument 1, logical argument 2. Argument 1, nothing created everything because it was just there and then it exploded. Argument 2,
not nothing.
Something that's above nature that we both can't demonstrate it, but the logical inference is supernatural law is more plausible than not supernatural. But that's argument because you have the one view on it.
I just went through how saying it's nothing is a straw man. I just went through that, and then you just used it again. No, it is a straw man because when we say the universe began, it collapsed. Is a quantum field nothing to you?
It has matter, so it requires something.
A quantum field has matter.
Yeah, well, you had energy. It had to implode in itself.
No.
It means it's something.
It's something, yeah. So if I say a quantum field collapsed into the Big Bang, the origin of the universe was a quantum field, does that mean it was nothing?
Yeah, because something had to be there to collapse.
But you just said that a quantum field was not nothing.
Something had to be there to collapse.
Yes, a quantum field.
Inference, it violates the first law of thermodynamics because nothing
it doesn't.
Can be created or destroyed. It can only build off of what's already there.
No, it doesn't. Because when you say nothing can, it is something, and it can.
Yeah, so what is the building block before something is there?
Quantum field.
It had to have an origin. Origin means it had to have a starting point. So that means
that's your eternal
starting point.
Okay, so what was the origin of God? It's got to have a starting point. What's the origin of God?
Supernatural. He is the origin. He's supernatural.
Yeah, and quantum field is the origin. Hang on. Quantum field is the origin. Why do you get to special plead and say, hey, God is somehow exempt? Everything's got to have an origin, but my God doesn't. And this, I might add, is not the topic of this debate. You've gone completely sidetracked onto this. I don't get how, whether or not that statement is true, it is what the scientists at NASA believe, that they don't know the origin, but it could be a quantum field, right? They believe it. Are they being deceitful if they believe that's the case? No, they are not. They're being honest with the information that they have. If I truly believe that I can summon a giraffe, if I absolutely believe that, am I being deceitful? No, I'm not. Deceitful means you're purposely and intentionally lying. So even if your explanation of, it betrays the first, which it doesn't, if they believe that to be the case, that's within the laws of thermodynamics, then they are not being deceitful. They are being honest.
That I have to agree with you, because if it goes against the first...
Well, then why are we going over this?
And that means they're being deceitful. But like I said, this is going to be mute because you have a view on it. I have a view on it. Let's move on to the second law on why it's being deceitful.
Right.
So
the second law is container pressure.
sorry. So you stated a closed system will always just seek equilibrium, therefore no pressure gradients. That's false, because we live in a dynamic system. By the way, pressure gradients comes after having gas pressure, which requires the containment to have the pressure in the first place. There's a lot of reasons we do have pressure gradients in the system and can be demonstrated. So my ask to you is, can you show us a demonstration where you do not need containment to have this gas pressure?
Well, the only place that we don't have containment is around large mass bodies, but we can sort of tell there's a pressure gradient. So what if there is a container? You're saying you have to have a container and have pressure, right? So if there is a container, why doesn't it equalize?
Because we live in a dynamic system.
That doesn't mean anything.
Yes, we got cycles.
How does that work? What's the actual process of that working? What is keeping it from equalizing?
Gas behavior. Remember, if you have...
No. Gas doesn't have a behavior. No, it just follows natural law.
Are you serious saying that? Gas doesn't have a behavior.
What do you mean? Can you describe that? What behavior are you talking about?
When you change temperature of a gas, what happens to it? Its behavior.
It either expands or contracts.
So gas has a behavior then. So you're going to concede gas has a behavior. Okay, great. So you have temperature changes, you have volume changes in the full system, you have pressure changes. All these things are interlinked to create the pressure gradient. At ground level,
do you have the calculations for this, please? Can you cite me something that sort of says this?
You wanted to, because your whole
well, just give me the calculations you have on the changes in gas density that would cause this, and I can have a look at them.
You don't need to obfuscate from trying to move from you demonstrating.
No, you've made a claim. You've made a claim that the density of gas will change the pressure gradient. Now you need to demonstrate that is in fact the case. So if you could produce that would be great.
I can show you demonstrations where gas pressure, where we have containment with pressure gradients. But we first need you to support the premise that you can have gas pressure without containment. That requires demonstration from you first.
Okay, so gas pressure, right? When it contracts, there's more air molecules, right? Because it's contracting. And when it is warm, it expands, which means there's less molecules, correct? So why is it that towards the Earth, where it's warmer, right, and it's colder up the top, are there less air molecules when there should be, is there more air molecules when there should be less because it's warm, and higher up where it's cold, there's less air molecules where if it was contracting, there should be more? Explain that one.
No, when it's contracting, that means it's moving slower. Remember, when you're on the ground, there's more for the gas particles to hit off of. There's more of a collaboration of all gases. So you've got trees to hit off, you've got mountains to hit off, people, you've got all the cycles of the densities of gases down on the lower level. So it's more compact. Now, when you go higher up, there's more area to fill. Now, most of those dense gases are still hitting all over on the lower ground because it's more compact. The more you go up, the less moles you have to hit off the wider area. Now, you've also got temperature to play and everything. But remember, the temperature play with a less amount of, that's why you got Avogadro's law, because you got the amount of gas in a certain area, which gives the pressure. So if you've only got, let's say, 5 moles that's gone up at a certain altitude and it gets hotter, you still only got that amount of moles hitting around in a wider area, therefore the pressure is lower. Now, again, you still have to demonstrate it.
Wait, you're gish galloping again. Stop. You're going over point by point by point. I will address every single point, so you got to stop doing this.
I'm going to just allow Flatzoid, you have 30 more seconds to finish up your point, and then we're going to hand it over to Mark.
Okay, yeah, so I just explained to you in very simple terms why we have pressure gradients. Now, I'm still asking you, please demonstrate gas pressure without containment.
Yeah, so this is weird because you basically said, oh, well, mountains and things like that are what causes the pressure gradient, which is one of the most ridiculous statements I've ever heard in my entire life. Mountains and people and the ground and telephone poles, I guess, and there's more area up the top, so that's why it occurs. There is no sort of temperature that will cause this gradient. And the simple fact that you cannot produce any kind of documentation or any kind of calculation to show that temperature will produce this gas gradient rather than gravity is kind of ridiculous. And it also seems to indicate that you don't understand what the gradient is at all. You have much more air at lower altitudes than you do at higher altitudes, right?
Avogadro is constant. I explained it.
No, you didn't explain it because you didn't actually say how it occurred. You just made a claim that it is something that makes it and then blamed it on mountains and the ground, which is a weird statement because the pressure gradient doesn't just go from mountains and then quickly go into a small gradient. There's a gradient, so it goes all the way up, getting thinner and thinner and thinner as it goes up. But none of this sort of says why NASA is being deceitful at all, because your entire argument seems to want to shift it into, oh, well, I'm going to prove that Earth is flat, which isn't the topic of the debate. So you're just doing a dodge and switch. So explain why NASA is being deceitful, because the onus is on you. You have to, I'm basically saying, hey, they believe what they say. They believe that the Earth is round. They aren't lying about it. You're saying they're lying about it. Prove that they're lying about it. Don't ask me for proof.
By natural law, they're lying about it. You require containment. Otherwise, entropy will increase and it will move into the surrounding system. Now, again, You've obfuscated. Remember, they're lying because we are in a closed system. They are saying we're going out of that closed system into space. Now, to have an open system adjacent to another system, the higher pressure will always equalize to the lower system. I've explained the reason why we have lower moles. It's called Avogadro's law. It's the Boltzmann constant. Okay, I've given you reasons. Now I'm waiting for you to show how you can have gas pressure without containment, because NASA's deceitful because they know you need containment and they're claiming to go through that containment that has no boundary. So that's why.
So here's the thing. You keep quoting natural law, and gravity is a part of that natural law. You're just trying to change what the natural law is so it does not include gravity, and that is entirely dishonest. Just because you don't understand physics doesn't mean that gravity doesn't exist, and gravity does exist. You have to explain why natural law suddenly doesn't include gravity, which you haven't done. So perhaps you could prove that gravity doesn't exist. Perhaps you could include some calculations and some actual things that you have done to demonstrate it. What experiments have you carried out? What have you done? Because I can name the experiments we have done to prove gravity, the Cavendish experiment, the vacuum chamber dropping of different articles experiment. I can name experiments you can do yourself to show that gravity exists.
Well, the debate's not about gravity. I haven't said the word once until now.
Secondly, it's not about pressure gradients either.
Secondly, you cannot demonstrate gravity holding gas indefinitely in an open system. Again, the onus is of you to prove or demonstrate gravity can hold the gas down without the need of having containment. Pressure can only exist in containment, and therefore relies back to my first argument. NASA is lying because if it's an open system, we would not be able to have gas pressure to have the pressure gradients. If it's a closed system, 100%. But then they can't claim to go to the place they're going to. So yes, NASA is deceptive.
No, they're not deceptive. Gravity is a thing. We can measure slight changes in pressure due to gravity inside some containers. Definitely can. The whole thing is that in order to demonstrate and sort of, so Flatzoid's going to an unfalsifiable claim kind of thing, or basically requesting proof that is outside of what it's possible to demonstrate. Because in order to show the gravity of Earth and its effects, you need something the mass of Earth. And that is the Earth. And we can see sort of atmospheric pressure gradients on other planets that have mass as well. But, Flatzoid will then just beg the question and sort of say, oh, well, that's not real. We haven't been there kind of thing. So it's just sort of a article of faith. And we could see him go to the faith article. That's all it is. It's an article of faith that it can't be real, as in my presentation, the first reason this has been studied by psychologists. So the whole thing is, if you have a container, like a bottle or something, and you have gas within it, it will not make a pressure gradient. Even if one side is warm, like you warm it up on the bottom, and it's cool on the top, it will not make a pressure gradient. The only way that can happen is by gravity. That is the only way. No, you're wrong. You're just wrong.
And if I can bring up a demonstration showing you wrong?
Go for it.
But anyway, back to what I was stating. Can you show me, what does it say? You were saying gravity is the reason for pressure gradients, correct?
Why does low pressure follow high pressure?
No, I asked a simple question. That's what you're saying. Gravity is the reason for pressure gradients.
In the atmosphere, yes.
Okay.
I want to ask a question. I want to ask a question. I answered yours. Does low pressure follow high pressure?
Yes. That's how gas.
Then why doesn't it do that in the atmosphere?
I explained it. Because of gas.
No, you didn't. You gave an excuse.
Remember, the larger the volume, the easier it is to have the pressure gradients.
Then why does low pressure follow high pressure in our atmospheric weather systems?
Easy.
High pressure follow low pressure in our atmospheric systems.
Okay, let me just...
Yeah, and that is the behavior. In our atmospheric systems, high pressure follows low pressure. Why does that not happen in the atmospheric gradient?
It does.
Why?
It does.
It does.
Entropy
it does.
Is the arrow of time. Entropy is the arrow
if that was the case, there would be an upwards wind constantly, because lower is always a higher pressure.
Again, remember, gas behavior. Now, this, like I'm getting, you are obfuscating from showing your point. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
We can.
Okay, so I'm not going to play the sound, but good time for all. He took a canister, he welded a gauge on the top, and he put it in a ice bucket. He's got another gauge on the top that's linked to the bottom of this closed canister. It's in a ice bucket. He's heating up the top. He's getting a difference in pressure reading from the top of the container to the bottom of the container. So therefore, it's
he's heating up the top.
Pressure gradient in a closed container, which you just said is impossible to demonstrate. Now I'm going to ask you again. Please show me.
Where is the heat coming from?
He's going to the top to show you the difference. He's heating it up first. Let's go to...
Where is the heat coming from?
In this demonstration, the heat gun.
No, in Earth's atmosphere. Where is this heat coming from?
The sun.
The sun. So the top is heating up.
Through less amount of gas. Remember we talked about Avogadro's law?
No.
Yes.
Less amount of gas. You're saying that the heat is causing the less amount of gas. It can't be that heat is being applied to a less amount of gas if the less amount of gas is already there.
If you got
what is causing it?
If you got 5 moles in a larger area and it gets heated up, it's still just 5 moles. They're just moving faster. They're expanding more. Now, if you go lower where it's more compressed, it's together, you have now 50 moles, for instance. The pressure is going to be higher because there's more moles to bombard off of something. Hence,
yeah, I realize you misunderstand physics. So if you put a thermometer at the top of this, would it be hotter or colder than the bottom?
the pressure was high at the top.
No, not would the pressure, would the thermometer be hot? Would the air be hotter at the top or the bottom?
Sorry, the air pressure?
No. Would the air temperature be hotter at the top or the bottom?
On the demonstration I just showed you.
Yes.
It's cold at the bottom because it's in the ice bucket.
Right.
The pressure was lower.
And that is the equivalent of the sun striking our atmosphere, right? Correct?
Okay, go on.
Yes. And then it should be hotter at the top and colder at the bottom, correct? That's what you just said.
No, the demonstration was you can provide, that if I can provide you pressure gradients in a closed containment using gas behavior. Heating up a gas, remember that containment when it comes in, it's at equilibrium. It's not pressure gradient. So it's got the same molds at the top as the bottom of the container. Everywhere. It's in equilibrium. Then
and that heat is the sun, right?
Yeah, this is not about the sun. This is about gas behavior itself.
No. You said that heat is the sun because I asked you where the heat in the atmosphere comes from, and you said the sun, right?
Yeah, but is the Earth in equilibrium?
What does it matter?
It matters.
You're saying without this principle, it would be in equilibrium, right?
Why are you talking over me? If he has a container, it's already in equilibrium. He then puts it in an ice bucket. Therefore, the container is becoming colder.
And the air on the bottom is colder, right?
Right. So then he puts up the heat at the top. Then it starts having a pressure gradient because the gas from the top is what's being heated. The gas at the bottom is not. Therefore, gives a different in pressure readings. Now with Earth, it's simple. We've already got the conglomerate of the gases lower down and less moles at the top. Less moles to get heated up.
Why is that?
Heated up. You get it? And radiation works going through and radiating the ground, which causes more heat at the bottom.
But why, if the source of the heat up the top is the sun, is the bottom, right? Because your example, this is why your example does not work in the slightest, because you have a system where you're making the top hot and the bottom cold. And the problem with that is that if that was the Earth's atmosphere, then that would be reversed because it is warmer towards the Earth than it is towards the top. You can't claim that it is temperature that does it and then explain and basically then flip it around so that it's colder at the top for the Earth and then warmer at the bottom. You have just disproved your entire experiment. Congratulations.
Sorry. First of all, it wasn't an experiment, it was a demonstration. Secondly, you asked me if I'd be able to demonstrate, actual demonstration, having gas pressure gradients in a closed container, which I just simply done now. Now you realize that you have it from far. You have not yet demonstrated your claim, gas pressure without a container. So would you please...
You have not actually given any of those readings that you have taken to see whether that would work in the Earth's atmosphere. You do realize that, don't you? That you basically just said, hey, there's a difference in pressure. What was the temperature? What was the pressure? You haven't recorded any of that. You've just said, hey, this will work because I've made it something work in my thing. You realize how unscientific that is, that when you're talking about something, you really should have, and this is what I'm asking for. I'm asking for your independent variables and your dependent variable. That if, hey, I changed the temperature for this amount over this amount of gas in this space, then the dependent variable will change by this amount. The problem is that flat earthers refuse to provide any of this because they can be shown to be wrong through natural laws. But he basically wants to say, well, gravity's not a natural law. We'll throw it out. Doesn't matter. While at the same time proving that just using heat won't actually make this work.
Yet I'm the one demonstrating gas behavior in containment. You, on the other hand, just saying, no, you don't understand. You believe the Earth is flat.
I can demonstrate gravity. and without any gas whatsoever.
Gas down, gravity holding gas down indefinitely. Can you show gravity holding gas down indefinitely?
I can show gravity.
It doesn't matter which gas you take. You can take a fish tank of sulfur hexafluoride. It will disperse.
Let's get on to gravity then. If gravity is true, then why do, say, in a vacuum chamber, feathers and a bowling ball hit the ground at the same time?
That's not gas. We're talking about gas.
I don't care. It's gravity. I'm talking about gravity. I'm talking about gravity. I'm talking about gravity.
Again, gas behavior of a gas, gravity on gas behavior of a gas and on a physical, how can I say, bowling ball or something? A bowling ball is not a gas particle. There's two different things. So you can't...
Are you saying gas is unaffected by gravity?
It's a false sequence. We're talking about gas behavior. So I want you to show us a demonstration where gravity, that's not actually even a force, can hold down indefinitely gas particles.
Sure. So we just have to have a heavy gas. That's all.
Sulfur hexafluoride, which you say is a very dense gas, correct? One of the densest gases you can get. Do you know there's still dispersion with sulfur hexafluoride?
What's a heavy gas? I'm sorry, you asked me to find something then. Okay, so this is the problem. You have gases of two different masses, right? Two different mass.
Yeah.
One will go lower than the other. One will settle to the bottom. One will be higher.
They never settle though. They're always conglomerate.
They never settle.
Dalton's law. Do you understand Dalton's law?
Okay, so, but you do realise that one's going to be pulled lower than the other, right?
They don't get pulled. Gas moves in all directions, not just one direction.
But, okay, so I feel like you're just being willfully ignorant here, that basically if you have a light gas, like hydrogen... Okay, so if you have a container... Hang on a second. If you have a container with hydrogen and oxygen, which one will be at the bottom?
They will mix if it's a closed container, correct?
Oh my. Really? Is that what you think?
You claimed...
Which one will...
Equilibrium, did you not?
Yeah.
Great. So why are they not in equilibrium then?
Because they're not the same gas. They're not the same density. They're not the same mass. Our air and atmosphere is. This is the worst argument I've ever heard. But you're claiming to believe. You're claiming to believe that if you put a light gas like hydrogen and a heavier gas like oxygen, they're just going to intermingle in a container, which is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. That is just so silly.
You just literally conceded that you could have pressure gradients in a closed container, which you said 10 minutes ago is impossible by your own admission.
No, that's because they are different gases.
So pressure gradient in a closed system, different gases. We have different gases in our atmosphere.
But they don't. And that's ridiculous, because it was a closed container. All of the oxygen would go down to the bottom. That's ridiculous.
Okay, so again, you understand how gas works. It moves in all directions. There's still the denser gas, also high up, just a less amount of it.
So if that were true, then hydrogen would not have the buoyant properties that it does.
You think there's no hydrogen here at ground level?
No, I do.
Not even any % of hydrogen at all?
No, I do.
And you think that, remember, like I said, Dalton's law, we have a certain amount.
Yes, because you're talking.
Which is totally bombarding into each other at every single.
So why does a balloon full of helium rise then?
Because it's less dense and the pressure around it forces it up.
So how do you calculate density?
I'm not here to calculate this. You're obfuscating from demonstrating.
No. How do you mention density? How do you calculate density?
I don't need to do anything.
How do you calculate density? How do you calculate? It's a question. How do you calculate density? Don't dodge. How do you calculate it?
I can counter this by saying Archimedes' principle predates gravity by 1,900 years. So
doesn't matter. So does look. Leeches predate modern medicine. It doesn't mean they work better.
How did Archimedes' principle work without gravity?
And you guys are starting to talk over each other, but I love actually enthusiasm. It's actually been a fantastic debate, so thank you, Mark and Flatazoid. We have about 15-20 more minutes of open discussion before we switch into the Q&A. Please keep on sending me all of your questions at Amy Newman. But with that, Mark, Flatazoid, the floor is yours once again.
Okay, density is mass over volume. Mass divided by volume, right? And how do you calculate mass?
TVM, I'm saying, I'm not moving to gravity.
You calculate mass because you won't answer the question. You calculate mass with gravity.
You still obfuscating. Archimedes' principle did not require gravity when it was prescribed. Archimedes predated, I think it's like 1,900 years or something, before Newton came up with the force of gravity. Yet we had ships working on Archimedes' principle for 1,000 years.
Archimedes' principle is displacement.
Exactly, of pressure, not gravity.
Right. So how does displacement you just said, how does displacement work in a vacuum chamber?
Easy. It's still working. If it's a vacuum chamber, it's just less moles. They're still bouncing around in the vacuum chamber. And hence you still haven't provided evidence of gas pressure without containment.
So the Archimedes' principle does not work without gravity and mass, because the more mass that you put into water, the more it displaces. So the more weight it has. And in order to calculate weight, you do need to have gravity.
No, you don't. It's just pressure.
Yes, you do. How do you calculate? What's the calculation for weight then?
It's pressure displacement. Now again,
no. What's the calculation for weight? You said you could calculate weight without gravity.
You're trying very hard to obfuscate from your point.
No, I'm not.
NASA is deceptive because the Earth is classified as a closed system, which lets matter through, so therefore it can only be open. Therefore, we could not have air pressure to have the pressure gradient. Your affirmative bias here is we do have an open system. I, therefore, can have gas pressure without containment. Please demonstrate it, Mark. I think this is the 30th time.
No. You don't get away from this. You don't dodge and run, sir. You said that, hang on. This is my turn to talk. You said that you could calculate weight without gravity. So what is the equation for your calculation of weight without appealing to gravity? What is it?
Okay, I'll tell you something. I'll give you it.
What is it? Go for it. No. That's all I want. Give it to me. What is it?
Once you've demonstrated gas pressure without containment.
Yeah, the Earth. That's gas. Well, it's atmospheric pressure. Actually, it's not gas pressure. So you're kind of conflating the two, because atmospheric pressure is not the same as gas pressure. So the fact that gravity works on our atmosphere gives atmospheric pressure. But now you can give. You don't need me to answer anything else to give the equation. Hang on, to give the equation of weight without appealing to gravity. See, you know you can't do it. You have no equation without gravity, and that's why you're not giving it.
So, gentlemen, we have 15 more minutes. We're going to do 1 or 2 minute increments, but you can feel free to give up your time as whenever you want. But Mark just talked. Flatazoid, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Again, I appreciate it. Again, Mark, the topic was NASA is deceptive. My argument one was why they're deceptive is because they're claiming to do something that violates the natural law. I can't help you don't understand how gas behavior works. The atmo falls under every single gas law there is. Dalton's law literally just debunked you because it's the conglomerate of gases, argon, nitrogen, CO2, oxygen, or whatever. So therefore, gas still has to abide by gas laws. Just because you have a belief that it's atmosphere doesn't take away the gas behavior. It's still gas that has to abide by gas behavior. So one last time, can you provide us any demonstration, not pointing to the sky, that's a belief, any demonstration that the reason we have these pressure gradients without the gas moving anywhere, without containment, show us a demonstration.
Yeah, there's plenty of demonstration with sufficient gravity to do it. Plasma, for example, is a demonstration when the plasma of stars and things can actually cause a pressure gradient without actually having a container around it. And we know this can happen upon massive objects. Even in very large containers, we can. Can I
counter that quickly? Can I counter?
No, you can't. And this is just a dodge because, hang on, no, this is my time. Have some decorum, sir.
We're going to hand it back over
Absolutely
to Mark,
ridiculous.
but then hand it right over to you, Flatzoid.
Yeah, learn to take your... Like, I gave you all the time you wanted and you just jump in. It's really disgusting. Yeah, and this is just a dodge because he wants to sort of go to flat Earth and not whether NASA is lying. It's just a flat Earth debate dressed up in sort of lipstick kind of thing. He hasn't actually demonstrated why NASA is lying at all. He just has a faith belief. He believes there's a God. He believes that the Bible says the Earth is flat and therefore it's flat. It is a religious belief, and we've heard that out of his own mouth when he starts talking about the origins of the universe, which he can't demonstrate. And just because his misunderstandings of physics, he wants to say, hey, that doesn't work according to natural law, but gravity is natural law, so he doesn't get to make that appeal. He's trying to say that a part of our scientific understanding is wrong without having to prove it wrong. We have observed in stars, on the planet, all over the place, that atmospheric pressure, and that's atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure, atmospheric pressure can exist without a container.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, like I said, I can get it. When you create plasma, you require a chamber, a container. And by the way, since when is on Earth we breathing in plasma? We're not breathing in plasma. Secondly, again, you have yet to demonstrate gas pressure without container. The one that's not understanding physics here is clearly you, Mark, not me. Secondly, yeah, we've been showing, you've just been saying this whole time, now our belief. And you should stop going and making arguments on my behalf. The only reason is because of God. No, mate, I believed in God way before I became a flat earther. Secondly, like I stated, Archimedes' principle worked way long before your beloved gravity concept came to being. Thirdly, gravity is not a force, and it violates then F equals ma if you say it's not a force. So it's either a force or it's not a force. Okay? Still, I'm keeping you to show me gravity holding down gas pressure without the need of containment. You can't do this. All gas laws still abide to your atmospheric belief. Dalton's law, Avogadro's law, Boyle's law, Charles Boole-Sachs law, it doesn't matter which gas law you want to claim, they all require containment. Okay? It's as simple as that. So NASA is lying because space cannot exist the way they say it is to exist. You need
30
containment.
seconds.
No, so all of these talk about gas pressure within a container, and that's the dodge that he's doing. That's what they're applied to, but they're not applied to atmospheric pressure, and that's where he's doing the dodge. And so there's only one person here lying, and that is Flatzoid, because he doesn't understand physics in the slightest. Because the hilarious part, the hilarious part is a flat earther basically going, no, gravity's not real. You don't understand physics. Appeals to natural law when gravity is within natural law. And I never said gravity's a force, so that's a total straw man. Gravity is the bending of space-time, which he suddenly says, oh, no, it doesn't work throughout all of these things. So I wonder when Flatzoid is going to publish his paper on the non-existence of gravity and get a Nobel Prize. Remember earlier I went over Dunning-Kruger, where people think they have more expertise than they do. Basically, what we have here is the classic case of Dunning-Kruger. We have a person who is not trained in physics. So I'm appealing to physicists, people who do know what they're talking about. You're appealing to your own mistakes, ignorance, and misunderstandings of the subject of physics. So when's your Nobel Prize going to be awarded to you, Flatzoid?
Okay, again, you saying I am not a physicist or whatever, it's just appealing to authority. I don't have to care what authority says, just like you don't. I abide by natural laws like everybody. The argument here is we require gas pressure without containment. You're not understanding that all gas has to abide by gas behavior is not my misunderstanding, it's yours. And by the way, your atmospheric belief is based on Dalton's law, Avogadro's law, Boyle's law, and Charles Dirichlet's law, which are all gas behaviors. Now, you can tell me, oh, gravity all you want. Again, you require force to have an acceleration. So therefore, no force, no pulling of gases. I 100% agree. Gravity is not a force. I never even brought it up saying gravity is a force or not. All I said was, based on your model, it's not a force. So if F equals ma is true, then gravity can't do any, can do it, but then it's not gravity. If it's not true, then the other way around. That's it.
Yeah, so it's funny that he appeals to natural laws and then can't even give a single equation for weight and no equation at all, because all of these laws are written up in science as equations. But the problem with Flatzoid and other flat earthers is they don't want to provide equations because then their work can be checked. They're like a little boy going, hey, I've got all the answers. And then when the teacher says, hey, well, give me your actual calculations, they say, no, you're not allowed to check it. It's childish. It's unscientific. It is absolutely dishonest because they know as soon as they actually provide any calculations, they're going to be checked. And when they're checked, they're going to be wrong. And I think deep down Flatzoid knows this. And that's why he desperately avoids giving any calculations whatsoever. So if you could give me the calculations of weight, that would be great, Flatzoid. Go for it. Give it to me now. I'll cede.
Again, I don't require to give you anything because you haven't given what I've asked for this whole debate. I said I will give you an equation on Archimedes' principle without gravity if you demonstrate gravity, holding gas pressure, having gas pressure without containment. That's what you have obfuscated from this whole debate. Now, again, if you even know how weight works, it's not pulling. It's the pressure that's applied to a scale. A scale works with load cells. It works on pressure. It's pressure mediation. That's it. It's got nothing to do with gravity, even though your belief says it's gravity. There's no pulling force. So therefore, it cannot be gravity giving weight. It is simply the pressure applied to the scale. So please provide your demonstration of gas pressure without containment.
Yeah, so that's a complete misunderstanding of what gravity is. It's not supposed to be a force. It's the bending of space-time that causes things to fall towards objects of mass. Like, just because Flatzoid doesn't understand it doesn't mean it's not real. Now, I've gone on to say, hey, I can demonstrate it within a demonstrate gravity on objects within a vacuum chamber where there is no gas. And he says, no, that's not good enough. It has to be a gas. So for some reason, Flatzoid thinks that gravity doesn't work on molecules the same. He thinks that for some reason, gas is in its own special category. So we talk about being against natural laws. The whole idea that there are effects that he uses special pleading for to say, hey, gravity doesn't affect gas. For some reason, it's all up to gas behavior, but doesn't actually, like, he wants me to demonstrate gravity, but only on gas is just ridiculous. Like, the whole idea, he is so dishonest. And he will not give equations. He won't give equations because he knows it's wrong. And yes, it is up to him, because I said that gravity is part of a calculation of weight. And he said, no, it isn't. So I said, well, give me your calculation of weight. He has made a claim that it's not part of it, but will not actually back that claim. And that is why you should not believe a word he says. He's lying.
And before I let you go on, Flatzoid, I'm going to give each of you one more round of back and forth, and then I'm going to let you both have closing statements, tell people what you got going on the interwebs. But right back to you, Flatzoid, for your last of the open discussion.
Thank you very much, Amy. Yeah, it's very simple. I said I can give you an equation if you've done what I've asked first this whole debate. Demonstrate gas pressure without a container. I can literally take that G constant and change it to P for pressure if I wanted to. It would give the same results. Your gravity belief is only the ideal that it's pulling mass attracting down to mass. And I 100% agree, gravity is not a force. So therefore, F equals ma is then false, according to your belief. And just call me dishonest and ad homing me constantly is not showing good for your cause. It's just showing you cannot demonstrate your belief system to be real. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Flatzoid, for your last back and forth, and then Mark Reed handing it over for your last back and forth.
Yeah, so he hasn't shown anything, because when you ask him how you calculate the equation, he won't be able to tell you what P is or how to calculate it at all. And he's not giving any kind of readings or measurements for his equation. So I'll look forward to your, paper being published, Flatzoid, about how you calculate weight without gravity. I'm sure you've done tremendous work on it. As I pointed out, flat earthers have not produced anything of note in the entire time they've been around, and Flatzoid is no exception. He does not understand physics. He doesn't understand the role that gravity plays in physics. He doesn't understand anything about it. He's just basically making assertions and then requesting unproducible things because he knows you need the mass of a planet. But we have observed plasma in stars. We have observed the Earth using gravity to pull it down. We've observed gravity. If a container is holding it, then what I want Flatzoid to do is show me the container. Where's your proof of the container? Give me the container. Where is it? Give me a piece of it.
And with that, we are going to conclude the open discussion. We're about to be moving into the Q&A. So tag me with your chats, questions, and super chats at Amy Newman. However, Flatzoid, I want to hand it over to you one last time. If you would like anything final to say on the subject, and tell people what you got going on.
Thank you very much. Just a quick thought. Thank you, Mark, again for this debate. It wasn't actually a challenge for me, sorry to say. Just ad homing and for me understand just shows your level of ignorance to the subject. Yes,
you said the same about me.
Behavior, I'm sorry, I'm having my closing statement. When we have gas pressure, we are talking about gas behavior and gravity then, as you put it. So having a false equivalence of a bowling ball is not going to work. Secondly, I have shown an actual demonstration and got you to actually concede in omniscient that you can have pressure gradients in a container, which you said earlier wouldn't work. I have stated natural laws which are in nature always accepted and always provable. You have appealed to a belief system that's not demonstratable. By the way, lower ground should have stronger gravitational pull. So therefore, gravity should be stronger at the bottom of mass, and therefore gas would always just pull there, and we will always die because we would just the whole time breathe CO2 because of gravity. It's just stronger. The more mass attracts more mass, correct?
30 seconds.
Thanks again. Yeah, I'm just going to say I do have a channel. So yeah, do look me up. Thanks, guys.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, Flatzoid. And we're about to go into the Q&A, but Mark Reed, the floor is all yours for your closing statement and what you got going on.
Yeah, so we can see in sort of containers that we do have gases separate. There's a gravity method for separating gas. In fact, fluids do exactly the same thing. It's just that gas does mix a lot more because the particles are less. There's more space in between the particles, meaning it can mix a lot more. But we do have separation, and we do have separation of fluid, and there's sort of ad hoc. Flatzoid was been saying exactly the same thing, that I don't know the physics. I'm not appealing to my knowledge of the physics. I'm appealing to physicists' knowledge of the physics, who absolutely refute Flatzoid and can explain all of this. I never claimed to be an expert, but Flatzoid isn't an expert either. In fact, he's suffering from Dunning-Kruger, which is sort of thinking he's an expert when he's not. He doesn't understand that gravity is a natural law. And he's sort of saying, hey, it's outside natural law. What he is describing is outside natural law because gravity is a natural law. That's what it is. So the entire thing is he's just projecting. He's sort of saying, hey, you don't know the physics. He doesn't know the physics. The physicists all say that he's wrong. He's dodged completely his NASA line. He just wants a flat Earth debate. That's all he's after. So he's been really dishonest in the way that he's asked for a debate, sort of saying, hey, we'll discuss one topic. Oh, I want to discuss flat Earth now. So, you know, just absolutely, I don't see why I should trust him at all, because seriously, this is supposed to be a topic about whether NASA is lying, and it turned out to be just a flat Earth debate, which is obviously what he wanted. So, you know.
And time. And all right, gentlemen, thank you so very much for...
And just one last point. I noticed that he never addressed a single one of my points. We went through all of his points, never addressed one of mine. Not one. Not one.
But more fun in the Q&A as we are switching. So keep on tagging me in chat at Amy Newman. But the first super chat of the night, Iron Horse to the Glurf. How come sun and moon rise in the east and set in the west, but stars go around in circles? And I believe that is for you, Mark.
Because of the rotation of the Earth. The sun is in one direction from the Earth as it rotates around, so it always rises and sets in the same place. The stars do the same if you're at the equator, by the way, and this maybe is something Flatzoid can explain why the Earth's stars at the equator go in the direction, while at the poles they go in circles. So that question's slightly malformed because it's only at the circumpolar stars go in circles, not at the equator.
Thank you for the super chat, Iron, and your response, Mark. And then a $5 super chat from Nominal. Mark, do you believe the moon landing videos are actual footage of astronauts on the moon that we see in our sky?
Yes, because they left reflectors up there that we have shots of, and you can bounce lasers off the reflectors. They're called box reflectors. They're basically a squarish mirror reflectors that if you shoot a laser at them, they bounce on two sides and go back to the origin point. So we can actually test to see whether that's the case.
Thank you, Nominal, and your response, Mark. And then a $5 super chat from Yavier. Are flat earthers even open to changing their minds? What piece of evidence would they accept as proof of a globe?
Well, for starters, it would be great if we could have a demonstration for any of the beliefs, but we don't get simple things like gas pressure without containment.
Thank you so much, Javier, and your response, Flat. And a $20 super chat from Corey Clark. Thank you, Corey, for all the love and support. NASA is responsible for some of the greatest advancements in human history. They had invented everything from WD-40 to thermal blankets. Don't you feel like you're being disrespectful to all those hard-working people's achievements?
Nope. I mean, war criminals like Werner von Braun was a rocket scientist who bombed people for a living. Can we now say, that we are being disrespectful to him for the technology he bestowed on us?
Okay, I just got to address that because this is something I did want to cover.
Sure,
in the debate,
you have a minute.
Okay, so von Braun basically was a rocket scientist. He was member of the Nazi Party, as all scientists were required to be, regardless of what they actually believed. When he was brought over to the US, there were scientists that didn't. He didn't bomb people for a living. He did rocketry. And the Nazis maybe used that for bombing. Sure, the V-2 rockets were a thing. I'm not going to deny that. But that wasn't his intention. When he came over to the US, he made fast friends with the director of NASA, who, surprise, surprise, was Jewish. So, you know, Flatzoid, again, is just being deceptive.
Ooh, Flatzoid, you have 30 seconds because it was directed towards you.
Okay, thanks. Very simple. You do not go and befriend someone who you've been fighting for in the last how many years killing your family and friends. That's the deceptive part. They were playing together the whole time.
And all right, thank you so very much, both of you. And then we have to give a big thank you so very much, Corey. And then we saw that Corey Clark actually gifted 10 different memberships. He gifted 5, and then he gifted another 5, and so I just have to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well done.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so very much, Corey, and thank you, our Modern Day Debate audience and all of our subscribers and members out there. And all right, continuing the list, nominal for $5, Mark Reed, by your logic, is dark matter not just unicorn farts?
I don't know what dark matter is. That's the whole premises of dark matter. We don't know. That's the whole premise, that we don't know what it is. Possibly, yeah. I don't know. I'm not a physicist, so I wouldn't really have an opinion on dark matter. Some people claim it doesn't exist. I don't know if that's true either. So there may actually be something providing gravitational force to the universe out there. Black holes we didn't think existed for a long time, and then the bending of space light of light around that distortion, that incredible mass, we found them. So just because we don't know exactly what something is at the moment doesn't mean we won't know.
Thank you so very much, Nominal, in that response, Mark. And then a $5 super chat from Cool Lambo. The Earth is losing helium, a detectable phenomena. How does this compute with the claim of a closed system?
Simple. How do they prove that? Is it just hearsay that they're losing helium, and that goes against the heliocentric belief? Earth is supposed to be considered a closed system, which means no matter leaves the system. NASA says itself, Earth is considered a closed system. Contradiction.
Yeah, we're losing helium. Yeah, that's a really good question. I just want to say that. And yeah, we can. And I just want to say, as a personal note, don't use helium balloons and stuff. We are losing helium. There is not enough decay of radioactive matter to replace it, which is where it comes from. So please stop using helium balloons.
And
it's a very useful element.
Final statement.
Yeah, but by the way, NASA is the largest users of helium, by the way.
Yes. Yeah, we want to say for scientific purposes. That's correct, yes.
And all right, we're moving forward. Thank you so much, Cool Lambo, and for your responses, panel. And then $5 super chat from Tim Pryor. Thank you so very much, Tim. If you think NASA is so deceitful, then stop using their technology, hypocrite. Ooh, coming in spicy.
Good point.
No, I've got nothing to say about that.
All right. Thank you so very much, Tim and panel. And we are moving forward.
Right.
A $5 super chat from Magdalene. FZ, there is a pressure change, flat, there is a pressure change without a container every time a storm front moves through. Ding dong.
It's the same system. It's a dynamic system. That means the whole volume has a dynamic system inside. So those pressure changes are inside the same system. You don't need containment between every pressure system inside a system.
But there is a pressure gradient, is there not?
Yeah, in one system. It's a complete system.
But there's no container around that system, around
you haven't provided
thunderstorm.
There isn't.
That the thunderstorm, there's no container around that pressure system,
The
right?
thunderstorm is in the same system.
So you're defining a system as anything with a container around it.
No, if you got, let's for instance, you say you've got the universe as a box. Now you've got another box inside it. That box is the Earth. There is
so a weather system isn't a system.
Cycles. There's weather systems inside that.
Oh, it's a system. It's a weather system. It's a system. Yes.
Earth is a thermodynamic system. Weather systems conform
is a system. Thank you. No, that's all I need to hear. That's all I need to hear. Where the system is a system, there's a pressure gradient in it. Well, good question.
Flatazoid, it was your question, so you get the last few seconds.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't help the guy who doesn't understand gas behavior of gas in a closed system creates weather behavior.
And all right, thank you so very much, Magellan, for your super chat and both answers, panel. And then Gourdzilla, $11 super chat. Thank you so very much. The homeless tweaker shelter. Let me get this pronunciation right. The rhythm. That homeless tweaker shelter sent to the moon in '69 says all you need to know about whether NASA is deceitful or not. Sorry, Mark, it ends there for the honest.
Yeah, I don't know why it's a homeless tweaker shelter was the best technology we had at the time, and certainly I would challenge you to design anything better. But of course, flat earthers don't actually design anything. They don't do anything. They basically just, sit around and claim that the people actually doing things are lying to them for some reason, because it doesn't really matter whether the earth is round or flat. We'd explore it either way. I don't even understand why these people are supposedly lying to us. There seems to be no reason apart from, they want to destroy my Bible or my religion or things like that. Or just they want to feel special by having some secret knowledge that nobody else does and sort of pretend that they're more experienced in physics than actual physicists. Well, I hate to burst your bubble. You're not, and you're wrong.
Thank you so very much, Gourdzilla, for your super chat, and Mark for that response. And a $10 super chat from Earth is Life. Flatzoid, why can't the container holding Earth's atmosphere be detected by radar?
We don't know how far it is. So how do you know it's even possible to detect it with the radar? What it's made out of?
How far does radar go?
You tell me. You're the one making the claim.
We can bounce radar signals off the moon.
And how far are you claiming the moon to be? 240,000 miles? Does that make it now? This is another debate all on its own.
Well, no, I can just look it up. That's okay.
And all right, while you're doing that, we are moving on. Thank you so very much, Earth is Life and panel, for that response. And then Nominal, $5 for Mark. What are the independent and dependent variables in your proof of gravity?
Okay, so Cavendish experiments. You've got basically a weight hanging from a line, like a pendulum. So the independent variables are the weight you've got on the end and the distance to the other weight. So distance away from a mass and the mass of the secondary object. You can also use the mass of the primary object as well. So those two independent variables make the dependent variable the amount of deflection caused by that on that weight towards the other weight. So there is the answer to your question.
Can I say something about that? First of all, you only have one independent variable in a hypothesis that causes the DV. You can't have three independent variables in one hypothesis.
That's not true.
And you have to have the last word, and so unless you have something else to say, we're moving forward.
Yeah, so when you're doing an experiment, you can have as many independent variables as you want. The thing is, and Flatzo doesn't understand science, is you only alter one at a time and see the result. This is what you do to test the effects of that one independent variable on the dependent variable. So while we have multiple independent variables, we can alter each one at a separate time in each experiment. So we alter, I don't know why you're doing hand signals. It doesn't mean anything.
Different hypothesis, not one hypothesis. Sorry, because that's so.
Well, they didn't ask for hypothesis, did they? Did they ask for hypothesis?
You stated multiple IVs in the same hypothesis.
Well, then I misspoke. I just meant in an experimental situation, you can have multiple independent variables. Wow. Okay. Just being pedantic. So you can alter each of those. So yeah, and the hypothesis would be, if I alter this pendulum weight, how does that affect the deflection of that weight hanging there, which is the dependent variable? Or then you can do, if I alter the distance through that other thing, how does that affect the dependent variable? If you alter the weight that it's being attracted to, or the stationary weight or the fixed weight, how does it alter? So you asked for what you asked for, and then, I've given it, and then, also how you can actually run this experiment to find out that gravity is real, which has been done like millions of times. Oh, you're muted, Amy, for some reason.
Yeah.
Oh, have to do that at least once a podcast. Sending love out there. In fact, it's a great reminder that you can all get tickets at DebateCon 3.1 live in Texas as we are traveling through our Q&A. You could travel to Texas, or you can just for $1 see our stream live. Are we doing this live? Is this live? It's live. A $10 super chat from Maticus Minot. Mark is the son of Sloth from Goonies 1980s. Hey, you guys. Now, I want to say, I'm sending love out to Maticus. We always want to attack the beliefs and not the people, but we do appreciate all of the love and support that you've sent us. We'll give a 4-second air for anyone to respond.
No, I agree with you.
I saw Goonies once. I'm not sure what that...
Kango for 22 New Zealand. Question for Flatzoid. Do you know that gas molecules have kinetic energy? You know that these gas molecules do work against forces like gravity and collisions with other stuff. What is the temperature of measure? Ding!
Yes, gases, molecules have kinetic energy, but they are elastic collisions, so they can only change direction with a collision, not gravity.
Thank you so very much, and we really want to send all the love and support Kango for giving us that amazing super chat. And another $10 super chat from Earth is Life, Flatzoid. Why do the density towers mix while in freefall? Is it because they require a downward acceleration for the liquids to stay separated?
Good question.
First of all, on your globe, it's the Earth rising up, not you falling. So that goes against what you're pulling. Density, if everything's falling together at the same rate, it's not going to separate because it works on the pressure of the differences of density.
Thank you so very much, Earth is Life, and for that explanation, Flat. And then a $5 super chat from Rastaman, Flatzoid. Please explain the difference between mass and weight, and give the simple equation for weight in terms of pressure. Doesn't exist.
Very simple. You guys believe that pressure for density is pressure equals mass divided by P equals mv. Okay, by volume. So that's the pressure. But you guys believe it's gravity has a constant of g, pulling it down, therefore g constant. But that g constant can just be constituted with p because it's just based on pressure going through density.
That's not pressure. It's density equals mass divided by volume.
Yeah, P equals M divided by V. Yeah, pressure. Density is pressure remember, it's a compactant of that mass inside a volume, so it's pressure. The more mass in a volume, the more pressure.
And all right, thank you for that responses, panel, and the super chat roster man. But a 220 super chat from Keith Man. Thank you so much. 1 liter of water is displaced. Solve for buoyant force.
Go to Archimedes principle. Just replace that G with a P.
And all right, thank you so very much.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Yes.
Dude. One time, it's all yours.
Yeah. So pressure is force about that area. Yeah. Never mind.
That's okay. I have to hand it over to you, Flat, though, for your final statement, because the question was yours. Time is back to you.
I love how he laughs about it, but he cannot provide evidence that it's not the pressure. Because by definition, it is pressure.
And all right, thank you, panel, for that response, and Keith Mann for your super chat. And then another, thank you so very much, Earth of Is Life, a $10 super chat. Flatzoid, instead of bickering about gas pressure and perspective, why not take that flight from Johannesburg to Sydney? It's only an 11-hour trip. Figure that out on Flat Earth.
I've got family in Perth and stuff. So yeah, it doesn't... We can fly that same route on a donut if we wanted to.
Is the Earth a donut?
No, definitely not.
Thank you, so...
And it doesn't answer the question.
If you can do that route on a donut, it doesn't make it a donut. Just like you guys say you can do it, so therefore globe, it doesn't make it a globe.
Doesn't make it flat either.
It makes
the
it
flat Earth
flat.
models that we've seen, you can't travel like the same amount of time from, say, Europe to America and Johannesburg to Perth. It takes, the same amount of time.
I think you are trying to equate to the Gleason's map, which is only a longitudinal and time calculator. It's not latitudinal.
And I just want to say, we have 15 more minutes left in the Q&A. So if you want to guarantee that your super chat or question, burning desire is read, please send them in now. Tag me at Amy Newman. I want to continue thanking our interlocutors, Flatzoid and Mark Reed, their links of which are in the description below. However, another $5 super chat. Thank you so very much, Nominal. If 95% of the universe is made up of unicorn farts, then space-time is bending those farts. Einstein the Avatar, the Fartender, perhaps?
It's a good one. Like with Fartimus 1.
I do believe that is for you, Mark, and they did have question marks at the end. And so if 95% of the universe is made up of unicorn farts, then space-time is bending those farts, question mark? Einstein the Avatar?
Yeah, no, I don't believe that unicorn farts exist, but I don't believe that a magic man created the universe either. So, these are things you would have to demonstrate are actually true, which unfortunately, Flatzoid and the rest of his ilk cannot seem to do. They just assert it under a faith belief.
And thank you so very much. Do you have something to say? All right.
Sorry, just like gas pressure, like containment. So it goes back to him. But he can finish it. Yeah.
And all right, exactly. Mark, final word.
Yeah, so this whole idea is sort of to take what I said about the origin of the universe and say, hey, if unicorn farts have mass, as gas has mass, and which my interlocutor has acknowledged already, then gravity has an influence on it. Now calculations show that. In fact, the weird part is that he said P was M divided by V, but if weight is mass times gravity times pressure, how does that equation work? It doesn't work. So, if unicorn farts have mass, then yeah, gravity has an effect on it because, weight is gravity times mass.
Thank you so very much, Nominal, for...
What are you doing there? Are you saying you're going to punch somebody or something?
Pressure.
What are you going...
Pressure. Weight is pressure on the scale.
Yeah, this is a debate, not like a dance-off kind of thing. I don't know what you're doing down there.
I'm just showing its pressure.
$5 super chat. And thank you, Samar, $5 super chat from Farron Salas. Thank you for all the love and support, Farron. $10,000 flat earth sextant challenge still up for grabs, flurfers. Should be easy to collect if celestial navigation on a flat earth model exists.
Would be a challenge if it wasn't just a straw man from his opening statement.
Thank you so very much, Farron, for all the love and support. And then thank you, Flat, for your response. And then $2 super chat from Ethan W. 0406. Mark of the Beast. Prove to us you're wearing pants right now.
Actually, it's Beast of the Mark. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay. So I am definitely wearing pants.
Love the shirt, by the way.
And
yeah, I got it from. I love this shirt.
See, ladies and gentlemen, modern day debate. We are here making connections, and I'm sending love to Farron and Ethan Magellan. $5 super chat. Flat says the dome is too far for radar. And then when asked how far radar can see, he doesn't know. This is typical Flurf dishonesty.
No, it's simple. We don't know how far it is or what it's made out of. As simple as that. We don't have to back up any claim that we haven't made. The positive claim comes from the globe side with distances, not us. It's just like when you take go to a restaurant and you order a steak. Do you know to know the cow's origin or where it came from? You know there was a cow. It doesn't mean the cow didn't exist just because you don't see the cow.
Thank you so very much, Magellan. And for that response, Flatzoid. And then another super chat, $5.50 from Keithman. Nice dodge, Flatzoid. Try again. If a rock displaces 1 liter of water, calculate the buoyant force on the rock using Archimedes' principle with pressure. Coming after you, Flat.
1 liter of the spresh. There, 1 liter. Okay, whatever.
All right, thank you so very... Oh, no. Thank you so very much, Keithman, and for that response, Flatzoid. And we are moving down to Congo for $5.50. Again, thank you so very much. Question for Flatzoid. Why is it harder to carry a weight up a slope or upstairs than along a flat surface?
Easy. You disperse more energy.
And all right, thank you so very much, Keithman and Congo. Another super chat from Magellan. Flat, density and pressure are not the same. When a gas is heated, its pressure goes up and its density decreases.
Good point. Good point.
All right, thank you so very much, Magellan. In fact, thank you all of you guys for your continued support and for that response. And then a $10 super chat from Samar, sending so much love. Flatzoid, let's say we renounce the current working scientific model. Do you guys have an alternative model to move cars, fly planes, light light bulbs? Something we could use, or should we live in caves until you do?
First of all, it's not scientific. The globe is based in pseudoscience. I have not yet seen. Yeah, Mark and probably once. This would be a challenge to you, Mark. Give me a scientific hypothesis and experiment for your globe beliefs. Just because we have an explanation of gravity doesn't make it gravity. It just means there is some kind of natural tendency with matter. Doesn't make it gravity.
It looks like it's caves for everyone.
And then Flat, you have the final word.
Yeah, if Mark wants to live in a cave, that's his problem. Technology is not science, by the way. It's just based on the knowledge from science.
Thank you so very much, Samir, and for your responses, panel. And then another $10 super chat from Nominal. Thank you so very much. You claim, Mark, that Cavendish proves mass attracts mass, but then claim that gravity is the bending of space-time. Is there an experiment that proves the bending of the time?
Yeah, well, Einstein proved that when he made testable predictions on how light would be deflected by certain masses, like he predicted how light would be deflected by the sun, for instance, and it's twice the deflection of what you get under Newtonian physics. So there is definitely testable predictions that were done by Einstein's equations that allowed us to know that he was in fact correct. With Cavendish, I'm not sure, because the gravitational attraction is caused by the bending of space-time. So I'm not saying it's two different things, like one is mass attracting mass and the other is bending of space-time. I'm saying that the bending of space-time is what causes mass to attract mass. So I'm not, I'm not saying it's one thing or the other. I'm saying it's the same thing.
Can I just give one thing and you can close?
Absolutely.
You do know Cavendish is not an experiment and it's talk. It's just based on talk. It's oscillations.
Cavendish is not an experiment that's done experimentally all the time. Yeah, that's great. So it's called the Cavendish experiment, but it's not an experiment. It's just talk.
Pseudoscience. It's a demonstration of talk.
Yeah, no, it's not. Don't give me your conspiracy theory stuff. This is wild conspiracy theory. The Cavendish experiment is an experiment. It's a famous experiment. It's one that's repeated in physics classes all the time. And just because some sort of person who is a conspiracy theorist says, no, that's not an experiment, doesn't mean it's not an experiment. It is.
And all right.
Can you give me any kind of citation for it not being?
Well, you just asked him a question.
Any kind of, scientist that says it's not an experiment.
So the floor is yours, Flat, but then Mark is going to have the final word.
The data from the Cavendish is torsion. It's based on the torque from the torsion twist. That's mechanics of demonstrating mechanics of torsion. Not
Wow. Yeah, no, so he has no idea what he's talking about. The Cavendish experiment is an experiment. He hasn't actually said how he knows this. He's just given a wrong answer about how the actual experiment works. Look it up. Look up the experiment and see if it is mechanical torsion or whether it is gravity. Like, just don't believe a flat earther when they say, hey, that's not an experiment. Go for it.
And all right, we have about 5 more minutes, so this is going to be the last few super chats, and then we are going to head out because we respect our interlocutors' time. But it has been a fantastic debate. Some would even say amazing. And so, a $22 super chat from Bearsworth. Mark, when you shave your head, do you just shave the sides in the back?
No. Why? I don't understand what that's got to do with anything, but sure.
In fairness, I'm also receding very bad, so.
Well, just accept it and shave, that's what I say.
We support men of
actually,
all types on
my
this
hair
show.
was burnt off with the incredible amount of calculations my brain does. No, I'm joking. I'm so joking. Like, seriously.
And all right, thank you so very much for the super chat, Bearsworth, and then your responses panel. And then a $5 super chat from Cool Lambo. Again, thank you so very much. What is the mechanism that NASA causes the Earth to be a closed system?
Who's that for?
That is for you, Flat.
Oh, what is the mechanism that causes it to be a closed system?
Yes.
They claim the heliocentric belief is that it's an open system, yet they claim Earth to be a closed system, which contradicts the thermodynamic definitions of a system. I don't need to show any mechanics about it because it's not me contradicting what a thermodynamic system is. It's NASA.
Well, it's an open system because, you know, a certain amount of gas escapes, and also the sun has to come in, so that it can't be a closed system because energy is coming in from the outside.
Yeah, energy goes through a closed system in and out. Matter can only stay in the system or outside the system if it's closed.
And all right, thank you so very much for your responses and your support, Cool Lambo. And then a $20 thank you so much from Yadian Flatzoid. Why do you think the Vera Azano is a tension bridge? Did NASA say so?
Verrazano Bridge. It's got nothing to do with NASA, and yes, it's a tension bridge. That's how the mechanics of a tension bridge works.
Thank you so very much for your support, Yadian. It really does help the channel grow and get even more amazing debates. And with that, we're going to Nominal. Mark Reed, I'll take that as a no. Thanks.
No, what? For what?
I'll try and go back up to Nominal.
I think it's the shaving. You shave your head on the sides and the back. I think it's about that.
Well, it was also about the Cavendish proves mass, I believe. But then
the question I was asked about Cavendish was that it was a two independent and a dependent variables. So I don't know what you'd take as a no. Oh, you muted Amy. Amy muted.
Had to do it twice just to be lucky. You claim that Cavendish proves mass attracts mass, but then claim that gravity is bending the space-time. Is there an experiment that proves the bending of time?
Yeah, I gave Einstein's equations, testable predictions.
All right, thank you so very much, Nominal, and thank you so much, Mark Reed, for your response. And then a $5.50 Congo super chat. Flatzoid, the fact that you're doing a live debate debunks your entire position.
I don't know how. Okay. Thank you for the super chat, I guess.
And all right, we have a $5.50, and thank you, Congo. $5.50 super chat from Keithman. Flatzoid, here's a hint. A pressure is measured in pascals. Same question. 1 liter of water displaced by a rock. Find the buoyant force using pressure.
Sorry, I'm not going to do the math now. You can do it up yourself if you want to.
Of course not. Figure it out yourself. You don't know.
Mark, is it my turn to talk or not? He can send it all he wants to. I don't need to do anything. Remember, you haven't provided gas pressure without containment for us.
Okay, so where can I go to find a gas, like an uncontained system?
You can't, because we're in a contained system. Congratulations.
Exactly. So you're basically asking me to show something where I can't get. You're basically setting it up so I can't get to an uncontained system. So you're basically it's a dodge. It's just basically saying, hey, we're not an uncontained system. You can't prove it because you can't go anywhere that there's an anything that I showed, you'll say it's a contained system. So a weather system, you're like, it's a contained system.
And all right,
this
gentlemen,
is a dishonesty.
There is a single question, and then we are heading out. The last super chat of the night. I appreciate if any other super chats come in, but we just appreciate our interlocutor's time for coming on. And so, Maticus Minot for $5 says both flat and round can work, I believe, more with simulation.
Ooh.
Whoever wants to go first, I will hit your timer.
But I could talk for ages on hard solipsism, simulation theory and things like that. I think though, sort of, it's interesting to talk about, although being unfalsifiable, maybe we will be able to falsify or confirm it to be true in the future. But I think that everything we gather is from the presumed simulation, so it's impossible to tell at the moment. Maybe we'll find out. Don't know.
And all right, the floor is yours, Flatazoid, for the last statement of the night.
Okay, yeah. If he wants to believe in it, I would like to see the observations to present it. But yeah, everybody has their own belief and opinions on how we see everything. I mean, I think Mark would agree on this. It would be a boring life if we all believed exactly the same thing. So yeah.
Woo-hoo, thank you so very much. And with that, I want to thank both our interlocutors, Flatzoid and Mark Reed, for coming on tonight. I want to also send love all the people out there like Sideshow, working behind the scenes, our fantastic mods, keeping things so pretty, and most importantly, you, our audience, for joining us on Modern Day Debate. We are a neutral, nonpartisan platform welcoming everybody from all walks of life. If you're looking for even more fantastic debates, we are all over the internet, including your favorite podcasting platform like Apple, Spotify, or Google Podcasts. So if you enjoy debates, well, why not look at the bottom right of your screen, because you can see that DebateCon 3.1 conference is coming on Saturday, April 22nd in Fort Worth. Tickets are in the description box below, along with all of our interlocutors' links. And if you just have $1 and you can't quite make it over there, you can get a live stream feed right to your door. Less than a cup of coffee, ladies and gentlemen. Woo-hoo. And if you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe. Maybe even share. It helps us reach a wider audience, including tonight's debate on Is NASA Deceitful? With our debaters, Mark Reed and Flatzoid, who are here to help us find that answer. Furthermore, like I said, if you like what any of our guests have said tonight, their links are right there in the description box below. Finally, if you're looking for even more fun in the sun, the after show on the MDD Discord is also throwing after parties and fun on the topic right down there as well in the description. With that, I am Amy Newman with Modern Day Debate, and we hope you continue having great conversations, discussions, and debates. Good night!
Bye.